Why, hello there, you beautiful people. You know what the time is yet again. It is the Championship IDC 6 this time, and I'm your host, Sydelio, bringing you this awesome bit of maybe, I don't know how many hours, but quite a lengthy day of awesome Duel Masters action. Just as you know, Duel Masters TCG has been out in this wonderful life of ours for 20 years this year, and because of that we are hosting an international mega meetup just in actually like a few weeks or something. So there's still some spots left. If you want to join, please head over to the duelmasters.fi site and you'll find more there. Anyway, we're gonna be playing yet again a double elimination bracket for 8 people. We'll soon talk about the contestants that made it to the top 8. So there was this tournament league. Most of you probably know this already, but the games are played on a virtual tabletop simulator, OCTGN, and throughout the tournament season, they gather points, and the highest scoring participants will be battled yet again. And we do have some awesome prizes. So just to give you guys a small glimpse, I'll show you pictures later, but the first place will be rewarded with an amazing winner's playmat, a German DM6 starter deck, and 2 German DM2 boosters. Second place is 2 DM2 boosters, German ones, a surprise promotional card. Third place, 1 DM2 booster, surprise promotional card, and fourth place gets 1 booster. This is based and given out by the German Duel Masters community, so biggest shout out to them. And alrighty, I'm not commentating on this alone. So joining me today is the German juggernaut, the midrange king himself, Spaulding. Please say hi to the stream.
Hey stream, hey Twitch chat. Thank you for having me here, Sydelio.
Awesome.
And thank you for this awesome introduction. Yeah, I'm quite surprised and I'm quite hyped, as you are hopefully, for today's deck list and for today's Championship IDC 6, the 6th one, already quite a long time, like 3 years of IDC tournaments. We have quite a long history. And also the guys we will shortly introduce are there are some new ones, like 2 new people qualified for CIDC 6, which who didn't qualify before, but there are also some juggernauts, as you say,
Yes.
which were playing in basically every IDC, basically every CIDC, maybe only skipping like one. And yeah, I think shortly we will introduce them.
Hell yeah. And yeah, you are precisely correct that there are like some tournament grinders, so to say, and it's fun to see that we have this sort of an established tournament routine, regular tournaments, and like the meta shapes and goes through these fun little notions. And something to note about the game actually is that with just a single card ban, you can create quite a healthy metagame, like overall. You can play anything that ranges from the fastest decks to the slowest decks. You can play mid-range stuff as well. You can do cool little neat combinations of cards. Some underrated cards get played, like, you know, back in the childhood days, Iris and Photoside were the absolute giga bonkers, and like 9,000 power for 5 mana, what the hell? And then you actually have this card, like, you can play it against Hydro Hurricane. You have Ice Vapor that punishes mana burn strats that use like spell spam and stuff like that. So without further ado, I know you guys are waiting for this, so let's bring out the deck lists. So these are in the order of qualifying. So the highest scoring participant was the Finnish juggernaut Xboom 3000, and Xboom is taking us to his own pet project, what we would call in MTG terms, like an Absan control. So in here we have light, darkness, and nature, and this is quite a unique pile. Like, there are, of course, good synergistic cards, like we do see the Sky Swords, Bronze Arm Tribe, Soul Swaps. This is mostly the core for any Nature Light combination for a slower strategy. And then we have these spicy cards. Aggro players beware. We do have the Balzas here, as well as 4 Terror Pits. And then we do have these one-off things. We have Morbid Medicine, which you can use with Fal Iga. We do have Mistrias as a card draw engine. and we have this Forbos, and then we have Photoside, Ice Vapors. So we do have these cards that are good with Charmilia, for example. So here we're looking to ramp early, then start controlling the board against Agros, and Ikaz plus Petrova is quite a hefty bunch to deal with, and overall it's just like a controlling card engine, and then you can even do some mana burn things on the side and just do probably a deck out plan against most of the decks, but can also do some beats. So share your thoughts.
Yeah. This is the deck Xboom played like in the last IDCs and finished pretty high. He was like in the top 8 pretty much every time he played this deck, and finished second, finished third, but just like the first place is running through his hands, and maybe he wants to save it for the CIDC 6 now with his pet deck. And also this deck, I made a deck profile video a couple of weeks ago on our German Duel Masters YouTube channel, and it also evolved quite a bit. Before he only played like only 2 or 3 Mysterias and was a bit higher on the Camellias. But every time he went to like 5 mana, he wanted to see the Rias. So I like that he's pumping up the numbers to 4 Rias here for maximum consistency, also with the 2-dimension gates to search him.
Right.
And I also really like the 2 Fortress Shell. I'm also playing it myself as like a semi-win condition, because if you stack like your board with like the Petrova and your Ikas, this is a win condition by itself against Rush. Just like Petrova calling I think Soul Trooper.
Soul Trooper, yeah.
It's quite unusual race which we don't see often when Petrova is being played, but the 8k body from Ikas is unremovable from FN Rush, and every time Ikas blocks, it can untap itself, so there's no way through for Rush. But coming back to the Fortress plan, when you have like a total board control, you somehow want to finish the game, and we don't see anything like Cryptic Totem. So basically his plan is just burning some mana from the opponent, so even if the opponent is getting a lot of cards out of the shield, maybe even shield trigger, it doesn't really matter because they can't really play the cards they have in the hand. So I really like this plan here, especially against like some greedy like 4-color control shells. Just like one fortress can burn like 1 or even 2 colors, and can stifle them for like 1-2 turns, which is maybe sometimes all you need.
Yeah, absolutely. Back in the day, and this FN Rush mode, like there is one where you can, and that's pumping Quixotic with like a lot of creatures, but that is a scenario that rarely happens at that stage. Usually you just either accept your defeat, or you can pretty much figure out that your opponent is not able to play all these, and you will most likely have more blockers on the side as well. But
yeah, and even then it's just like only 1 attack, and then just don't block, and then your opponent needs to hold like 3 more cards, 3 more creatures in hand, and and also just like some small notes, there's no Cranium Clamp. I think he played Cranium Clamp in his lists before, and because he's playing so much ramp, like the 4 Blossom Tribes, 3 Slash Charger, 3 Sky Sword, he's pretty fast. So going up to the Lost Soul, I think he will be the first one getting there in the control mirror match. So I think it's pretty good that he's swapping to like the Lost Soul instead of the Cranium Clamp, and also just like the 3 Sky Swords instead of the typical 4. Not sure how it's going to turn out, but he's having quite a lot of 5 drops with the 4 Rias, 2 Vapor, 1 Photoside. So he basically thought he had already a good matchup against aggro with like the 3 Ikas, 2 and 4 Belix already, so he didn't really need like the 4th Sky Sword, and also the 3 Balsa, of course.
Slash Charger is something that I think I've been advocating for since the dawn of time, even just as a mana ramp tool, because when you move up in card count, people are playing these 50 card piles. That lessens your odds of hitting Bronze Arm on turn 3. If you're not playing water, you don't have other meaningful 3-drops you want to play, and this causes like tempo issues where your best tool against like control matches are ramping into Lost Soul and then just winning from there. And if you're not able to do that consistently, it can really hurt the curve, especially when we look at the cards that are like pivotal in Duel Masters, which is mostly 3 and 5 drops, and those are the best slots in the game. So overall, solid list and spicy. So let's see. Next up, we have Otto. And oh, how are we being treated so kindly? The Finnish masters are reeling it back and just taking us all the way to their value and fun town. And Otto is bringing this kind of a, like, as we know, Survivors is, it's a Gaussian curve, you know? Like, when you start playing Duel Masters and you're like, oh, hoo, hee hee, these get to share their abilities like Spike, Strike, Icties. That's so cool, dude. All my things are unblockable. Then you get to the part where you're actually playing in tournaments and you're like, oh no, this garbage is unplayable. You can't play a 3-mana 3000 Smash Horn, bro. Why would you do that? That's so bad. And then you end up in the top curve and then you're just like, ah yes, control meta. What am I gonna do? I'm gonna spam the living shit out of Grey Worms and stuff, and I'm just gonna win that way. Something to note here is that the usual Survivor builds historically have been centered around nature, darkness, and fire, so they have been these combo-esque packages where you go like Bronze Arm turn 3 and then you soul swap a Factory Shell out and then you start spamming Blazosaur, Smash Horns, whatever, and then you find Q-Tronic, Gargantua, and you swing for all the shields at once. This is a newer take. This has been around for some time, and Otto has experimented with it quite a bit, I believe, and is including like Phobos and this sort of a control package in there. So it has the tools to deal with like control matchups extremely well, but also has some solid like defensive options against faster decks, because the Fire, Nature, Darkness lists usually just run like burst shots, 2 Terror Pits, but here you have access to the Soul Swap Skysword combo, and that's something to keep an eye out.
Yeah. And Otto won with the Light, Darkness, Fire, Nature version of Survivors in the last IDC of the cycle for the CIDC 6 qualifying, and I think he wants to like spice things up, wants to stick with his survival list, but exchanging fire for water. And we also have to look at like the tournament format. So basically the first 4 players are fixed and the bottom 4 players are being shuffled. So when we look at like the bottom 4 players, there's like Modest Duelist, who is like only playing F and Rush. So I think this was also his thought process about picking the deck or the color combination of Survivors. He was looking at like the other 4 people, what are they playing, and typically usually water is better than fire when you are playing against aggro, and that's what we see here. We see like the 4 Spiral Gates, 3 Surfers, 2 Miraculous Snare. That's all anti-aggro cards. And also like the Plague is also pretty good against aggro when you get there. And you can get there pretty easily, just as we said with the X-Boom list. We also have like the Slash Charger, Bros, Untribe, and Skysword, so quite a lot of ramp to get like the Miraculous Plague on turn 4 even. One thing I don't really like is the only 3 Factory Shells, because you basically always want to see this card at least against like the control matchup. So I was advocating for playing 4 Factory Shells, but I get also his point when he's saying like the nature section is already quite full. You are basically playing like 20 nature cards, which is auto include. So when you play like 4 colors and already have like 20 cards in one Civ, and 4 of these cards are like Skysword, which also light, but you need to cut something to get like the mana color consistency in the other colors too. But yeah, like the start you said with like the Brosnan type into Souls of a Factory Shell doesn't happen quite frequently when you only play like 3 Factory Shell and 50 cards instead of 4 Factory and 40 cards, of course. But what I like here is like the one Petrova. In his last IDC winning list with Fire, he didn't play any Petrova. And this was also something I mentioned in the deck profile video that I would have liked it here. And yeah, Petrova calling Survivors is pretty huge. Basically, no other deck is playing a Survivor, maybe except like for Phobos control. But usually, like all your, like, I don't know, 20 or something Survivors are getting boosted. which is nice. And last point, the 2 Skull Sweepers I also quite enjoy, which is something you need when you don't play fire. With fire you have
Yeah.
your auto finisher Gargantua, which breaks like 5 shields, and here with Skull Sweeper you break like 1 by 1, and your opponent has to discard the card he's putting
Yeah.
to the hand from the shield. So also like a quote unquote a finisher in my opinion. Also a
Yeah.
good
Yeah.
mid-range plan. So yeah, I really like this list.
Yeah. Something to note is the 4 spiral gates. Personally, we're gonna be seeing some lists that are running maybe spiral gates as well. As surfers, you might know what this deck is going to be, but when I've been tinkering around with this card, I feel like running spiral gates over surfers is like correct in like pretty much every single scenario when we're looking at control lists, because the main issue with surfer is that it's good from the shield. It's ever so slightly better than spiral gate. Usually the 2k body isn't that meaningful because you're hitting your mana breakpoints, which allow you to do bigger things. Spiral gate is a card that you can play from your hand. Surfer, if you're playing against an aggro list or like a rush list, and you're playing a surfer, you're losing the game. Like if you're playing a spiral gate, however, there's so many little nuances where you can go like Bronze Realm Tribe, then you can pair it with a spiral gate. You can go soul swap a Sky Sword and bounce their thing. Because when you're playing against the rush deck, you're getting the shields into your hand and you have more volume of cards, so you can be able to play like 2 cards at once, which is like kind of the same idea as you mentioned previously, which is when your opponent is limited on mana, like using Fortress Cell twice, and you then swing for the win, your opponent can't double spell meaningfully. They can only do like a sweeper or Lost Soul. They can't do both, and this is something that historically Fire Water Nature aggro has been good with because of Pyro Fighter, where you play a static threat and you play Pyro, and then your opponent has to answer both. And usually cards aren't able to do that aside from Plague, but that's a different story. But anyway. Very cool list. And next up, we have Dark Signer from the 3rd seat. Dark Signer is bringing a very clean-looking Fortress Burn list. The core of this deck, for those who are unfamiliar with it, is generally like the most heavy control list you can imagine without fire. And what you do is you ramp heavily, and then you have such a good card quality, you can drop like Plague after Plague or Soul Swap a Fortress Shell out, and you're essentially chipping away at your opponent's mana. They're not able to deal with the issues you're providing, and then once they're at like 2 or 3 mana or whatever, you can just start chipping at shields or even wait until 0 mana, and even if your opponent gets a trigger, they can't win outright from that, so you just get to win over the course of the game. It's one of these decks that's like inevitable, and their win con is the inevitability, where if you're not able to close the game out, generally this deck will be the one to come out on top.
Yeah, I think so far we don't have like no surprises yet, but
Yeah.
there are also some nuances in the deck building perspective. I really like the 4th Miraculous Plague. I think in the past some people were only playing like 3. But I think Solomon and me were always arguing for the 4th Plague. Basically, every time you see this card, it's good. Even turn 1, it's really good because it fixes your colors turn 1
Yeah.
with mana and darkness. Sometimes you don't want to see it early if you want to play like a Billix turn 2, but that's a quite unlikely scenario because you have so many spells anyway. And you don't have like the mana color consistency anyway for turn 2 Billix, but yeah, that's like the only case where you don't want to see it early even.
Yeah.
And also the 2nd Miraculous Snare, he's only playing 1 normally, but now he's deciding to play 2. Maybe again looking at the other decks, there were quite a lot of as we see like the 2 decks earlier with the Rias engine from X-Boom, also Camellia, a threat which you have to answer, and also the Survivor, which don't really care when their creatures are getting destroyed, so setting them to the shield is like the best you can do. So I really like the 2nd Miraculous Snare here as well. Usually Dark Signer is the one who's contemplating about like multicolor screw when he's playing like the Sky Sword or Brosnan Trap and needs an untapped mana source. He's playing 10 multicolors now, so that's getting a bit difficult, but I think the card quality is justifying like the high amount of multicolor cards here.
Yeah.
Also, like 2 other things I want to bring up. We see no Locomotive and 4 Terrapits. In the past, he has played like 2 Terrapits and 2 Locomotive, or more accurate, it should be like Gigabalsas because of the Hydro Hurricane
Yes.
Gigasalt thing. So he opted to go for like the hard removal, maybe again looking at the Ria stacks, which popped up quite a lot. So Terrapit is better there as well.
Yeah.
And the second,
Yeah.
oh,
Go
yeah,
on.
do
Go
you
on.
want to?
No. Go on.
Okay. The second thing I want to mention is like the 4 Surfer and the 2 Spiral Gates, which you argued for the other way around in the
Yes.
other deck where you said in the control you see the Spiral Gate over the Surfer. But I would argue for the other way.
Okay.
Because sometimes Spiral Gate on turn 2 is nice, but even then it might not be like enough against the FN Rush if you hardcast it even on turn 2. I think it's nice when you have like 4 mana, play a Brosnan Trap because you missed it on turn 3, and then you can squeeze in like the 1 Spiral Gate. But usually if you get Spiral Gate out of the shields and bounce like a creature, you said like, yeah, the 2k buddy from Surfer is not enough, but against FN Rush it can trade with another creature, like every 1-drop it can kill. So many 2-drops as well, like the Quixotic if you don't play a creature and play, I don't know, a Clamp or a Snare, for example. And can also kill the Rikibu, Poisonous Mushroom. There are so many cards that can kill against FN Rush specifically. So the shield trigger value from the Surfer is higher than the Spiral Gate, and you generate quite a lot of shields with the 4 Sky Sword for Soul Swap, so you get like not only 5 shields but maybe 6, 7, 8, and you have a higher possibility to get like a shield trigger there. So and also in the late game, that's something which is used quite often. That's why I like the bounce spells, specifically in the Fortress version. You bounce your own Fortress Shell and can replay it next turn.
Yep.
And usually against like any control deck, when you play like Surfer on your Fortress Shell, your opponent can't really answer with a discard spell because usually you want to burn the opponent's darkness mana, or you can burn the opponent's darkness mana. So even if they top deck something like a discard spell, they can't play it. So you don't have the need to play like Spiral Gate and Fortress in 1 turn, so you need 11 mana. You don't really get to 15 mana in my opinion anyway, so you can play like Surfer and Fortress in 1 turn, but you don't really need to do that in my opinion. But yeah, really clean list, and Dark Senna is a guy who really likes the clean ratios, like the 2-off or 4-offs. Quite rare he's playing like only like 3 or 1, which we see here in the 3 Logic Cube, 3 Stream, 1 Corpse Charger, 1 Fighter Dual Fang, but yeah, usually it's only like even 4, 2, or yeah, something.
Yep. Something like personally, this is a discussion, and I like my honest take is that 50 cards versus lower card count wins because of the inevitability. But this is a discussion for another time. But like something that I found, like when I played my 40 card list, there's not a single game honestly where you're like, goddamn, I wish like I had this over the course of like multiple games, because you're hitting bronze arms more consistently. You don't need to clutter your deck with like because you're not messing up with the ratios. For example, if you're running 4 Spiral Gates and stuff, you're not like ending in this scenario where you're like, oh no, but now I have more triggers or less triggers and stuff like that. I do advocate for the Gigabalsa personally. Like, I think that is almost a better trigger than Surfer in some sense. Like, if you have these Terror Pits and Spiral Gates already, as you mentioned, you can then go for a spell turn and trade, but most of the time against aggro's, you anyway need to ramp, and if you're not playing the ramp spell, you're still losing over the course of 2 turns because you're not getting access to the Plague and Sakai Sword swapping are the 2 most critical stabilizing tools. Like, just turbo ramp to Plague and win the game, pretty much. But this is a discussion we have to keep moving on. Solomon, we do have a mirror match coming if these guys end up against each other. We do have some differences here, I think. Let's see. We have Gigabalsas here and 2 Terror Pits. We have 1 Snare and 3 Energy Streams, and we have a 3-3 split. Other than that, there's 1 Clamp difference, and I think that's the differences between these two. 3 Logic Cubes.
Daxana played 3 Stream. He plays 4, but...
Yeah, 2 Snares. Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, basically, yeah, only some small ratio difference, and I like the 1 Cranium Clamp because if you play like turn 3 Logic, if you have 3 of them, you can search your 1-off Clamp if you need it.
Yes.
And clamp your opponent, which is especially helpful when you're going second and the opponent played the Brosam type into Skysword.
Yes.
When going
hand
first,
empty.
and then hand is empty. Yeah.
Yeah, this in my 40 card version, which was in the previous tournament 5-0 in Swiss, I ran 2 clamps, 2 locomotivers because they are promos and they're cool, and I wasn't expecting Hydro Hurricane. Just before you start judging me not for running the optimal Gigabalsa, and then 2 Lost Souls. And I like the ratio personally, but this is like, there's some nuances here, and I do think 4 Energy Stream, even in 40 cards, 4 Energy Stream is correct because like this sort of a mentality where, oh my god, I'm gonna deck out, I'm not gonna draw cards, that's a thing that happens later in the game, and generally you want to be ahead by then, being able to shut down your opponent's mana, so consistency is key in my opinion, but I'm willing to die on that hill. So mark my words, chat, feel free to skewer me one day if 50 cards is just superior, but this is, yes. Wheezing, 3rd time's the charm. We have some small differences here. 1 Gigabalsa, 2 Terror Pits similar to Solomon, 2 Clamps, 2 Lost Souls, 1 Snare, 3-3 split with Spiral Gates and Surfers, and other than that, it's the same. Yeah, 1 Dual Fang as well. So very similar lists, and these aren't, like, the differences aren't that major. I think the most critical ones are whether there's the Gigabalsa in the mirror match or whether you have more Terror Pits. Both are good because Terror Pit and then retrieving like your Sky Sword or whatever creature from the board, you know, like, so you cut their swap feel, but it's, we'll see how it plays out. Generally not be that much of a difference, but we'll see.
Yeah, and just like the 1 Corpse Charger I think everyone played.
Yeah.
There's a debate about, like, do you play Corpse Charger, do you play Morbid Medicine? I always go for like the more value play, so I would play like Morbid Medicine, but I think Morbid Medicine is better when you play against deck out, so when your opponent is slashing like your Falls or something like that, and then you play like the Morbid, getting back 2 Falls, play a Fall, get back Morbid, and so on. You can't really do with the Corpse Charger, but if you don't expect like deck out to be a thing, or like not many slash chargers running around, I think then the Corpse Charger is better because you only want to retrieve like the Fortress Shell by itself really, or against aggro like maybe Belix Loop can also be a thing, or maybe like a Sky Sword, but rarely you want to get back like other cards than like only Fortress and Control matchups, and then maybe a Sky Sword or Belix in the aggro matchup.
Yeah, I think Corpse is better solely because it's also a ramp spell, and in 50 cards you want to have that consistency because Corpse Charger is better generally because we don't have Julianas or more blockers. Corpse Charger does the same duty as Morbid would against aggros, where you can get your like blocker back, and against controls you have that bit of a ramp thing, so although it's more value, I think in a winning state, in a winning state, Corpse Charger does equally as much, generally because you're already ahead. You can do Corpse Charger for Belix, then you can Belix for a Soul Swap a Fortress and start closing out the game. And if you're behind, not even Morbid Medicine would save you. So, but there's nuance. Like, one has more value if it's a grind fest. One has more upside with like ramping on curve play, stuff like that. So it's interesting. Then Claude. Okay, chat. Who was surprised? The Hydro Hurricane Master himself. Claude is bringing us back to his good old classic, and we do see the beautiful, beautiful real cards here. So I should probably ask Claude, or maybe you have some insight on the most latest changes, but overall, I think this is just beautifully templated, quite an even out ratio, kind of a list where you have generally a playset of cards, aside from one Belix that can retrieve you, like Hydro Hurricane or a Plague later on in the game, Spiral Gate just for like added small removal that is good with Mistria's engine, and then we have the 2 Petrova, 2 Ice Vapor thing, as well as 2 Terror Pits. So just a beautiful deck, and I do love the changes that has happened throughout the time, which is mainly the include of Gigasald here. So previously Gigasald was mostly seen in like Water Darkness lists, and it was this sort of a upheaval grindy deck where you play this same bait of like Giga Slug and Giga Balsa, and then you play Gigasald, empty your opponent's hand, you can upheaval, then do that same. But here we have gone for like, oh my lord, guess what's good with Hydro Hurricane? Darkness cards too, and then you get to have best of both worlds, and we end up in this scenario where, yeah, it's pretty cool. So generally, this deck thrives in a meta where there's no Crimson Hammers or like small removal, so you just get to play these baits that then stick on the board, you play a Gigasald, and then your opponent just stares with their Miraculous Snare, and they're like, oh shit, it's too late, I can't do anything. So I like this deck. What about you?
Yeah, I think the innovation from him putting in the Chimera engine was a pretty genius plan. I think has such a huge snowball chance if you play like the Giga Slug turn 3 into Giga Balsa and then evolve your Slug into the Giga Salt and then discard 2 more cards. It's basically 3 cards gone in the first 5 turns, and you are not coming back from this.
Yeah.
I think it's it fits this deck pretty well. Yeah, coming back to the ratios, I think the only 3 of here is like the Hydro Hurricane, which is pretty standard. Doesn't matter if you play like without the cameras or with the cameras. The 4 Laura Giga is something I want to
Giga
point
Slug,
out
the
because
blocker? Or
the Laura Giga
oh
the
yeah,
1
Laura Giga,
mana
yeah.
2K, yeah. Because usually they have been played like the Mirror Ooze, for example, or maybe Bloody Skeeto even, maybe more Belix instead of the four of there. It has some synergizes well with the Misrias, of course. Just a 1 mana draw card is nice, but you already have like 12 darkness cards which you have included with the Chimera, so you basically exchange the Mirror Ooze for the Lower Giga, and that's it. But if you want to go a bit greedier, you cut them for like I don't know, Crystal Memory or like Eureka Charger, for example. But all the decks we've seen have or are respecting FN Rush quite a lot, so a lot of defense against fast aggro decks. And yeah, the 2 Miraculous Plagues, you don't have like any ram spells, so having like the 7 mana spell there, I'm not sure how it turns out. I would have maybe liked to see like more defense even in the Terror Pits, because you already have the bounce mana and creature bounce with the Hydro Hurricane.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe it works out. We would have to see.
Yeah, I think something that's considered worthy is like, yeah, in Control Mirrors, Ice Vapor is a solid card, but like in my experience, if you're not turboing out Ice Vapor, it's not like equally as bad. Like your opponent still wants to play the Plague. It doesn't matter, you discard the card because you're fine being in the top deck mode as well. Like when you're playing Fortress, oh look, I drew an Eureka Charger after I bounced it, or stuff like that. But something to consider could maybe be the Marrow Oozes, just like leveraging Mistrias more, maybe some added defense, more Terror Pits, but overall just a very well constructed list. So we'll have to see whether like we find ourselves in situations where we would really want another Belix, but we're not able to retrieve it with anything, or like if we see any signals where more Terror Pits could be useful, or Miraculous Plagues are unable to be played because of the 7 mana, so we'll have to see.
Yeah, maybe even a Zombie Carnival, for example, because you play like quite a lot of Chimeras and Guardians, so some Graveyard Retrieval would have been nice, but yeah.
Yeah. Then Oms Wizard, and now we bring the flavor bits. We're not going to be fully indulged ourselves in control matches, so we do have this beautiful, beautiful Water Darkness aggro. Playset of each card. This is perfect. 40 cards as the card game is meant to be played. 2004, 2024, 40 cards only. Where were you when decks were consistent? Where were you when decks looked beautiful? Where were you when deck building control lists was harder when you can't just put it everything in? But here, 4 Paladin, something we learned from history. Oh, my 1 Paladin was in the shields. I can't win. Oh, 2 Paladins, 1 got discarded. 4 Paladin, we're going all out, balls out, bro. Something that I don't like here, unfortunately, is Locomotivers in paper decks. Yes, because of the promo, but we probably should expect there to be a Hydra Hurricane list, and Giga Balsa is better that way. But aside from that, unless you go for these super loops where, like, maybe they're deciding to cut Petrovas and just play Locomotivers instead or something, like, I don't know, but it's gonna run Giga Balsa, so just a small, like, min-maxing thing, but generally this deck wants to be winning the game before there's a Petrova out, so something to note this way.
Yeah, and yeah, I'm quite surprised there is no like Spin Slicer in his list, because he's playing for Aquaguard, and usually you would expect like some Spin Slicers there.
Yeah.
But yeah, going for the 4 Crystal Paladin is clearly against like the Hydro Hurricane, also against X-Boom's list, so already maybe paying off. We have to see the dice roll against whom he will get matched. But I want to point out the 4 Gatchaks. I really like this card.
Yes.
I think it's one of the most underrated cards in the Water Darkness aggro shell, because you have like so many 2-drops. You have like 16 2-drops, and so you basically always have a 2-drop, and then you follow up with a Gatchak, and then your opponent is already sweating quite a bit on getting a blocker out, or getting like, I don't know, a removal, which doesn't really happen early. As you said, Crimson Hammer nowhere to be seen. Yeah, that is something I like, but as you mentioned, yeah, 4 Crystal Paladin might be a bit overkill. There's no Lucky Ball here, so basically no comeback potential when he has already broken some shields and wants to refill his hand because the opponent has cleared the board. And basically everything dies to burst shot,
yes.
but there is no burst shot to be seen. So, so
good meta call. Good meta call, maybe.
Yeah, good meta call. Yeah.
But yeah, something about Water Darkness lists. In here, especially, Gatchak is super good with Melnia. You're able to connect always, and then you can kill something with Gatchak. Another key point is this deck is pretty good against soul swap centric lists, because you just use Gatchak to break a shield, and while you're doing that, you get rid of their Bronze Arm tribe. Okay, they play a Sky Sword. You get rid of that Sky Sword, and then your opponent can't follow up with these, oh, I have a shield trigger soul swap, I'm not able to use it, like, efficiently.
Yeah.
Another card that I personally like a lot in these lists, mainly with no Aquaguard in there, but like Snake Attack, and that's something that you can extend for, like, if, this is just a big if, but for example, if we were playing Marrow Ooze and Snake Attacks, we could go for like turn 3 break 4 shields and go from there, but maybe Lucky Balls, 2 instead of 2 Paladins. But I love the Jewel Spider, that's something to note, but it's a balanced list, and I like it, and I hope it does well. And then finally, what would a tournament be without the necessary good? And I'm saying necessary good, learn from this chat. I remember the times when everybody was like, boo-hoo, FN Rush is so boring. My god, like, dude, FN Rush, that's tasty. We need FN Rush around. Like, if we end up in this, like, highly degenerate meta with, like, 50 card controls against 50 card controls, and nobody is playing Rush, why would we even include, like, defensive triggers? And something that we want to thrive with is when your control lists are climbing up in card count, that means that their consistency for triggers and Bronze Worm tribes is going lower. So what else to do than just go fast, hit hard, and enjoy your summer? So quite a traditional Torkon and Comet Missile distribution. Something that could be considered is going for third nature card instead of like 2 fire cards because of the 1-drop green cards, but that's just like percentage differences. Comment Missile is really good against Hydro Hurricane, so with like recent changes where people aren't running Juliana anymore, running Comment Missiles is much better. So I like this deck a lot, and I think it'll do good.
Yeah, I also like the 2-2 split because from the Comment Missile and the Tokons. I think X-Boom has like a table of probabilities what like 2 more nature cards will do, and I think it was only like a 1% or maybe even lower probability of getting like a turn 1 nature drop. So I think if you miss out on these like 1 or maybe even 0.8%, but get like the 2 Comment Missiles against the X-Boom deck himself with the Light Darkness Nature Control, which plays a lot of blockers, or the Hydro Hurricane, I think you gain a lot more there. But yeah, we'll have to see. And I'm also quite relieved that we will have someone who's checking like the deck building decision from the other players. Are there enough triggers? Are there enough defensive cards? Because I'm going to rush you down.
Yeah. Some things that I would like to see amongst these decks is maybe another player bringing a faster deck. Not necessarily because of like viewership, but just when these heavy control lists are thriving, I think you can leverage that as a tool, like whether you beat them or whether you join them. And I think with the consistency that 40 cards give, like Affinrush, for example, I think it just leverages itself in power, and I think generally Affinrush is good against these controls. Whether like added triggers and stuff do enough is a different thing. And also something to note is just the player agency. Many people like stray away from these Affinrush style decks and like Water Darkness aggros because it makes you feel less like you have less choices to make, in the sense that, oh great, I hit one shield trigger, now I'm in a losing state. Whereas like with the control deck, you make the decisions, or at least it feels like that more. So when you have more options, like I'm in control, I can do things, this is something that our monkey brains like. So it doesn't feel like you're at the mercy of luck, and rather you're mercy at, oh shit, I actually charged the Lost Soul that I had to play, and now I made an oopsie. So yeah, that's pretty much it. But let us move towards the brackets, my good people. First of all, let me just activate my built-in custom commands. Hold on. On. Now, if you may, you can use !dex, so you can see the deck list Imgur link. It should work now. Maybe I can just try it myself. And you can do !bracket to see the bracket. Wonderful, it works actually. Hell yeah, something went right. So the top 4 scoring participants, they will be the top 4 seeds, and the rest will be randomized. So this is not the matchup yet. Here I have a list randomizer. We have the bottom 4 here, so Weezing, Cloud Alpha, Almost Wizard, and Modest. I will click the rerun once, and we will see it instead of the original list that was on the site. So clicking 1, 2, 3, and this is our matchups. So Almost Wizard is going against X-Boom. Let me just, perfect. Claude is going against Solomon. Weezing is going against Otto, and Modest is going against Darksigner. Yes. So this is our bracket. So we have Light Nature Darkness Control, the X-Boom special against, I think it was, almost was, yes, on the Water Darkness. Solomon versus Claude, so we have Fortress Burn against Hydro Hurricane, Survivors against, I think this was Fortress. Let's see. Yeah, and then we have Fortress against Affinrush, right?
Yeah.
So, players, please boot up your OCTGNs if you haven't yet done it. We're gonna be kicking off the first round, and I think we should be looking at one of the faster games. So should we go either Water Darkness, aggro, or the FN Rush game?
I think I would like to see the first one because these decks are quite unusual. So X-Boom against Om's Wizard because we have like 3 other Fortress decks running around, and also FN Rush is quite well known. But yeah, the Water Darkness, especially this list without like the Spin Slicer, is something newish. So yeah.
All right, let me just do. I will do a prediction here, so we can vote for the players. Let's see, Claude, Otto Weezing, Darksigner, and Modest Duelist. Alright, you have 5 minutes to vote for your favorite guys in the chat. You have your channel points. It's time to bet, and let's see who you are rooting for. I have my OCTGN open. Let's see the game lobby. Let's try to spot. There we go, X-Boom. Opening the game, and once we're ready, we'll be hopping in. Who do you think will win this thing? Do you have any prediction? Spaulding. Oh, maybe he's AFK. Alright.
Oh, I'm here.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Quite laggy. So I'm not sure if it was from my side or from your side, but I think my side. So yeah. But what was your question? Do you have a question or?
Yeah. Who do you think will win this thing?
I think. Yeah, I think Om's Wizard has like a pretty good chance because he has the 4 Paladin against these blocker heavy deck from X-Boom. But I think he is the newcomer, and the X-Boom is the seasoned player. So maybe the nerfs are playing a role here. So I would bet on X-Boom, even though I think it might be slightly favored for Om's Wizard. But yeah, I'm rooting for X-Boom for this one.
Alrighty. What about if we go the whole bracket? Who do you think will win the whole title? Do you have any favorite?
Ooh, I don't want like Modest Duelist to win again with his FN Rush, but I think he has quite a good chance because we have like a lot of control decks with the 3 Fortress, and also like the 1 Survivor, which plays water, yeah, against Rush, but still, no fire for the burst shot, and if he wins against Darksigner, he's playing against Fortress or Survivors, so I think. Right. Also, I don't want to bet on him, but I think I'm betting on Modest Duelist, not because of him as a player, but because of his deck. But he already won like 1 IDC, but I think he has like the most chance to win this whole thing.
Alrighty. I don't know.
What about
like, Modest Duelist is like FN Rush. I think is a tempting choice because of the like consistency it provides. Like on the other hand, I think the Fortress lists are like good, and I think out of the Fortress lists, I think Darksigner has the highest chance because of the 4 Terror Pits. But I personally like the 2 Spiral Gates. I think it's something that will likely come up in the games, that having 4 Spiral Gates and 2 Surfers instead of the other way around, I think is going to be meaningful. But I'm betting on Modest Duelist as well, and that is based on because of the environment here, and especially when we look at the bracket, Modest is first going against a Fortress deck. After that, it's either a Fortress or a Survivor list, and both of those are quote-unquote favorable matchups. And then you're already in the semifinals, and we'll see what happens. So, seems like we both are betting on the same person. If I want to say something that I am rooting for, is the 2 lists that we're going to see the first, which is the Light Nature Darkness Control Spice, as well as the Water Darkness Aggro. So we'll see how it goes. Alrighty, guys. The game is set up. It is time to buckle up for the first round, so please enjoy this treat. We're hopping into the first game and enjoy the show. Alrighty, guys, we have the client open. Competitors, feel free to start. Are you spectating the game as well?
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. And just
So Xboom has won the die roll, so which is always quite rich, and Duel Masters going first is always an advantage, but especially when playing control against aggro, you need it even more.
Yeah, absolutely. Chat, just making sure, does everything seem to be running fine? Are there any issues? If there are issues, I'll try to fix it, but hopefully the audio, video, and everything is like lag-free and stuff. Gotchak into mana, so no 1-drop, which is like only Aqua Guard if something. Oh, the Belix. Oh, the Belix on curve is very unfortunate. I think the things we would like to see now is like Melnia turn 2 and then the Gotchak. And maybe charging Gotchak does give some like insight that we would be going towards that, but we'll have to see.
But even if Melnia has broken a shield, Gotchak
oh yeah, it's
needs to be unblocked.
True.
So yeah,
that is so true. Oh no. Oh no.
I think he needs like Gotchak now and then maybe a Spiral Gate onto the Belix, but
Bronze Arm.
we will see.
Bronze Arm, and we get the color fix as well.
Yeah.
Let's see.
You always want to see Bronze Arm type on turn 3. This can be followed up with the Sky Sword on turn 4, and also Bronze Arm type can trade into Melnia, which is better than the Belix, of course.
Yeah. Notably, Xboom does have the slash chargers too, so he does have the added ramp, but Bronze Arm obviously is the better card there because of Soul Swap as well as the body. So, but let's see. We do notice that Xboom is only at 2 cards currently, so next turn likely ending the turn with 1 card in hand. But if that card is a Mistrias, I think that might spell a lot of troubles because Xboom does have a blocker already, and like answering all of these threats is going to be kinda hard. We do see the Gotchak, and now you just have to sit back. Like
yeah. I think at this stage you just build up your own board and hope your opponent doesn't have like the Rias in hand, or maybe doesn't have a Soul Sword for the Rias and mana. Just don't give him like any more cards, and good decision here to pass.
It's highly likely that Alms Wizard either has a Spiral Gate or Paladin in hand. If he had a Spiral Gate, I think I would have charged the Paladin first. So the cards that you would like to keep around for Spiral Gate, because he did have a 50-50 split, so he should have a Water Guard in hand. And it's not... I think next turn might be pivotal, because if this is Mistria's extension turn... Oh, that is kind of rough. This plays well into Paladin, though. Like, I mean, like, this plays horribly into Paladin, but...
oh yeah, maybe there was an argument for swapping out the Belix, but if this is Spiral Gate, then
Spiral, against Spiral Gate this is good, but if this is Paladin, then you kill the Mistrias and you get rid of the Belixes and your opponent is mana burnt.
Yeah.
Low key, I do wish that it is the one of the 4 Paladins, but we'll have to see. Because I don't hate essentially wasting the Melnia for mana. Show us the Paladin. That would be so spicy.
No.
2 Mistrias? Oh. Ooh, okay. That doesn't feel too good.
No.
We might see something like Petrova on Belix. I mean, was there just one though for Xboom? I think there was.
I mean, it's still fine as long as Xboom doesn't like really spam the board here with more like Belixes. And I don't really like the attack here, because you lose like your bait for Crystal Paladin now.
Yeah.
Even though he doesn't have it in hand clearly, if he top decks it next turn, it would have been really nice. Breaking 4 shields, bouncing 2 creatures, and killing something with Gatchak. But now he has taken away this option
Yeah.
here.
Something that also is noteworthy that X-Boom likely does figure it out, but he doesn't need the Mistrias anymore because Oms is at 1 card. He's not gonna be playing that many cards, so just emptying out your hand and trading the Mistrias in might be the play. But we'll have to see. Notably, every mana is creature-based currently, so Belix, if it were another Belix, it's not gonna burn him, but maybe this is a soul swap angle, I think. Soul swap for Forbos, and then you can find... Okay, just Bronze Arm Tribe. No nature mana, so let's see if that mattered. Palaulis. Oh, Slash, okay. Now I think you get rid of... I mean, not maybe even the Paladins, because if you're trading into the Melnia, do you even care?
It really depends how long this game will take. So there's a chance Om's Wizard can stack up some cards, maybe some Aqua Hulkers back to back, and then Paladin gets scary. But maybe you even slash just the Hulkers because only the 4 Hulkers are like his card draw, and just drawing 1 card at a turn is at this stage not enough.
Yeah, and it's favorable for X-Boom if he's going for like, okay, look, I drew an Ikats. Okay, I drew whatever card, and yeah. The main out here seems to be just like getting a Paladin out, and then you can push through.
Yeah.
Let's see if X-Boom decides to trade or not.
Yeah, but...
If X-Boom saw all of the Paladins, I think not attacking is alright. But if you didn't see, like if you saw that 2 are gone, then you have to assume that like it's a combination of hand and... Alright.
Yeah.
I do agree with this because you still have 3 cards in hand and you have more mana, so you have plays available.
Yeah, and you even have another Rias in mana, so if you need it again, you have 3 soul swaps left.
Yes. We do have a lot of creatures out though, so... And I do like this attack, because now it's nearing the scenario where you're drawing 1 card a turn and it's gonna be worse than X-Boom's plays, so now you're essentially forcing the block or you're gonna get through, so let's see.
I think you would... If you take the first one, you... Yeah, I think I would take the first one and then block... no, if you block like the second spinning turret, then Gatchak can run her through. So if you take the first one, you have like... No, you can block the... Yeah, because Belix can block the Gatchak here. Yeah. So I think this was good, taking the first shield, seeing if there's like a shield trigger, and then blocking the second one.
Yeah, I like how both of them played the turn.
Yeah.
But I do think this is a bit of a heavy board state for Om's Wizard to play around, because X-Boom does have options, and like just any combination of Soul Swap and blockers is already doing quite a lot of work. But something to note is that there's no plagues, so there's no mass removal, there's no fire, so you are presenting threats, and you're also presenting a Paladin evolution, so probably a Sky Sword in hand, so Sky Sword and a Soul Swap, I would guess.
Yeah, Sky Sword was like the best card for this moment, and...
Ooh, Ikats, okay. We do know that there's, like, we have seen, let's see, Om's Wizard's Grave. There's still 6 cards left in the deck and shields that are good now, which would be... I like the attack. This attack, I think, is very nice. The bad thing is that if he top decks a Spiral Gate, and then this is rough, but seems to be a Halkus, yeah. So no change.
Yeah, and I would have liked him, no. he only has like 1 water mana, so if he gets like Aqua Guard, yeah, he can't play it either way. So yeah,
Yeah.
but Aqua Hulk is definitely one of the better top decks here. He wants to draw more cards, and X-Boom can't really get rid of it. His only discard spell is like Lost Soul, and that's would basically be his whole turn. So yeah, Aqua Hulk is really good. Not sure about this mini attack again because
I think
Blossom Tribe could just kill it.
yeah, I think the attack is fine because like you're winning by killing the shields, and yeah, currently you're presenting a paladin evo, and I think being able to present that is good, but like, does it matter if it was this turn that he broke the shield or next turn, because it's going to be swung into, so I don't know.
Yeah, it needs to be broken anyway. It's just like 1 more card X-Boom is getting, and it really
Yeah.
depends which card it was. But yeah, if there's like, and it also depends on what Om's Wizard has in hand. So yeah, we don't know. It could be fine. I would have waited personally.
Yeah.
For, like the next turn, not giving him like 1 more card, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, slash for a paladin again. X-Boom
Yeah.
seems to be in a good state, because if you're retrieving a soul swap, a slash charger, that does seem like you're enjoying your current state pretty well.
Yeah, and he didn't charge any mana this turn, so he must like every card he has in hand, or maybe he doesn't even need more cards for this turn. Maybe follow up with another Sky Sword. So X-Boom feeling good at the moment.
And something we can note here. Okay, taking Melnia out, so it does seem like paladins are in the shields, question mark? Which is kinda unfortunate for Om's Wizard, but...
Another slash charger.
Yeah. Something to note here is, though, that since X-Boom is running multiple slash chargers, having more copies of the paladins does help. Because if this was one of those lists with just one, it would be a one and done kind of a deal, where you see that it's either in the shields or it's in the deck, you take it out and move forward. Are we gonna see? I think Fortress and you just burn 2 mana. Like, this is...
burn the water mana. Yeah.
I like this inclusion of the fortresses, because you can now create an impossible board state where your opponent can't really play anything, and you're still able to play something, so let's see.
Yeah, Om's Wizard really needs to get a water mana. And needs X-Boom to break like multiple turns from now.
Yeah. Water mana and Halkus. That would be pretty good.
This would be, yeah.
So we do have a play available. So we do have the Jewel Spider out. You could technically draw one of your potential paladins, but I think just waiting for a removal spell is best. 6 mana. Ooh. Oh, please, please. Close your eyes. I don't want to witness this. This is a massacre. Oh, Lord.
Yeah, the Holy Ore is like the pseudo mass remover from this color combination. And yeah, I think at this point, yeah, it's quite over in my opinion.
Yeah, because now the current state is, yeah, you can get 1 shield, but then X-Boom is getting 1 more card that he can play, and neither of those things sound appealing. Leaving a shield and letting your opponent untap their blockers, or just like giving a card, but I don't know. Seems heavily to be X-Boom 1-0 in this specific one game, but we'll see. The good thing, though, is that Jewel Spider can draw you a card. So if you go for the shield here and X-Boom swings into it, then you get to pick up one of your shields, but...
Yeah, and Om's Wizard not like playing or charging the card he has in hand, so
Ooh,
must be like some sort of maybe water card which he wants to keep.
yeah.
So maybe a Hulkers, maybe
Yeah.
Paladin, something like that.
Paladin I would have probably charged.
Yeah.
Ooh, soul swap. Yeah. And next turn you can just fortress. Let's hope he gets a water mana from the shields. But let's see. Jewel Spider value. Counting up, let's go. One instance of a card draw, let's go. Very nice. Oh, and the Aqua Guard. Chef's Keys. Halkus. But still, looking at your opponent's board state,
Yeah.
he can do... X-Boom can quite literally do anything right now.
And I think X-Boom can even start attacking because there's like no shield trigger creature from Om's Wizard. He's only playing like... Oh, he's playing Locomotive. Yeah.
Yeah.
But no Aqua Surfer, so... Yeah, I think if he's breaking like 2 shields now, activates Camellia next turn, he has 4 attackers for 2 shields. I think this would be pretty safe, but I can also see like waiting one more turn here.
And I think you either just take Sky Sword or the other Fortress.
Yeah.
Could even just go for a Belix if there was still one left. Did he run more than 2?
He's
Let's see.
playing 4 Belix, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, Fortress is just the aggressive choice. Like, if you don't see yourself losing in any combination of cards next turn, you can just burn the mana, and it's looking pretty good. But yeah, something to note about, like, Cryptic Totem is that, like, with the Fortress lists, you can kind of figure out the thing that you're not necessarily scared of the triggers when you can't combine the trigger with any single card. And even if it's like a Surfer, usually you just don't extend if you would lose to one creature trigger. Like, that's not smart in any case.
Yeah.
But like, then you can even poke at the shields and you're like, okay, now I hit the Locomotive, okay, I'm gonna stop here. And if not, you just go for the shields. Your opponent untaps. They can't really use the cards they drew that well. And then you just kill more shields, so...
Yeah. And usually it's the debate between playing Cryptic Totem or Fighter Dual Fang, but Fighter Dual Fang is just so much better, I think, in this slot because he's ramping. On turn 6, you have like the 4 Blossom Tribe for Skysword. You evolve them, you are ramping into the Fortress Shell next turn. You are going from 6 to 8 mana. Next turn 9, you can play Fortress. And also, it's like you're only out against the opponent's Alizonius.
Yeah.
Or other 8-K creatures, but yeah, mostly against Alizonius. So I think Fighter Dual Fang is just like better overall. And as you said, Cryptic Totem not really
Yeah.
needed if your opponent can't play much.
Yeah, something that I'm gonna dig out my list, the 40 card, but I didn't play Dual Fang nor Cryptic in 40 cards. Let's see. Where is the... Okay, now I'm finding the list.
And X-Boom passing here is a bit too passive in my opinion. Just, I mean, he's playing like maybe a Soul Swap next turn again, and then he's at like 0 mana, but he could have easily attacked with like 3 creatures and now have finished the game without like any risk. So.
But yeah, I think something is to note about tournament play is that if you play Coleman Collected and you just take your time because there's no round timer, like whatever is the least stressful thing for your brain to like go for a secured win, like whatever floats your boat. But I do agree that you could do a safe attack there, but yeah, my 40 card version was 2 Belixes, 2 soul swaps because of the restriction, 2 clamps, 2 locos, and 2 lost souls, and 2 terror pits, and then Spiral Gate, Stream, Skysword, Fall, Plague, and Fortress at 4. Just like no one-offs, just consistent. and pretty. So we're going through the motions. X-Boom is just helping Ohm's Wizard pick up his cards. Oh, still going for the activations.
I hope he's attacking now. I mean, he's at 0 mana. It doesn't get like any better from
Yeah.
this point for X-Boom. Like even like a Locomotiva doesn't do anything.
Like it has to be a combination of Locomotive and Spiral Gate, because just Spiral Gate can let your opponent bounce one of the blockers, but then they can't even follow up with a play blocker. Yeah. We're pressing the gas pedal. Vroom, vroom. Let's go. Oh, first shield. Let's go. But
Still.
Still.
Yes, discard his card in the hand because of Ice Vapor. It's like...
And next turn it should be GG's, but let's see.
Yeah.
As a side note, shout out to all you viewers. A wonderful amount of you guys here, and it's great to see. Duel Masters TCG alive. Chef's kiss. The best.
I heard that Wizards of the Coast has contacted you guys because of the mega meet. I think X-Boom said that, but didn't really talk about like what they wanted from you guys. Maybe it's a secret, but I was quite surprised that they still care about like this game in the West.
Yeah, I don't have insight on it because I'm not in the board anymore because of like other just endeavors, and I just wanted to have a break and not be like the organizing person in everything. So I've been just enjoying seeing how the guys are handling things, and interested to see as well what's cooking underneath. Aqua Guard opener, but there's no Spin Slicer to follow up, so...
I'm also not sure if I really like this against like a control deck, playing like the Aqua Guard turn
Yeah.
one. I mean, it's nice if you have like a Aqua Paladin then on turn 4, so you can evolve it, but... Yeah, we'll see how the next turns are turning out. So usually when looking at like he has 16 2-drops, 4 of Duel Spider, Melnia, the Spinning Terror, and the Propeller Mutant. And against control, I think you should play like the Duel Spider, or maybe the and no.
Oh no! Oh, this seems like a bricky hand. Not like this.
Yeah, that must be like no darkness mana here, because with 16 2-drops he surely has like a 2-drop like a Melnia or something in hand.
Oh lordy.
So maybe he has a Melnia in hand. So I would have liked the Melnia charge maybe turn 1, and then could have played like a 2-drop on turn 2.
Yeah.
Even now, like charging the Melnia would have been nice, so he gets like darkness mana, but maybe he doesn't have Melnia in hand.
Yeah, okay. This is not yet nightmare territory because there was no Belix on 2. Yeah. But let's see if there's the bronze arm or slash charger. Yes, we do have it.
Yeah, and usually out of these 4 2-drops you want to play like the Spinning Tower to hedge against the Belix, so Spinning Tower can still attack. And then Duel Spider is like also really good because the opponent is not breaking your shields, so picking up or essentially drawing a card is also good. And and then Propeller Mutant is basically, in my opinion, the worst because you are given the opponent shields anyway when attacking, so discarding like 1 card out of 4 or 5 is not that huge, so a bit of anti-synergy with the Propeller Mutant effect, but better than nothing.
Yeah, it's like it's the best 2-drop after those things, and you just gotta go with it. Another option could be the Brain Spider or whatever, the one that returns from mana.
Yeah. Yeah, and also maybe like Emerald
Ooh.
could be fine.
Oh no, we do have the Paladin. Oh damn. Oh, I mean the Balsa from the first shield.
Yeah.
But if we have a Spiral Gate, okay, there's 2 in the mana, but we could see
Yeah, so
something.
maybe he could have attacked with like Spinning Terror first to play around Balsa, but there's still Terror Pit, so yeah, I think the attack order was still fine, was still right.
Yeah. Still unfortunate. Not the thing you want to see from the first shield. So let's see, is this a Sky Sword Slam or is this a Soul Swap thing or what's X-Boom cooking?
He's thinking for quite a long time, so I think he's debating between like playing it safe with Sky Sword or maybe developing Mysterias for
Yeah.
future follow-ups. Okay.
Maybe a Slash and then a Soul Swap for Petrova or Charmeleon, I don't know.
You can swap Petrova and call Mecha Thunder, and then you can kill the Crystal Paladin.
Yeah.
But then you don't have like any light mana left. Not sure. Maybe just like another Slash Charger.
Oh, I was
Or
disconnected. Ooh. I'm still in the game. It momentarily disconnected from the server, but still fine.
Yeah. Team is still fine, yeah.
Let's see if there's a follow-up. I mean, it's not even the worst necessarily if there's no follow-up, but we'll have to see.
Yeah. Also, Dimension Gate would be nice, yeah.
Oh yeah.
For like a Sky Sword.
And you can figure out your shields while doing that.
And yeah, X-Boom slashing Hulkers instead of the Crystal Paladin. Again, I only like 4 Hulkers in the deck, the only card draw here.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, there's Jewel Spider. Okay, bro, some trap from him.
Yeah. But yeah, like the
board a bit more.
Yeah, the only way Oms can like develop 2 things in one turn is if he actually has the raw cards or he has Hulkers. Okay, Spiral Gate is not the worst play. And we have a follow-up creature, okay.
Yeah, X-Boom can even hard cast Balsa next turn, but that's pretty scary when stop decking like a Spiral Gate or even another Crystal Paladin.
Oh, another trigger? Soul Swap? I like Soul Swapping Bronze Arm back and forth personally, or even Charmeleon. Because you can't get Fortress right now, but...
Yeah. Maybe you can even swap like the Petrova and...
Yeah, say Beast Folk. Yeah.
Yeah. Because otherwise you can't really kill anything from your opponent.
Yeah, it's whether... Oh, it also depends on X-Boom's hand, I think. Like, if X-Boom needs the 1 more mana. Because, personally, I don't hate just going Bronze Arm back and forth. Obviously, would love to have a Sky Sword, but... Petrova Beast Folk isn't a bad call.
Yeah. I'm not sure if I like the Blossom Trap back and forth. Maybe there's even like the Spinning Terror for Aqua Guard, like saving 1 more shield and putting a blocker in, which like can't attack next turn. Yeah, but it really depends if he needs like the light mana next turn.
Yeah.
Or if he has another light card in hand.
Yeah, because notably he currently can't play like a combination of Sky Sword and blocker because of the 1 light mana.
Yeah.
And if he swaps out the Petrova, then obviously no more light cards left, so...
Yeah. And that's why he's thinking for so long there are...
yeah.
Like basically these 3 or 4 decisions, like either Petrova or Camellia or Blossom Tribe or like the opponent's Spinning Terror for Aqua.
Could also put the Paladin out if he's not able to deal with it. Like, just swap it and put an Aqua Guard back. definitely options. But since we can't see X-Boom's hand, then it obviously matters. Like, if X-Boom has a Sky Sword and Soul Swap, then personally I don't hate just putting the Paladin out, and then you just develop more shields, like 2 shields, and who cares, you're getting ahead. I think Charmeleon is a little slow. It is the bronze arm back and forth. Initial call was agreed upon.
Yeah.
Let's see. And maybe X-Boom got a little lucky with the second light mana. We'll have to see. Yeah, Rush Prophet is Solomon. Third light mana. Are we gonna see Sky Sword, Soul Swap, Sky Sword, maybe?
Maybe he wanted like the Belex now and the charge wasn't.
Oh, Faliga, okay.
Oh, and now, yeah, nice. And now Foul for Petrova and to Bespoke. And
yes.
Yeah, nice.
And now you just have to do the order correctly. Oh, I mean, it dies actually. Yeah, it dies against Paladin anyway, so it doesn't matter, but still. Very solid turn. And Oms is at 1 card. The best draw would be a Halkus plus Aquaguard. This is entering really, really unfortunate territory. Imaginary vote goes to X-Boom. Awesome stuff. Yeah, Oms, I believe, is has the highest bids. And yeah, I was mentioning that like the 2 decks I want to have perform well are these 2 that are playing currently, so the Water Darkness aggro and X-Boom's cooking list. But me and Spaulding both agreed on betting for FN Rush to win the tournament.
What was your choice? Again, did you tell us what you expected like this match to turn out?
This one, no, I was just doing the whole tournament. But this one, X-Boom, mainly because there's just too many blockers, kind of. And like some of the key things that could, like I think Unicorn Fish is one card that's really good in the Water Darkness list when you're looking at decks. Like even Soul Swap stuff, like if you bounce a Bronze Arm Tribe, if your opponent plays a Bronze Arm Tribe instead of a Sky Sword, you're probably happy, so. But...
And X-Boom deciding to not play the Dimension Gate, although he had 3 mana left, so... Not sure what his other card is in the hand, but...
Yeah. Oh no, just Aquaguard. Yeah. Oh well. It is what it is.
Yeah, and I really like Claude Alpha's list a bit more with like the 4 lucky balls, and I think he's playing.
Yeah.
Twisted Spin Slicer, and I'm not sure if he's on Paladin, but yeah, just as we see here, like Lucky Ball would be pretty huge here. And yeah, the 4 Paladin are nice against like the blocker decks from X-Boom, but you need to have the baits for it, and Aquaguard is like not a card you would usually want to play because it just can't attack, and if you play Spin Slicer and Paladin, it has just more purpose. So
yeah,
being able to play like a turn 2 speed attacker is also 5k.
Yeah,
is pretty huge.
and also
can't be removed by like Miraculous Snare because it's an evolution creature.
Yeah.
So.
And also like later on you can just play it as a 3 mana speed attacker.
Yeah.
Which is, well, I think it's properly appreciated, but still, like when you're not you might not be thinking about like inherently about like the threat of a speed attacker, but you can get swung by it.
Yeah.
Ikats. Do we have another follow-up? All right.
And, like the only downside of Spin Slicer is that it is like blocker, which is kind of counterintuitive because it's just like the more keywords the better, but
Yeah.
usually you want to go like aggro with it anyway, so it rarely even blocks, and being blocker means it can be killed by like Comet Missile, maybe
Yeah.
even rare Wind Axe or Galek even.
Yeah.
Oh,
Melnia. Nothing else. Happy to hear, Solomon. Happy to hear. Man, Exboom is just enjoying life currently. All the mana. Oh, another Mistrias. I don't think he's worrying at all. Good lord. Slashing out another paladin, I guess. Oh dear.
yeah, and the first result we have is Solomon winning against Code Alpha 2-0, so Fortress Burn winning against Hydro Hurricane.
Yeah, okay.
So yeah, basically in this matchup, Hydro Hurricane wants to see an early Ice Vapor and wants to see the Dream Curve by Giga Slug, Giga Balsa, and then Giga Salt.
Yes.
So assuming this didn't happen like for the two games, and at some point the Fortress Burn is just is taking over.
I'll just report the scores while we're at it. So it was 2-1 for Solomon or 2-0?
2-0.
Okay. There we go.
And yeah, Exboom starting to attack now, so yeah, even having a bit more protection. Last shield could be like a shield trigger, which saw you attack with Petrova last.
Right.
And yeah.
Oh, now charge mana and go for a paladin. Ooh, but still can't do both of the things. Unfortunate. Solomon, you have to give credit to yourself as well. Luck is a part of card games. And you're still manipulating it to your best, like you're playing it to the best outcome. So top 8 and playing in the CIDC is nothing short of an impressive feat. So gotta give yourself credit. I'm happy that both of the players, at least one of these decks won the first round, but that is solely because they played against each other. So I hope Oms is able to do some lower bracket running as well.
Yeah.
So Oms decides to call it because he doesn't have an out here. So beautiful stuff. GG's to Exboom and Oms as well, and congrats Exboom on the win. So 2-0 for Exboom.
And I'm quite surprised Dark Sun against Modest is still going.
It is?
Usually,
Whoa.
yeah.
I'll hop right
At least
over.
they didn't report the match, so I assume it's still going.
Let's see. Join to spectate Dark Signer. Did we get a result from Otto and Weezing yet?
No.
Okay. So let's see the Modest match here. Because it is the FN Rush.
So I assume when it's going for so long, it's like a 1-1 situation last game.
Alright, I have the game open and I'll just have to switch this over like so. One moment, guys. There we go. Let me ask. Oh, Plague. This is on a knife's edge. And it is 1-1.
Yeah, and Plague at this point, yeah. One of the better cards, that's where you play for, because you on one hand remove the creature which can kill you next turn, and you remove the mana, so there's no speed attacker next turn, which can also kill you.
Yeah. Like, I think the 40 cards, just the consistency and like it's better against aggro, and in the mirrors you just hit the bronze arm more often. Personally, I like it, but there's obviously like the Sky Sword, like you not wanting to deck out, but 2 drops here is though really good. Now Darksigner does in fact need either a Sky Sword and a defensive thing or a Plague again.
Yeah.
Let's see the grave if there's multiple. 2 plagues, probably back to back, I assume.
Yeah, he's playing 4 plagues, and we already see 2 in the graveyard, so 2 are left.
And we do see 1 soul swap gone, 1 in the mana. So it's not super probable for him to have like exactly the soul swap. 2 terror pits are gone, 2 surfers, 1 spiral gate. I think Darksigner would have already played the plague if he had it.
Yeah.
Yeah, mushroom doing work against plague. Heavy
Yeah,
lifting.
mushroom really nice. Yeah.
Big think. If it's a big think moment, I think it might be a Belix angle or a soul swap thing, but if you have the soul swap, you don't really have, like, there's no clear way of doing soul swap into plague aside from charge mana. Then you have 9 mana, you soul swap, hope you hit untapped mana, then you go for a plague. But I think the question then is whether you're accepting of the outcome that you just probably lose if you don't hit the untapped mana.
Yeah, and the thing is, if like the plague is enough, because next turn he just replays the mushroom, charges the mana. I mean, he's losing like 2 cards, but
Yeah.
he basically has, if Darksigner is playing plague, Modus has 4 cards in hand, he's drawing the 5th one, charging a mana, 4 cards in hand, playing Shroom, 3 cards in hand, charging mana, 2 cards in hand. So it's basically the same situation, except he has like 1 less card. So
Yeah. Notably though, Darksigner would be ahead by 1 mana, assuming he charges this turn. And that might be a like important mana break point, but
yeah, I think the best play would be like Plague and Belix if he has it, but maybe he has like 2 multicolor cards and a Belix. This could screw him up.
right,
So
yeah.
maybe a lot of angles here.
So we know there's 10 multicolor cards here. I think it's a soul swap plague, and if you don't have, like, whether you want to just play the safe route, which is just play the plague, so you don't get bricked by a multicolor card, but I think the odds are fair enough if you want to go for the soul swap here. Oh no, logic Q? Oh, okay. Oh, he didn't. Oh, unless it was something.
Playing the stream.
Oh, he did have the plague.
Yeah.
Oh, the greediness. Damn. And with the.
I didn't.
Oh, but maybe he drew. Maybe he drew into the plague though.
He drew.
Maybe
Yeah.
Okay. He had 3 cards in hand, so it was Fall, Iga, Clamp, and Energy Stream. So he only had access to Fall and Soul Swap. That's a difficult, Fall Swap and yeah. And other was like Energy Stream into Soul Swaps, like maybe 2. It's not an easy call, but GG 2-1. All right, let's hop over to the last game if we still have that going on. Otto Weezing does seem to be alive still. So Darksigner, Modest 1-2-1, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and Weezing usually known for not being the fastest player in the rest. So you expect the game to go a bit longer than usual, especially when Fortress is facing like survivors.
Yeah, it is a grindy matchup. All right, then we just... There's a thing where you have to, like, what happens is essentially OCTGN counts as a new window opened, so I can't use the same stream source when I'm opening up the game, so I need to switch the source back and then switch it back on, so... Oh, bracket? I updated it though. Sorry, let me... Move bot. Why are you being silly? Let me double check the link.
Oh yeah, the bot is still IDC 5, yeah.
Alright, it should be... Yeah, now it should. Just type it again. There we go. Not much of an URL difference, but there we go. Thanks for a heads up. Oh, let's ask, by the way, probably game 3?
I would hope so, yeah.
And I would assume that it was wheezing on the play. But obviously Otto has less ramp, I guess, a bit. Otto 1 dice, okay, so Otto did start. So...
Yeah, I think Weezing already played like maybe 1 or 2 Fortress this turn. Maybe only 1. Regarding the cards in the graveyard, but yeah, and you have to keep an eye on which cards to burn from the Fortress Shell. You don't really want the opponent's survivor players to destroy their survivor creatures, because they can just get it back with the graveyard. So you usually destroy everything else, and if there's like nothing left, then you go after the survivors. Even though there's like a soul swap left and they can swap out their survivors, but seeing already the 2 waveforms on board, you go for the non-survivor cards.
Just slamming down the fortress is pretty nice, and now you can just get Sky Sword and... Sky Sword and... I don't know, like, I think Replay Lotus is safer in the grave. I mean, mana, sorry. Because,
yeah,
like, Grave Worms...
I think you just slash the nature mana, so go for
Yeah.
Sky Sword and Blossom Tribe, and...
I think the best way for Otto to kind of stay... I mean, it's quite a neck-and-neck game, but I think soul swapping the Replay Lotus after you have Smash Horns out and then you can just clear the board is pretty nice. Like, slowly, but... Nature mana's out. Ain't no betting for Otto, so he should win. Just his charm. Well, Otto did did win the die roll, so that's already one step in the right direction. Oh, the grind is on though. God damn.
Yeah, pretty good for Otto, pretty bad for Weezing.
Yeah.
Getting to search another survivor and a spell.
Now,
Of the Phobos.
I think it's between another Phobos or another factory cell. Okay, so Phobos, yeah.
Yeah, usually I would... I mean, yeah, he doesn't have like light mana at the moment, and I think he searched on Holy Awe earlier with Phobos, yeah. So he has a Holy Awe in hand and Phobos now.
Yeah.
So basically...
Dark Signer, it was because the factory cell triggers the Phobos. He just replayed it. He played the factory cell while Phobos was out. Not an illegal play. Don't worry. I have my eyes on here. Don't worry. But yeah, good catch though. It did look kind of suspicious, but it's just so you can trigger the.
Yeah, and you your camera is blocking the chat where you could see like Factory Shell
Yes.
being
Yeah.
played
Yeah. Yeah.
first,
Yeah.
and then Phobos.
Yeah.
But
It is
yeah,
tactically placed because if people are throwing shade or we need to ask something, then it's.
yeah. No, it's good. Yeah.
Another option would be just a magnificent stream where it's like the match is instead in my camera's place and then the rest of the stream is just like my armpit or something. Send subscriptions, guys. Oh my god, that's. Ooh.
Now you can't really. I mean, you can burn the smash on, but next turn just charge light mana and
Yeah.
oh no, you can't even play Phobos next turn.
No, he's
So
at 5, yeah.
yeah,
Maybe could soul swap, but I don't know.
and sometimes Otto's decision by like searching the spells or the creatures from his deck is, in my opinion, not like on point. I saw this last IDC too, where he searched for Holy Awe multiple times and then not playing it for the next 3 turns because he had something better to do. And here he searched for like Holy Awe and Phobos and swap, and now he can't play either of these cards he has in hand. So I would have liked him to search a Smash on with Factory and a swap for Phobos just for this case your opponent is slashing you, is burning you, and then you could just play or just charge the swap, play a Smash on, get the Smash on out of graveyard, search another Smash on from deck, and so on. And now you really have to hope for like a lucky top deck here.
Yeah,
Because
we do have to
can't play anything.
Yeah, we do have to agree though that Weezing did have a pretty above average sequence of draws, assuming he did draw into either of those fortress shells. I don't think there's necessarily better cards. I mean, Fal Eager do the same impression, but still.
There. When looking at his graveyard, there are still like 3 soul swaps left. There are 2 fortresses left. There are 2 Fals left getting the swap. There are 3 Miraculous Plagues left. So every one of these cards would have set him back to 4 mana. So there were quite a lot of outs. And yeah, luckily he got like the Factory Shells, so he can play Soul Swap now. But yeah, would have liked him to search or to hedge like against one of these many top decks from.
I like swapping. Yeah, so I'm thinking Replay Lotus out because you gotta start chipping at these creatures, but because you still get the triggers, like you don't benefit. I think something to consider here is whether you want to light mana into like Phobos into your mana if you need the light mana outright, but then you don't have the Phobos trigger right now, so probably just like Grave Worm out and Replay Lotus in. It doesn't.
I would really like him to follow up with something. He has like the Smash on in the graveyard, so I would really like to swap out a nature mana.
Right, yeah.
So I would like him to swap out the Factory Shell, even though it sounds like a bit suspicious, but swapping out Factory Shell, which he does, yeah.
Okay, just trading. Okay.
Going for the value play here.
Yeah, you can just.
Yeah. I think Ripple Lotus was also pretty fine. Swapping out Ripple Lotus, getting back the Smash on, playing Smash on. You have 2 Smashers on board, and you can tap the opponent's Fortress Shell, and then your Phobos has 6k, so you can kill the the Fortress. And you get also a search from Phobos. You can search for Soul Swap.
Exactly.
And then next turn you have 2 Factory Shells in mana, so you can swap one of your creatures, get the Factory Shell back, get the grind game back. But this way, I think it's also fine, but you can't kill one of the opponent's creatures. And there's a place where Weezing plays a Miraculous Plague next turn and starts swinging for 5 shields.
Yeah, I agree. No. Like, I think the difference here is whether you want the Replay Lotus out now or you want to increase your hand size, but
yeah, it's really scary here. If just the 5 shields are gone from the 5 attacks, and maybe I'm not sure what the last card from Weezing is. Could be, if it's like a Fighter Duel Fang, or if you top decks a Fighter Duel Fang, there could be game on board. So pretty scary for Otto. But he searched his deck, so he would know if there's a shield trigger in hand, so he could be a bit more quote unquote carelessly. with the play.
Yeah. But yeah, I think deck building wise, the Replay Lotus one-off is very good because it's another effect of like the similar value where it gives you continuous pressure. Like when you have this out, you can just kill everything your opponent plays, like every single turn, because you already usually have enough of a established board state when you get Replay Lotus out, and it's like the cost for running it is pretty low because you're just including one card that you can find either from your mana with Soul Swap or just like by factory shell shenanigans. And something to note about the deck that is beautiful, it's like it's been discussed before already, but still the slash charger, get out your Grave Worm into your grave, then you play Grave Worm, get another Grave Worm back, and then you can continue the like grind value. It's beautiful.
Yeah. Yeah, usually you would slash like your factory even would be
Yeah.
be even better on turn 3, but yeah, but the game is at a stage where it could like end like either this turn or maybe like the next turn. I think either one of those two players can finish the game in the next 1 or 2 turns.
Yeah, it's definitely on the knife's edge. Weezing notably has much less cards that he has access to, so when we look at the situation, then technically Weezing is behind by a lot because next turn, even if Otto is lower on mana, like the amount of raw options Otto has is like very, very high, but if it's exactly Plague or a way to play Plague, it looks pretty alright, but you still need to start swinging at some point, and I think if you have access to Plague now, then you should likely get, like, have to either swing, but I don't know, we'll have to see.
Yeah, because next turn Otto can just play Holy Ore and pretty much clear the whole board.
Yeah. Because we do have the static 2000 plus, even though we have the wrong version of Smashhorn on the card pack, it's not a 3k creature by default, but this is game 3 and Otto was on play. Oh, I was looking. Oh, it was Plague, was it?
Yeah.
Oh, Logic you Plague, okay.
Yeah. So,
I mean, honestly, I think it's just the Smashhorns, and you just cut some mana out so he can only play one, and then you go to town.
Yeah.
Because then fortresses can't be swung back into, aside from just one 4-boss. Like what?
Maybe just like 1 4-boss, 1. Yeah, I think two Smashhorns and the nature mana is nice because you can only replay 1 Smashhorn. Yeah.
I would do Smashhorn, Factory, and Replay Lotus. So then, if he wants to swap out well, he can't do that, but like you get the idea. If you wanted to swap it out, you don't have access to green mana, so I think it's Smashhorn, Factory, Replay Lotus. Otto can just replay 1 Smashhorn next turn, then he can only swing 4-boss into one of them, and then the rest of the creatures, this is 3k, and these are 4k, so you get those out, you have 5 shields, you can swing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 even. But we should assume there's 1 trigger, because Otto was like 10 triggers, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay. But most of them are gone already. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and Otto's hand we have seen. Yeah. Should be like 1. Do you have an older image pack for OCDGN? Yes, I do. Like, I think this is from years back. So answer is yes. If you can link me towards the right one, that would be great. But yes, smash, this and Replay Lotus. Good play. I think that's correct.
Yeah.
And then you start swinging and you lead with the fortress shells.
Yeah.
And you just kind of have to hope that it's not first shield or how many was Otto on? Otto is on 2. Has he tutored for just 1 or?
Yeah, I think only 1 is in hand.
Okay, yeah. Thanks, Solomon. I'll do that later. Let's see last shield holy or oh no. Okay, yeah. It does look like GG. You have to destroy the shield, yeah.
No trigger.
Yeah, the only out would be... Actually, there's no out now because Otto can't have access to Sky Sword.
Yeah, and
Otto
knowing
knew.
there's no
Okay.
shield trigger because, but I think the one turn where he swapped out the factory and swapped in another factory was the losing play, instead of like the Ripple Lotus in and then start killing one of the fortresses.
Yeah.
Yeah. I assumed he had some triggers the way he played this.
Alright, Otto calls the GG. Okay. So 2-1 for Wheezing. Let's go. Let's hop over to the bracket. My good dudes and dudettes. Bracket here. So Wheezing 2-1. So our next round, round 2, battling out is Solomon on the Fortress Burn against X-Boom's Light Natured Darkness Control. We do have Wheezing on the Fortress against Modest on FN Rush. And then the lower bracket is going to be Water Darkness Aggro versus Hydro Hurricane. And then Otto versus Dark Signer Survivors and Fortress rematch for the matchup. I think we should start with Modest's game for the second round because it's gonna be faster. And generally, just as a note for the viewers, we'll prioritize the upper bracket games first because they are the players who have so far done better, and we want to like give the most competitive footage and just like see how it goes. Unless there's like a super sweet matchup, but we'll try to cover each and every deck at least once. So players, please make the rooms and get the games underway. We'll be joining Wheezing versus Modest. Let's see.
Yeah, and just based on our prediction that Modest will win is most likely to win the whole thing, I assume you would also vote for Modest in this matchup against Fortress Burn. Yeah, myself too.
Let's see. Oh, our cat is giving his cheers to all the players. Loud meows. We do have the other rooms. I don't see Modest's room yet. Oh, there we go. Now I see it. Alright guys, we are connecting. Enjoy the cutscene. We're going into the round 2. So please buckle up, grab a drink, have some snackies, and enjoy the show. Alrighty, we are waiting on the room to begin, and then we'll be kicking off round 2 of the CIDC 6. And yes, Bazat, I agree. And one of the, like, I think, well, basis for betting on the FN Rush is first good matchups at the start. So when we look at like variance, if you're in the upper bracket and you have 2 favorable matchups, even if you lose it, you still have decent odds of like making it through. But if you're immediately against the bad matchup and then you fall into the lower bracket, obviously it's more likely that you don't make it without any single loss to the finals. So But the FN Rush, like when we think about the matchups themselves, I think there's only like a handful of necessarily bad matchups. Like X-Boom is one of the worst matchups because of the blockers and the Balsa, but still like 3 Sky Swords instead of 4, and just like it's still being dependent on hitting the blockers. Like it's not that you have 30 blockers in the list, it's quite literally Belix and Ikas, and Belix on curve followed by a Bronze Arm Tribe is a good start and amongst the best starts you can get, but still you just play your threats and then you Comet Missile and you go to town. So I think it's just overall the matchups are really good for FN Rush. Like any...
Yeah, and even...
Yeah, go ahead.
And even against X-Boom, if you hold your Comet Missiles and X-Boom doesn't have like blocker after blocker or just needs to charge like a spell early on for the Belix, which sets him back, and then I'm sure you won't even play like the Belix.
Yeah.
Can turn out really badly for him too, really fast. So as you said, there is some variance. I would also think X-Boom is favored in this matchup, but if he doesn't have like any like meaningful shield triggers, like no Terrapit, no Balsa, and even if like the Terrapit doesn't like really stop an attack, it's just like maybe the last shield for the turn which is being broken by a creature. I think there's a good chance that Modest is also winning like this matchup. So
Yeah.
FN Rush, you can't really rule it out like this is definitely like a 70-30 matchup or maybe even a more worse matchup. I mean, you can build your deck this way that you can like 90-10 always beat Rush, but then you always lose to like any other deck which is a bit slower than Rush. Like you even lose to some midrange decks. Control demolishes you because you play so many like shield triggers like burst shot, pit, and so on, which aren't great against other control decks.
Notably, Weezing has a double surfer start, so quite a bricky hand. And Modest did charge a Torgon and Sniper Mosquito, so not really signaling anything right here, but we could see any combination of like Gonta or, in an ideal scenario, a Poisonous Mushroom into a 1-drop and then you return something. Oh, do we have the follow-up Deadly Fighter? Pyro Fighter into mana and Deadly Fighter out. Pyro into mana, Deadly Fighter, let's fucking go. Pyro Fighter, Deadly Fighter, let's... No! We almost got there, goddamn. Still a very good turn though. Oh, do we have a soul swap? It is something at least. Oh.
Yeah, and usually at this point you should always peek at the card first and then decide what to do with it, because now you're giving away information for Modest, and this is most likely a soul swap in this situation. Because like a Spiral Gate or a Terrapit or a Surfer he would have played by now.
Yes. Holy, or he would have just taken to hand, so...
Yeah.
The only consideration if we want to swap the Sniper Mosquito for Torgon, just to not have like additional draw.
No.
And I don't necessarily hate it, but if Modest does have Bronze Arm Tribe here and manages to find a Sky Sword into mana, he can maybe go for a double soul swap turn, which he would be at 1, then 3. Basically, he would be alive for the next 2 turns, but...
Yeah, I think not swapping Sniper out for the Torgon was the correct play, because when Modest is playing the Pyro Fighter back and forth, he also has some kind of mana sink where you don't really... where he only can play the Pyro Fighter and nothing else, because the Sniper Mosquito sets you back a mana. And the other way, you can still play the Pyro Fighter back and forth, but you get up to like 4 mana and play like another 1-drop or like Comet Missile in between.
Yeah.
So there's not much advantage at the moment.
Yeah.
And also, like pointing out the poisonous mushroom again, which was when looking back at the history of Fire Nature, Rush was like the newest edition. So early, really early lists of FN Rush, especially in the German community, didn't play poisonous mushroom, was just not on our radar.
Yeah.
And even when looking at some Singaporean lists with FN Rush, they played something like Burning Mane or Brutal Charge in the slot. But Poisonous Mushroom is just, I don't know how we overlooked this card, but just looking at the Sniper Mosquito, it just feels so natural to include this card. And as we have seen here, it's like the best 2-drop when you have the Sniper Mosquito turn 1.
Yeah, and the thing about Sniper, I mean Poisonous Mushroom, is that you can still play it and not forcibly discard a card. Like, I think in Finland it has been around for quite a long time, at least a bit longer than like maybe elsewhere, but still I can't recall. Like, I don't think we even have data on like the earliest FN Rush builds, because people were playing like some FN aggros, but like tournament wise, maybe we do have some early pictures somewhere, and it could be interesting to see. Unfortunately, the Spiral Gate. Logic Cube. Such a slow play, but you gotta do what you gotta do. Oh no.
Yeah, looking really grim for Weezing at the moment. Maybe hoping to get some kind of Blossom Tribe into Spiral Gate next turn. Maybe even he has 3 creatures in the mana zone. Maybe even like getting a Balix out of the shields, then playing Balix and Spiral Gate.
And not even having to play the Pyro, good lord.
Yeah, really good play, developing first and then playing the Speed Attacker, which gets bounced back to hand later. Good sequencing here.
Swap, but it's not like.
I mean, it saves your shield, so
you have
it's fine.
So it's Gonta for Torgon probably.
No, it's
it's Mushroom.
Mushroom can attack. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Gonta was played this turn. Yeah. I was thinking like the power difference if you develop a creature, but yeah, obviously if he can't attack.
Yeah, now the double sniper can be a liability when you bounce like or you burn yourself 2 mana, but at this point, again, no mass removal. There was no bounce from using far away from Plague, even no ramp this turn.
Oh, another Spiral Gate. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, this is this is an interesting turn because you can't really attack with both of them, I think. Depends a bit though. Like if you have a 2-drop and a 1-drop, then maybe, but ooh, this is interesting though. Gonta and the Polygon, I think. And I think you attack with at least 1.
Yeah.
And then you can contemplate whether like getting access to Pyro is good enough or you're satisfied with the Volcano arrows. And I think I would maybe be satisfied with the Volcano. Because you can still play Volcano next turn and then...
Yeah, I would also attack with the second one. Yeah.
So this is entering the territory where it's quite literally just like Sky Sword and hope for a trigger. Yeah. But the sad thing is that Soul Swap isn't gonna even cut it. Unless it's 2 removal spells, exactly. Yeah, you play Sky Sword, but you now can't Soul Swap Sky Sword because he can just Volcano arrows it.
Yeah, I mean, he can even play like the Mushroom out, and just don't care about like the Soul Swap.
Yeah. I mean, probabilities are on Weezy Modest side. Yeah, only Holio and was Weezing on 1-0. Let's see. 1-0, yes. Alright. It was not it, so We have the
Yeah,
GGs.
pretty good start from Oddest and pretty bad start from Weezing. I mean, he missed like the turn, the one drop after Poisonous Mushroom, but Weezing didn't have a turn 3 play, or at least a meaningful turn 3 play. Logic Cube is like whatever, and
Yeah,
then
yeah.
no good follow up, and yeah, nothing you can do.
Yeah, sometimes the game just deals you that hand and then you just have to roll with it. Unfortunate.
No. And especially when playing with FN Rush and against FN Rush, there you have a feeling that you can't really play anything else or better. You just get dealt the hands. Sometimes you just flip up the shields and I don't know, look at them, and if there's a trigger you play on. If not, then just concede right away. But it feels like that sometimes. But as we saw, Darkseid against Modest, there is still some skill, some decisions involved, going for the energy stream play or for the Miraculous Plague play when being in Darkseider's shoes.
Yeah, I'm just looking at I'm looking at the deck archive where we do have some old Fire Nature lists, and I'm trying to see if there's mushrooms here. No, an early photo is still screwdrivers and mega detonators, but otherwise it's the same. 2 comet missiles. Oh, this is like, I love seeing this because this is such a... Oh no, it's just 1 mega detonator. Okay, in place of 1. But this is already like a solid list, but no. Then we have this Diamondia variant. Let's see if I can find the earliest Poisonous Mushroom.
Yeah, and looking back at the game, this I think we are on turn 3 and the game is already looking pretty over at this point.
Oh my lord.
Yeah. I think now when Modest starts his turn, it's turn 4, and he went second even. Just like one drop, double one drop is yeah.
Yeah, it's it could be better. It could be better for Weezing here, but
I mean, I was in the last IDC, I was also playing Fortress Burn, but with 4 Magma Rex, with some spice, which would be really nice in this situation here,
yes.
having like a burst shot-esque trigger. Yeah, Cranium Clamp clears the hand, which is nice when so there's no speed attacker top deck or play possible next turn, and also the sniper sets you back. But yeah, not dealing with the board is not something you would aim for.
So it needs to be oh.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not enough. Damn. There we go. GG. Quick in and out. 2-0. 2-0 for Modest. Congratulations. 2-0 submit scores. And let's hop over to X-Boom Solomon here. Switch over this and Solomon room. There we go.
Just going back to the Magma Rex tech. It's also nice when your opponent is playing Ice Vapor, so you can play Magma Rex, kill the Ice Vapor without triggering it, which is something Fortress Burn wants. So, but I was quite unfortunate and played against 2 Survivor decks and went 0-2. And yeah, I looked like a clown with the 4 Magma Rex. But when playing against FN Rush, like being in Darkseid or in Weezing's shoes, it would feel pretty nice having 4 Magma Rex in your deck.
Okay, 0-0 still, so this is game 1.
So maybe we should jump back to like
the faster
Om's
game.
Wizard.
Yeah.
if it's still 0-0 and one of the players are out of the tournament in the losers bracket, so
Yeah, so it's
we
Oms
could
and Claude.
watch.
Yeah.
Yeah. We didn't see Claude at all,
Yeah.
so
Let's give Claude the screen time as well. And it's a nice matchup. I think it's pretty like Hydro versus aggro, and especially when there's a aggro with discard, it gets more complicated because you can't just safely like hold Mistrias in hand, stuff like that. Alright, so let me switch this once again. There we go.
yeah, and again with the 4 Paladin, is nice against an aggro and blocker heavy deck, so Claude has to watch out for the Paladin. And yeah, Claude's having 2 blockers on board, so perfect would be from Om's Wizard playing something like double 2-drop one of them, maybe being a Melnia even, and which can evolve into Paladin next turn.
Okay, so this is second game and Claude is 1-0. Oh, a bounce. Oh, but I mean, yeah, there's 2 blockers, damn. Oh, I really wanted to see the Gutchuck value, but it's not happening, I think. Where's
yeah,
the
Gutchuck really...
where's the something that just any 4-mana card that keeps you unblockable for 2 creatures? Come on. Come on, Wizards.
Yeah, Gutchuck really nice against like aggro decks or control heavy decks which don't play a lot of blockers, so like
Yeah.
Fortress Burn, but against heavy blocker lists like X-Boom and Claude we saw, Gutchuck is not that great.
Yeah, absolutely. You just play this 2 gray creature that sits there, but 3 cards for both though. Like I think ideal thing would be like water mana, Hulkus, Aquaguard, and next turn play a Paladin, but we do have the water mana. I do like the consideration here because like he had Spiral Gate. 2 2-drops. Not bad at all. Now like top deck Crystal Paladin is very, very good.
Yeah.
And now also notably Claude, if he has like Giga Balsa, it's just no play at all. Very, very important draw here. Jewel Spider? Propeller? Spinning Turret. Okay, now the question is, do you have to attack or not? You just suicide. I mean, you could technically force a block with Melnia, but I don't like leading with Melnia though. Okay, 1 attack. I was thinking if you wanna go like wide and then you just kill one of the things, and then you can use Gutchuck to kill the other, but
yeah, I mean here he is taking away the Crystal Paladin top deck again, which is his best top deck, but now Melnia's gone, so it's his worst suddenly. So I also don't like leading with Melnia. But there was also like the decision to not attack at all and then attack next turn. So when Claude is blocking, your spinning tower gets boosted.
Okay, so he decides to not. Okay, I understand this because if he only has 1 blocker, then it's so much more vulnerable. Like you just lead with Spinning Terror. So, like thinking about this, like the last turn, if you swing with Propeller, if it gets through, you're happy. If your opponent blocks, it's a block with Pala there. Then no, it has to be Belix because Melnia is open. But then you can swing the Spinning Terror.
Yeah, if Belix blocks, yeah, he can attack with Spinning Terror.
Yeah, and then Pala can't block. And then you can... just attack with Melnia. Guardian, probably? Yeah.
Crystal Paladin again, the best top deck here. Which could have threatened game.
Yeah, Halkus isn't bad either.
Yeah.
Nice. This is looking much more stable now. Something to notice that Hydro Hurricane, if you're playing on the back foot and you don't have time to play Mistrias out, then you can end up in these scenarios where you're like just playing one card and not anything else, and you don't have access to, like, the thing that Soul Swap creates is that you're able to cheat on mana costs, and in plethora of games, card games and digital games of sorts, like being able to skip resource costs is really big because you get to do more actions than you're supposed to be at the time. So like you're able to play Sky Sword and then you can swap it out for blocker or like bounce or like whatever. So now, it's time to swing, guys. Let's go.
Yeah, I like the attack.
Yes.
If he blocks, he can just pick up a shield. He can even decide to pick up the Melnia, which got set, but I think picking up a Random Shield is better to fish for the Crystal Paladin. And yeah, if it gets through, you just stop attacking and move on. You are happy with taking the shield. And,
Oh, gambling ethics. Stop when you're ahead. Let's go. Yeah, but these are like lovely intricate moments where you're just like, okay, can I afford to take the shield? Can I afford to block? Interesting.
I mean, if he doesn't block, he has the same situation like next turn. Like he doesn't like attack with anything on the Duel Spider, I would assume, maybe with the Petrova, but then you're giving him the shield anyway, so I think you have to block here. It doesn't. Okay.
Yeah, but this, as a decision point, this is something that can't be rewarded. Like the rationale, if it is a shield trigger, I get to do something, although it's not the best anyway. But I think maybe it was more of an angle for Claude, like I need to draw into, like, Plague is probably the best card here, but I don't think it changes that much if you block. Because, like, if you block, you still get those shields. And Gutchuck is your opponent chooses, right? Yeah, you can't destroy the Petrova anyway, so... So blocks this randomly discards, let's see.
Reasonable discard, yeah. Cutting another light mana or another blocker.
Okay, this is a slow turn, but Mistrias, and we do get a card in hand. We are threatening game point with a Paladin, but... Oh, 4 mana! Oh. But he gets to draw still. Gigaslug is a fine discard though. But the thing is now, okay, notably Claude doesn't have that much light mana, so even if he has like a light blocker, he can't spam those. At least as many, but imagine if there were the Marrow Oozes and you would just go like, 1 mana, play Marrow Ooze, draw Marrow Ooze, draw Marrow Ooze, let's go.
Yeah, but now like 1 Hydro Hurricane is pretty devastating.
Yeah,
but,
absolutely.
Doesn't have it. Doesn't even charge a mana here.
So this is still very good against, I mean, this is a very good Paladin top deck moment, but...
Even better than last turn, because now you have an extra attacker which can play around like a shield trigger.
Okay, so something that happened here is that Claude decided to see the draw from Laura Giga first, while holding up 5 mana and then follow up with the energy stream. Probably a contemplation if between like, if I draw a blocker, I'd rather play a blocker than the stream. Halkus. This is like, you need a holy or it's getting ugly.
Yeah, even though Hydro Hurricane is pretty devastating here.
Yeah. We do see the charge. Do we have a 1-drop to go along? Oh no.
And Claude doesn't even have Holy Ore in his list, so it's basically only Hydro
okay.
Hurricane, which is needed here.
Okay. Oh, this, oof. Unfortunate that he has missed the Hydro Hurricane though.
Still,
we still
have
the
Paladin.
Yeah. How many mana are we tapping? If it's just a Spiral Gate, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4 blockers, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, not enough. Okay, decides to charge, probably because of the Hydro Hurricane.
Giving Claude like one more draw, and at some point he can even play like the Aqua Hulkers and then into Crystal Paladin at 7 mana.
Yeah. Maybe Weezing is like figuring out that at this stage it doesn't matter if Claude has 5 or 10 blockers, the way to win is with Paladin, so like the amount of creatures isn't that essential, but
yeah, it still tends like Claude needs to get rid of some of the creatures, and looks like he doesn't have Hydro Hurricane. Otherwise he would have maybe played it a bit faster here.
Yeah. Plague, so it has to be like probably the, I mean, not Halkusis anymore. Yeah, it's just the brickiest creatures. I would have probably gone for the Loco, just because of the mana cost. You can't give the Paladin, obviously.
Yeah.
I think it's just Loco Gotchak as well. Oh, giving a cheaper card. I don't know why Claude is afraid of the discard, because he has the Mistrias even. Like, the important card can't be Hydro Hurricane, because he would have played Hydro Hurricane, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and still Crystal Paladin is still alive for attackers for 3 shields. So yeah, I think looking back at the deck building decisions, playing for Crystal Paladin is nice because for multiple turns you wanted to see this card.
Or just Melnia, or the Jewel Spider again.
But still, also Lucky Ball would have been nice on its own at this stage of the game.
The thing is, though, like, every creature you play out is one more card for Claude, and Claude is only 18 cards left in the deck, so it's pretty likely that he will soon draw the Hydro Hurricane.
No.
And just one Hydro Hurricane is gonna be GG, because the current board state gets rid of all the mana and everything except one creature.
No.
Pretty sure Claude hit it. It's so unlikely that he hasn't found one. And he can even lead with a 3-drop Darkness creature if he wants. If he has them, obviously, but...
Yeah, and can even decide to start attacking if you bounce like everything except the I don't know, locomotive, for example, just bounce the aqua guard, so your Giga Balsas can attack, and yeah.
We do see the 3 mana play. Are we gonna see 6 mana next? Unfortunately, the Gotchak isn't. Oh no, Hydro Hurricane, we're still alive. Oh my god. Oh, good lord.
Yeah, and it really doesn't matter if like Claude has like 4 or 5 or 10 blockers. It's just like, yeah, one Crystal Paladin.
Although it doesn't probably matter, I would have played the energy stream first to see if it's like, I don't know, a combination of like Laura Giga maybe. I guess you still Miraculous Snare, so.
Yeah, if you play like energy stream like first, even before playing Palolesis, you get 1 card deeper to find your Hydro Hurricane. So I think this would have been better, just play energy stream first and then Palolesis, but
We don't. Yeah, one thing is that we don't know if he had the stream or whether it was from the Pala.
Yeah.
But still, like, I agree. Yes. Oh, still no Paladin, dude.
Yeah, he's teasing us with the 4 mana tap.
Maybe he can just start tapping for mana like slowly, and we're like, whoa, one more.
Yeah.
I mean, another side note is that Claude needs to end the game as well. He's 10 cards left in the deck, so if he keeps drawing...
Yeah, and he basically only has like 1, 2, 3, 4 attackers at the moment, and the Giga Balsas can't really attack because of the Aqua Guard.
Damn. Is he gonna draw? He does. Oh my god. 3 mana, still no Hydro. Hydro. There we go.
Okay.
Finally. Took its while. I mean, it probably doesn't really matter, but I would have maybe kept the Aqua Guard around, and if Claude blocks a Giga Balsa with it, you just attack into it with a blocker, but...
Yeah.
That's just me. I mean, Claude did have to dig deep for that one, but also
Yeah.
Oms went through half of his deck, so... What a match, though.
Yeah, it was really a nail biter, because knowing there's like 4 paladins, there was a pretty good chance Om's Wizard could have top decked at least one of his 3 paladins which were left in the deck, or maybe even in the shield somewhere. But at the end, Claude Alpha drew more cards with his 1 Rias and won away with the game.
Oh, just the Hulk is here. Oh, but the Aqua Guard, can you believe it? Oh my god. Yeah, it's it was a well-fought fight. That's what we can say. But man, oh, so many tough deck spots. It was so intense. And especially with like the slow turns from Claude, like the Mistrias. And then we're getting the last shields out. Oh, a Spiral Gate pot. Alright, GG's. So Claude takes this 2-0. Let's update the bracket, and now we can go back to X-Boom. So Om's Wizard, unfortunately, eliminated from the tournament, but still qualifying for the CIDC is an impressive thing to do, so all the glory to him as well. X-Boom and Solomon, yeah. Let's see if it's still game 1 or no, I mean I think it's probably game 2, but let's see.
Yeah, I think X-Boom is the leading 1-0 at the moment.
Okay, yeah. I'm just now opening the match, so there we go, and then we switch here. There we go. Arami Clashit, cool. Oi. Herkkua. Let me move this. Did we ask if it's... good luck. Voittokotiva. Okay, so it's game 2, 1-0 for X-Boom.
Yeah, and last turn, Solomon had the chance to attack. X-Boom just developed the one Ice Vapor, and Solomon could have broken like 4 shields. And there's like no nature mana at the moment for X-Boom. Of course, there's a chance you could have given him nature mana with the shields, but having the Mysterious out and now even the Vapor, so the longer the game goes, the worse it is for you. So I think I would have liked an attack from Solomon in the last turn.
Players, so active in the chat. They're discussing concede then? Question mark.
Yeah, it's mostly Solomon being active in the chat, and
yes.
it's something we know from him, like right from the get-go, saying he has lost when like the first mana is being charged, but yeah.
And yeah, notably, like Ikats isn't an out currently. Okay, at least, like, I mean, good thing that he started swinging at those shields, because soon enough, the Holio would be like way worse. Like, Petrova on Guardian is still pretty bad here, but because you could kill both Dual Fang and you could clear Dual Fang, Fortress, and the Bronze Arm, and still keep your Mysterious, Ice Vapor, and Petrova out. X-Boom does have 8 cards, so just nature mana for a soul swap isn't unlikely.
No.
But then it would have to be probably the Bronze Arm to maintain the nature mana. Or rather build a second one, I don't know.
Yeah, you can even go... Yeah, charge nature mana is like step 1, and then even if you play Belix, you need to like bounce a spell, but then you have another body to be a swap target for Petrova.
Yeah.
But yeah, the attack Solomon made could have been done like the last turn, which is sometimes he's playing a bit too fast, being definitely on the totally opposite side from Weezing, and being like one of the fastest player, which sometimes screws you. But yeah, it also puts like the pressure on the opponent when you are suddenly back on your turn, and then maybe you don't want to think for too long as well. So
yeah,
he's forcing some mistakes maybe on the opponent by playing fast, but he's also making some mistakes himself.
Yeah, something to note is that, like, since there's no round timer, just taking your time to think is not prohibited. Okay, so we just have a Petrova play here. Guardian, and then you clear everything except the Fall. Yep. Belix. Maybe Morbid at this stage. Because if he swings back... Okay. I mean, I don't hate that at all.
Mm.
Yeah, precisely. I like this. Yep. I agree.
And he didn't draw with Rias when he played Petrova and Belix, so
Ooh, okay.
maybe he
he
has all the cards in his hand.
He wants to. I think he wants to stay ahead in the deck-out race because he's at 25. Solomon is at 24.
Ah,
So maybe
okay,
X-Boom
yeah.
is actually figuring out that like he wants to grind this.
Yeah, I mean he took back Slash Charger, so he could have afforded to draw maybe one card. But
True. Yeah.
yeah.
He does have 8 cards in hand though, so I could also see a reason to not draw. Like, the thing though is that there's only one Guardian on the board currently, and it is currently boosted by Petrova, so like but I don't think X-Boom really minds if there's one attacker for Solomon.
Yeah.
Now you just take a Fortress out, I guess. Or Faliga. Because Solomon has everything in his grave, right? Yeah. No Fortress as a swap target though, so...
I think he isn't really scared of like the soul swap, because the best one he can do is like swap Fall for a Fall.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I have no clue what's going on with the floating soul swap puzzle.
Yeah, sometimes OCDGN like bugs out and then a card sticks on the board.
It's just menacingly staring at me. Oh no. But yeah, I agree with the Fortress slash. No play at all, so... And not charging mana. I think I would
Sure.
I would have played, I mean, charged Bronze Arm to mana if it was there, but... Ooh. And we see the power of the Fortress. Water manas or something. You can cut that color out. Or nature for the most part. Okay.
Yeah, I think you're not really scared of the water cards, because even if there's something like Energy Stream or Sparrowgate, there's always the Ice Vapor tax you have to pay.
So what do you think about just swinging with the Faliga? Because the situation isn't getting better.
Yeah.
Because like if
Yeah,
there was no Fortress down last turn and X-Boom had 8 cards in hand.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter if you give him like the ninth card in hand, but yeah. So I also would have liked the attack, but again, Solomon playing either a bit too fast or just like gave up going through the motions, not sure.
Probably the latter, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think the Morbid now, because now Solomon's only out is really being with us. Okay, he decides to scoop it up. Okay. So was this 2-0 for X-Boom?
Yep.
Alrighty. 2-0 for X-Boom. Congratulations. Oh, and we're gonna see the matchup we've been waiting for. FN Rush against X-Boom. Has X-Boom been cooking enough for this matchup or not? Is Otto's and Darksider's match still going on? Does seem like it is. Let's go enjoy that as it is the last game of the round.
And we have quite a nice view here when you join. When you
Okay,
show
let's
the
see.
game screen.
Alright. Oh my god. What is the amount of shields, dude, and the sky swords?
Yeah.
Okay, when somebody asks you, how does the Duel Masters metagame look like? And you just send them this picture with only the shields and the sky sword showing. The mid-range slugfest. Oh lordy. What about the deck out count though? Dark Signer is at 24, Otto is at 25. Okay.
Yeah, but usually Otto is going deck out before Dark Signer because like of his factory shell and Rias. And if he wants to win the game, he needs to draw more cards than Dark Signer.
This is game 2 apparently, and Otto won game 1.
It's game 3. It's 1-1.
Ah, 1-1. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Basot. Thank you for your service. Okay, Dark Signer 1 die. Okay. Lost game 1. Okay.
Yeah, and usually Survivors has a really good matchup against Control. So that's why maybe Otto decided to play Water instead of Fire because he thought the bad matchup is aggro. So just get in some Spiral Gates, some Surfer, some Snare for the aggro matchup. But if you face Control, you lose a bit of winning percentages against them by not playing Fire, where you have like your 1-turn kill button in Gargantua and cannot spam the board with Blazo. Doesn't have Rebirth, for example, which is really nice against the opponent's Skysword for your own Graveworm or maybe for your own Rias. So yeah, we have situations like this where Survivors are suddenly even maybe only slightly favored against Fortress. We saw Weezing winning 2-1 against Otto, and maybe Darksigner winning against Otto, which is usually something a Survivor deck looks forward to play against, like Fortress against Fortress Burn.
So we are... Oh, what a draw. Does Otto have a... Oh, he does. Oh, my lordy.
And now it's difficult for Darksigner. He needs to discard the Factor Shell and needs to hope there's like no Survivor.
Yeah. But let's see though, Otto is at 24, Dark Signer is at 19, so still ahead. Yeah, this is 1-1, guys, yeah. And Otto began this game.
And now at this point of Darksigner... Oh.
More friends popping by.
Now if Darksigner starts burning the mana like he does now, it's
there we go.
a bit too late though.
Yeah. Can't burn the survivors either though.
Yeah.
Oh, Otto decides to not play the pit. I mean, I don't hate it, but I could have seen just playing the pit and passing turn. I think Ripple Lotus or just the Smash Horn here is pretty nice. Yeah, that's my thought as well, Claude. But maybe, just maybe, Darksigner plays a Rumbling Terrahorn, and then he finds an Extreme Crawler, and then he plays a Terrahorn and finds Ancient Horn, and then he plays an Extreme Crawler, and wow! A man can hope.
I mean, if Darksigner just gets like Immaculate Snare here for the Factory Shell, it's pretty good because auto searching Smash on doesn't do anything if like the Factory Shell gets even swapped out. So maybe I would have even liked a hedge again from Otto, like searching another Factory Shell from his deck. Because we see a snare in the graveyard, so there's one snare left and 3 files left to get to the snare.
This is still...
And also Logic Cube, so one more Logic Cube is left, even Belix into Logic Cube into snare could be a probability, but he needs another light mana for that, but yeah.
Yeah, this is not a comfortable seat for Darksigner.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Because like, kind of whatever you do, it's still not enough. You're not probably winning, or highly likely you're not winning by deck out. You're not able to mill your opponent. And then when we look at you beating the shields down, I mean, obviously Fortress is one of the better cards to play there, but still.
Smash on into Skull Sweeper, yeah, and then Skull Sweeper, and then
you don't even have
another Factory Shell.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, let's see. Replay Lotus is also solid, but you could just get... Oh, there's no 2 drop. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, there it's... Replay Lotus. I like this because I think... because if you figure out that Darksigner's win con is beats currently, the best option you have against beats is just kill the Fortress Shells and chill. Obviously, this is slightly weaker to discard, but you have a Grey Worm out, so... I think, like, probabilities-wise, it doesn't really matter what Otto does exactly, as long as he's not, like, purposively throwing. But kill Fortress Shells and chill. Look at me, I'm the control now.
Yeah. Again for Darksigner, Miraculous Snare on the Factory Shell. Pretty nice.
Yeah, it's pretty nice, but then you can still kill the Fortress Shells. Or kill one with the...
I mean, you have to give up the Grave Worm or the Smash on. If you give up like a Smash on, you can't kill the other Fortress a turn later. But, I mean, if you top deck another Survivor, then your Grave Worm triggers and you can get back the Smash on, so... Yeah.
And you can even, like, when you play the Replay Lotus, you can search Factory Shell. You can use it for another Grey Worm, perhaps. And then you just trade the Grey Worm in. But this is a good call on Otto's behalf. Like, although this list isn't, like, it's not clear as day if it's whether, like, how strong it is against survivors, at least against the Fortress, in my opinion, because there's still the, like, kind of, mass removal is the harshest thing, but still just burning the mana eliminates a lot of the pressure that the survivors can make. Like, if you curve nicely into, like, turn 5 Plague, for example, and then you follow up with a swapped Fortress and so on and so forth. Because it doesn't matter if your opponent has infinite survivors in hand if your opponent doesn't have the mana to play it. And somewhere along the lines, we can hear Eino just yelling the Dance of the Sproutlings in the distance. good old days and meme decks when it was Cosmic Darts for Invincible Technology, and then you play Dance of the Sproutlings, and then you put Survivors into mana, and then you proceed to win from there. Woohoo.
Yeah, there was even an idea from me going for a bonus IDC where you just don't shuffle your library, your deck when you start the game, so you can set up your shields and you can do some Cosmic Dart stuff, and
Nice.
I think it would be pretty nice to see which combination players come up with the fastest kill on turn, I don't know, 2 or 3 maybe, with Dance of the Sproutlings, for example. Like you could play like 100 card stack with like every survivor there is, and then you stack like your shields with Cosmic Darts and Invincible Technology. But I think there's even a faster way to win. I think the Dance
Yeah,
of the
there's
Sproutlings is not even viable
no.
there.
There's multiple turn ones. Every single one of them starts with either Cosmic Darts for Ultimate Force or Aurora of Reversal, and then any combination of like Invincible Technology into like something. You could do Invincible Technology from one, then Dance of the Sproutlings from the another one, or you can go for like Aurora of Reversal, Tulk, Supersonic Jetpack, and 2 Cataclysms or something. And you can also go for Hurricane Crawler loops, like if you have enough mana, and you can do that by chaining together cards. Darksigner putting a think on the stack, so to say.
But is there like a really 100% win possibility on turn 1? It's like if you have like Aurora of Reversal even in the shield, you can play like 4. The other one has to be like a Cosmic Darts. So when you play Cosmic Darts and hit the other Cosmic Darts, and then on Aurora of Reversal you have 3 mana.
Do you mean like, so what were the conditions? You can choose your shields?
You just don't shuffle your deck, so you can basically choose your shields and choose your starting hand.
Yeah, there should be. Let me open up some. Or actually, we can just think here. 5 cards in hand. If we go for turn 1, you can still be on the draw because that's still turn 1. So you have 6 cards and 5 cards in shields. You have 6 cards in hand, you charge 1 mana, you're at 5. Then we have the first shield. You get Ultimate Force, because you have stacked your deck, so you know the cards that go into mana. So you have 4 shields left, you get 2 light mana. Then you do second shield, which is a Cosmic Darts.
Yeah, but how do you get the Ultimate Force?
From Cosmic Darts.
Yeah, but then you need to have like 4 Ultimate Force and 1 Cosmic Darts and shield to hit it.
Oh yes, 100%? Yeah.
Yeah. And then
Let's see.
Can't have like anything else.
You can
so
still,
I don't
let
think
me
there's
think.
a 100% way, but yeah.
You choose your hand and you choose your shields. Let me think.
Because I thought about this also, and the fastest way with 100% I came up is turn 2, but not turn 1.
The game is taking so long, you're now dreaming turn 1 wins.
So there's one suggestion in the chat for our Aurora of Reversal and 1 Ultimate Force and shield.
No, but then you only get nature mana.
Like, yeah.
You need more other than nature mana. So it has to be. Let me think. There's probably a line with Siren Concerto, because you need to play a Mana Nexus if you want to have 100%. So you have 4.
And also you...
Because if you have 4 darts... Ultimate Force is 4 Ultimate Force and 1 darts. Can we do that then? You would be at 2 mana. You would still have to play something, yeah. You would be at 2 mana. Can you soul swap? No. Oh, that's a fun puzzle though.
Yeah.
But I think like if there was like allowances to be made, like for example, if you were okay, if the meta, for example, if the meta would be the turn 2 kills, then your like deck would have to be it would be highly dependent on the die roll. And if if you are willing to accept, for example, a 60% chance, then there's definitely a way.
Yeah, I think going low on the percentages, but also you have to consider that it's always like a best of 3. So when playing the Cosmic Darts, then your opponent is choosing your shield, and then he's knowing that this one shield, which gave you the turn 1 win, he doesn't choose it the next game, so your win percentage go even lower the next game. So yeah, I think it's a pretty fun bonus IDC at some point. Yeah, and also there's like a meta game or like a mind game where you have like, I don't know, a Cosmic Darts in the shield and 4 Lost Souls, for example, but then your opponent is hedging against it and is having like an arc or something in the hand or 2 arcs. It's like, I think it could be fun.
Yeah, I think the Delacerna, that would be too cutesy. Honestly, I think if you're like, if it's exactly that, then I think one of the better decks could be the value darts that I've been playing, but you choose 1 Cosmic Darts and 4 Reap and Sows as your shields, and then you choose 3 Cosmic Darts in your starting hand, and like whatever beat her, because all of the probable decks would be like Cosmic Darts combo lists. So you can just play a Bronze Arm Tribe and then you can hit 1 shield at a time. And your opponent is at 0 mana, or at, well, 1 mana until turn. Until you can already Plague or play a Bolzard Dragon. Because if there's no turn 1 available, you're always on the play, you're 1 mana ahead, and you can Reap and Sow next turn, so your opponent doesn't get to 2 mana. And if you're on the draw, you can steal the Cosmic Darts and always hit either Cosmic Darts or Reap and Sow. So you hit Reap and Sow every time. And then your opponent is at 1 mana for their next turn again. And you untap with 2, then you go to 3. You can go Bronze Arm Tribe, charge a light mana, play Cosmic Darts, Reap and Sow. Opponent is still at that mana, then you can do Reap and Sow again or whatever. Then you can play Bolzard and then you can win there. Yeah, I think that's...
still you need some Delacerna in hand to hedge against like the turn 1 Cosmic Darts into Lost Soul.
Interesting. But yeah, actually your hand doesn't... Yeah. Those hand guards, because you could just go 3 Cosmic Darts and 2... Or actually you can just draw the darts, it doesn't matter. So yeah, you can do 4 Delacerna and Cosmic Darts, and then you can have your turn draw be a darts. Or do like, 2 Delacerna, 2 darts, and 1, for example, Bronze Arm Tribe.
And then like you need to top deck or stack your top of the deck with a light mana so you can play the cosmic darts.
Yeah.
Which can also be like a hand guard you can play, I don't know, Davatori, for example.
Yeah. And then you just chain the darts. Because Reap and Sow is like balances the... Yeah. I think that would be best, because if your opponent is on the Lost Soul deck, then you just get 2 Delacernas out and you win. Or even 1. If your opponent is playing the Mirror, then the one who goes second is more favored.
Not because you are burning the mana with Reap and Sow instead of
just charging. Yeah. And you're the last person to Reap and Sow then. So I think you're ahead, and you're ahead by 1 card when you draw. So if you win the coin flip, then you choose to go second. Oh my god. Yeah, we're nearing the end on this train, Basat.
Maybe you need to put in more light mana because your opponent is burning your light mana, and you need it to play your cosmic darts again. And
yeah, but
Blossom Tribe plan maybe it doesn't work.
But you can choose the light mana to always go from the Reap and Sow.
Yeah.
So you will always have that, and then you can choose to draw the darts. And yeah, I think they have to be like Davatoris are already enough. I don't think Delacernas make the difference. Interesting, yeah. Davatori, Reap, and Sow darts. Let's go. Oh man, that's fun. Fortress. Now, do you start hitting the survivors to cut down nature mana, or do you want to? Yeah, okay, I can appreciate this play. What is the follow-up? Ooh, Plague. Let's go.
Yeah, but I mean Darkseid has 8 cards left in the deck, next turn 7 cards, and needs to break 8 shields and another attack for game, so...
I think Darkseid really needs to start swinging with this Fortress. Like, it has to... Oh lordy. Imagine if there was a 4-mana survivor. Nature. Bronze Fur Q. 4 mana, 1000. When you play this card, you charge the top card of your deck into the mana zone as survivor ability. Woo-wee!
Yeah. But this has to be like you must charge, like with you have to charge with. So you can't really spam the board too much with survivors.
Yeah, Darkseid needs to swing. 7 cards left. We can already put it like this. So we can just spread it out and then... Dun. I don't control this group. What do you mean?
Yeah, and even if he is playing Plague now, the Aqua Surfer doesn't survive, like the swingback. Doesn't matter which of these two.
Oh, this is so... Yeah, this is so bad, because... Fortress would alone need way too many turns.
No.
So Darkseid needs to get like another Fortress, because that's the only creature that can survive. And then get the Smash Horns out, something like that.
No. Maybe just like a Soul Swap onto Fortress and the Lost Soul, for example, and hope your opponent is breaking, and then Plague, and then attack, something like that.
What happened to Om's Wizard? Om's Wizard, unfortunately, was eliminated. Claude was the final nail in the coffin. But pretty impressive considering was this the first season Om's played, or?
Yeah.
Yeah, so first season attending and you already make it to the CIDC, so hats off. 7 mana, so it does seem like it's going to be Plague time. I think it's just Smash Horns and Smash Horn and probably Lost Soul. Cut off Darkness mana. And then you swing with the Fortress. And don't swing with the Surfer, I guess. Yeah. Because Otto does play 1 Smash Horn out, so you lose your Delix, so you would lose 2 swap baits. And at this stage you need to have another Fortress in play. Are we out of fortresses? One in the grave, okay, so maybe shields, maybe deck.
Yeah, I really lost track of like Otto played like a snare on the fortress.
Yeah.
Not sure.
Let's try to see if there's a miraculous snare in the chat. Oh,
giving him more shields. No.
Oh no, that's not no. Oh no. First shield terror bit. Shabam, Fortress Shell gone. Good riddance.
Even Soul Swap is devastating because Dark Senna has a Sky Sword in mana, so he decks out even more.
Oh lordy. Maybe Otto is just doing the peak. Is it a Holio?
It's Bible.
I mean... Okay. The correct question is, Solomon, when is X-Boom not on God mode? Man's cracked. He touches card games, he's golden and he wins. What? Hearthstone, no problem. Duel Masters, no problem. Waiting for the day when he touches, I don't know. What card games did they play since the dawn of time?
Magic.
Oh, true. Actually, X-Boom does play some Magic. But yeah, I know, CSGO no problem, but that's not a card game. But yes, X-Boom is. Can we maybe make the consensus that turns out tendencies to understand game mechanics and the concept of being ahead or being behind translates from game to game? Answer is yes.
And I think it was like a couple of turns ago where I was scrolling up in the chat and there was a point where Otto played Holy Ore and decided to kill the opponent's Surfer with his Sky Sword, so basically trading, and then killing the Brosam tribe. And I'm not sure if I'm reading this. Here. Yeah, so he could have attacked the way that Skysword survives, so with Skysword killing Brosam tribe and Smashon killing Aqua Surfer, and he decided to kill his own Skysword by running into the Aqua Surfer and killing the Brosam tribe with a Smashon.
Nice.
So there's no soul swap target for Darkseiner. So Darkseiner will basically deck out first, doesn't matter how many soul swaps there are. So, and this was like 5 or 6 turns ago, so yeah, pretty far thinking ahead here from
that was
Otto.
Super smart, yeah. So this has to be like a chain. This actually has to be Plague on these 2 creatures. Then you attack 2 shields, hope nothing goes wrong. You're then at 5 cards, then 4 Plague, 2 more, 3, 2, 2, you attack 1. So technically it's still possible. But the bad thing though is that if you have to return 1 Spiral Gate from Otto if you want to Plague, and Otto can then Spiral Gate. Oh, okay. Oh, this is so... Does he have time if he trades? 5 cards in deck, you attack here, he can't backswing. Can't backswing, then next turn you're at 4, 1, 2, 3. He has 1 more Smash Horn out. 4, yeah, 4, 1, 2, 3. Maybe he can do it actually.
Yeah, if he has a Plague now, it looks possible. There are still 2 Plagues left somewhere.
I'm pretty sure last CIDC I was very much talking about 1 Ghastly Drain in these 50 card slug lists if the meta is Fortress Shell centric. And it wouldn't be bad.
Charging Skysword, not sure if there's like a Soul Swap from Otto.
I mean, there was 1 Skysword already, I guess, so it doesn't make a difference.
Oh yeah, true, yeah. There is 1 Soul Swap left.
Okay, so Fortress, that is a seriously good draw, holy moly. Actually, the best, if not one of... Oh, but they can backtrade. Oh, no, oh no. I think you just have to wait, maybe. Hold on. Otto just plays the Smash Horn, swings into those 2. Then you're at 3, you get 2 shields, this swings 2 shields, you swing 1, you swing 1. Yeah, you don't win this way, because next turn these both die, these are all gone, then there's the Smash Horn out, next turn you swing with these. If this gets to swing into the Aqua Surfer, then you're at 0 cards after you've broken the last shield.
I think he should have attacked with Surfer, because he can't kill the Surfer.
Absolutely, yeah. Oh no.
So he missed like 1 attack here.
Oh, they both don't die, sorry. Yeah.
Oh yeah, true, yeah, because Smash Run could have killed the Surfer now at this point, yeah, so you don't attack the Surfer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I also thought Smash Run was at 5k, but it's only at 5.
Yeah.
Yeah,
good call, Expo.
Fine.
Our so brains, again, our brain cells are just cooking with the cosmic darts still.
Yeah.
Tense match though, goddamn.
I mean, 3 cards left. I mean, now he's losing to Soul Swap no matter what, so he can even play like a Logic Cube even and search for his deck and hope that there's a Plague left and not 2 Plagues in the shields.
Does Otto still have a Phorbos? He has 3 Soul Swaps are gone for.
Nice.
Okay.
Yeah, good play from Darksana. I know he has to hope there's like 1 Plague left in the deck and not both in the shields.
Yeah, darts is... I can Jonas, let me upload my beauty. And I'll send it in the chat.
Oh, no search. Or did he just play it and have the play in hand to look what's left?
No, I think he might just...
No.
Yeah, I like this. Maybe he saw a Plague, but he, like, you know, wants 1 more card in the deck so he can just play it next turn if he draws into it. Oh no! What? I bugged my mana? Bat is floating. 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I mean, okay.
All right.
Really intense game here. One soul swap and it's Daxin is done.
And also, Jonas, I do have a Ghastly Drain deck with Karate Potato, which is a 4-mana creature that lets you charge cards from your hand into mana. So you go turn 3 Ghastly Drain, turn 4 Karate Potato, and turn 5 Lost Soul, and you have a full grip, and then you follow up with whatever cool cards, like, I don't know, Trihorn Shepherd, and just go to town.
This is pretty exciting, to be honest. I thought this game was over like a couple of turns ago, but oh,
Slash charge. Oh no! Oh, slash charger.
does he have another slash charger? That's the question.
Dude, if there's another. Oh, but I mean, he would probably just do it super fast.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh my god. Okay.
Oh, far. Yeah, yeah.
Is there another play though? Or are we literally on the brink of witnessing a trigger decide the fate?
I mean, one of them is like...
Oh my god.
Isn't like one of them the snared grave worm? So isn't it like only one one possible shield trigger? I'm not sure if...
Dude, are we gonna go for game 3? I'm not ready mentally. I'm not mentally ready.
I think it's 1-1. It's
okay. Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's 1-1.
Thank heavens. Good lord. Oh, this is so tense.
I mean, there's like... Doesn't really matter what this last card from Daxin is.
Falega? Sky Sword. Whoops. Oh, what can we find here?
Yeah, nothing. He needs like, I don't know, a speed attacker, but he can't wait one more turn. It's like, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Terror Pit for the style. Okay. And attack order doesn't matter either. Otto just attack, man. Okay. Oh, we have the soul swap. GG. Damn. Otto takes it in the end. What the?
Flip the other shield, please.
Oh, flip the shield. Oh, Skull Sweeper. Okay. Oh my god.
This was surprisingly close.
Yeah. So Otto 2-1, right? Otto 2-1.
Yeah.
Okay. Buckle up, boys. We're going for the next round. I'm gonna grab some water. Game where we were talking about darts? Yes. This was quite the game. But we do have a wonderful, wonderful match coming up. Let me show you guys the beautiful, beautiful bracket. So, X-Boom versus Solomon and Wheezing and Modest. So, we should start with Wheezing and Modest, because Modest is going to be going fast, and X-Boom and Solomon are going to be slow. So, Wheezing and Modest, whenever you guys are ready. Oh no, sorry, whoops. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Brain fart. X-Boom and Modest. That was the one we had to watch. Lower
Yeah.
bracket should already start playing as well when you're ready.
Yeah.
Yeah, can you tell I'm pretty tired? Not again, please. Oh man. We would be going on for the night hours if we did that. But yeah, X-Boom and Modest, you guys can kick it off already, so we can hop in the game and let's see. Okay. Solomon calling that X-Boom will win it. We'll see, we'll see. Alright, X-Boom. X-Boom versus Modest. Was Modest from,
really
from Canada or the US?
He's from Canada,
Yeah, yeah. So the battle of the ice hockey nations. Let's go. Yeah, coin flip is huge here, absolutely.
Yeah.
No, we didn't compete, but Spaulding has played in CIDC before, and I have participated in the regular IDC, but I've been streaming all of the CIDCs, and so I've only played like the occasional tournament.
Yeah, it really depends if X-Boom is starting the game and is having like a turn 2 Belix.
Yes, absolutely, yeah. Notably though, the Comet missiles are good here. So neither of the players really have any quote-unquote dead draws. Because even slash charger is solid because it's ramp. Okay, don't die roll yet. Hold on. Guys, we're hopping into the game. Enjoy the slideshow. Okie dokie, guys. We're here live for the round 3 of the CIDC 6. And we're having Modest versus X-Boom. So we do have this light nature darkness control versus the ever beautiful FN rush. And the players are getting ready to roll the die. I will let you know what they roll. It's a 20-sided die, so Modest rolls a 10, X-Boom rolls a 16. Okay. Step 1 for X-Boom complete, but it's still not over. Alright, so I have given the players the green light to go. I think the most important turns are if X-Boom has a Belix without losing mana on turn 2, and whether Modest has a turn 1 play.
Yeah. And even the turn 1 play, like Deadly Fighter Breadclaw can get squashed by like a Belix turn 2 if he doesn't have Volcanic Arrows or Comet Missile.
Yeah.
So you should only play Deadly Fighter here when you... I mean, if you don't have like any other one drop, just play it and hope your opponent doesn't have Belix. But if you have like Polygon or Sniper, then just play them.
Yes, I agree, yeah. We do have a turn 1 play, okay. So this looks more like a Gonta style hand and not the Poisonous Mushroom hand. But we do have the Belix. We do have 4 of it, so even though it's a 50 card list, there's still like consistency in the sense that there's 4 Belixes.
Yeah.
And the thing about Belix is, which is pretty sweet in more creature heavy lists, is that it's good early and it's good late.
Yeah.
Oh, second nature. Oh, do we have a Deadly Fighter? Or a Comet? Oh, this game is on, damn. Okay. Balza, kick Balza from the first shield. Oh no. Whoa. Oh lord. Yup. We have a 4000 power blocker. Well, The second time we saw the first shield Balza here. Bronze Arm Tribe? Or Slash?
He can't have everything, can he? Okay.
And now
That's the second best one.
And now you just take Comet Missile out, I guess.
Yeah.
Just strip away like the removal, that's the cheapest, because you already have a blocker. Yeah. I mean, like, still not over. A rough start, but Modest did have a wonderful hand. Balza is amazing from the shield, but we do have... Yeah, I was about to say, we can still have the polygon and the removal, so that's nice. Can it happen twice? No. Whew. That would have been too much. So let's see if we have a Sky Sword or Ikat.
Yeah, Ika's pretty brutal here already. 2 blocker removal spells being wasted, another one. And not wasted, but he had to play it, and the other one is being slashed.
If X-Boom has Ikats and Petrova, he will win the game if he plays Petrova first now and then Ikats after, because there's no combination of 2 cards that lets Modest win on his next turn, and then there's no way to remove the Petrova, and then X-Boom can play the Ikats out. So
true, yeah.
There we go. I used to play this combination of cards in my Fire, Darkness, and Light deck out, and I've been in so many situations where I was playing against Rush, and I played Petrova first and Ikats after, and you win the game. I also did that in the reverse order once, because I played on curve, and I lost, and I was like, my god, I'm never doing that again.
Yeah, next boom called Soul Trooper after playing Petrova, so... Didn't attack with Mushroom though, so... Yeah, Petrova could have killed the...
Okay, yeah, it's the Ikats. Are we gonna call it GG? Modest has no way. So what happens here is Modest has no... There's only the option of Quixotic and a lot of creatures. And that is very unlikely already, because you just let it through, then you kill it. So the thing here is Petrova is boosting the blocker, and Ikats, whenever it blocks, you can untap a creature, or your creature, so you untap itself. So currently it's an 8000 blocker that can block infinite attacks, essentially. And this deck only plays 2 removals, and the removals are Comet Missile, which destroys a blocker that has 6000 or less, or Volcanic Arrows, which is any creature 6000 or less. Okay, so they call it... The stream appreciates the decision. Saved us an hour. We did it. Correct sequencing. Let's go. Fantastic. Damn control decks, am I right? Oh. Control decks rejoice, although I'm rooting for Rush. But still. This sort of fair control lists, like you play a creature. Back in my day, creatures were the thing that were cool. Then came the new wave of players, and they started playing these good spells, and it made this game so bad. Okay, / sarcasm. This game is wonderful in every way. Gonta? I mean,
if he has Mushroom, would be better here, but yeah.
He's hit the mushrooms pretty nicely, but not always this 1-drop. Okay. But still, the Sniper and Poisonous Mushroom curve is so good, because you just, like, negate the charge. Okay, Belix, we do have it. Do we have a removal and 2-drop, or is it just gonna be Rikabu? Okay, just Gonta and saves cards. Yeah, X-Boom isn't likely doing anything that's like very bad on his turn now.
Yeah.
Worst would obviously be like Bronze Arm, but still that's not like, it's not a blocker yet. So 2-drop and removal is already 3 shields gone if there's no triggers.
Yeah, and he really needs the removal like now, because next turn there's probability of Sky Sword, and then he's at 5 shields again.
Yeah. And then we're already at the mana where we can threaten the same combination as last time. I mean, you could swing with a... Like, I'm not saying it's correct, but you could technically swing with the Poisonous Mushroom. If Belix blocks, you can kill it.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, X-Boom decides there's no free attacks, and if Gonta kills this, and you can still backswing into the mushroom, so I appreciate both these players playing it like this. Soul Swap? Big brain, swap the speed attacker out. I mean, I like just putting... I mean, I could see Bronze Arm back and forth depending on a hand, or just swapping out the Charmilia, so you have a like bigger creature that sticks around.
Yeah, it survives like the swing into the mushroom.
But I think both are valid, like added mana if he has like, say, a Belix and something else.
Yeah, Belix and Sky Sword would be nice.
Yes.
Just charge another light mana and then hope you don't like multi-screw, but he's only playing
Sky Swords, I think.
Sky Swords. Yeah.
Okay, so we're just the power. Okay. But still, swing and Sky Sword is still a strong play, but...
Yeah, but still having only like quote unquote having 3 Sky Swords means he can miss it.
Yeah, he can, yeah. Ikots isn't bad either. Like, yeah, it trades 1-for-1 with Gonta, but Modest can't do like a speed attacker and removal on the same turn.
Yeah, and you can even let the Gonta through one turn, because if you block it, then you are getting 2 more shields broken if there's a speed attacker.
Oh, the stream is so alive, we're getting chatbots, let's go. Just quick boot them out. We don't need some suspicious sites in my chat. Now let's see, is it Ikats?
Now, are you using the effect for Petrova? I mean, you could basically like seal the game, but if there's a removal now, you are losing the game.
Yeah, that's an interesting choice, but yeah, I think you can take the... Ooh, okay. I think you key... No, do you even kill the Charmilia? I don't think... Do you? No?
Sure.
I don't think you do, yeah. Because like if Charmilia just kills one of your creatures.
Yeah.
Now it has to be like Ikats or Sky Sword into Soul Swap into Sky Sword into Soul Swap.
And even just the Ikats is
not
enough.
It's no, yeah. Because Gonta just swings, yeah. So it has to be Sky Sword and luck.
Yeah.
Okay. It's nothing. So 1-1. But X-Boom gets to go first for the last game.
Yeah. He had the Belix on turn 2 in both games. Let's see if he can make it.
Okay, spell in mana. This is not a Belix. But we have to see. We have to see if X-Boom is punished if he top decks a Belix, though. Because this is something... Oh, but no 1-drop either.
No 1-drop, yeah,
there
because it's the same situation when you play like Rock Aggro and you charge a water mana first.
Yes,
and you get
Gonta,
by
yes.
Gonta.
Exactly. Exactly. So just as a clarification for viewers, like if there was this case, like when we're talking of this Gonta and you would be playing a 3-color list, this requires you to have both a red and a green mana available, and if you play your first card into mana, which is a blue card, then on turn 2 you can't play this if you top deck it. So you always have to keep in mind, like, how punished am I if I don't play another card into my mana to have the colors available, or am I better off, even if I top deck it, to do what I was going to do regardless? So, but
and Xboom not having turn 2 play and Modest not having turn 1 play maybe like neutralizes itself.
Okay, so the sticking speed attacker is the correct play.
Yeah.
Now, do you want to... Okay, so this does not play against Gigaballs, the Balsa, sorry, not Gigabalsa. Like, there's both options. Oh, Dimension Gate, oh no. He only needs one of the 2 pieces for Exodia. Because if he has Ecats, he can just find... I think we're gonna see the answer. Like, if he finds Sky Sword, he doesn't have either. Because he's not dying next turn, but he's already at the mana.
He already needs Ikas and Petrova and another light mana, which is, I think, unlikely, because with a light mana he would have charged it, I think, in like turn 1 or turn 2 even.
Let's see his card
have a
count.
chance for Billix.
I mean, more than a third of his deck is light mana, so... Okay, so this is a very, very telltale sign. If he finds either Igats or Petrova, we're likely, especially if it's Petrova, then we know we're in a lot of danger.
Yeah.
If he finds an Igats, then that could just be like, well, it's not that good, but it's still a blocker that trades with Gonta. And if you find Sky Sword, then it means that we don't have access to the... Because currently, next turn, Modest can only kill 3 shields if he plays a speed attacker. Petrova.
No.
So imagine now, maybe Xboom doesn't have the Igats in hand, but this is just setting up if he... So it has to be light mana and Petrova now if he wants to assemble it. Oh,
okay.
Oh, this is so big. Oh, Sky Sword! There was no... And he doesn't play. Wow. Like, we do have to note, though, that still Soul Swap does enable that to be played for less mana as well.
Yeah, but you need... Yeah, if you swap Sky Sword out, it's getting into mana tapped, so
yes.
you need like another mono-colored card in the battle
Let's
zone.
see, you have 7 mana next. You tap that. No, if he charges Petrova, he can Soul Swap and then play Ikats.
Yeah. Yeah, true.
Oh, removing the Soul Swap bait. Let's go. Oh my god. This is tense.
Does he have another 1-drop? He doesn't.
Oof.
What are his cards? He has 3 cards in hand and he didn't charge anything for like...
Oh. No! The recipe for disaster! Oh, he can just play Petrova now on the Mecha Thunder, and then that's already pretty rough. Oh lordy. I
mean, Modest has 3 cards, so I think that's like all either speed attackers or like more removal spells. Like more volcanic arrows and maybe more Gontas, which he can't really charge. Not sure.
Okay, so Xboom didn't have access to the Soul Swap. Shenanigans. Dimension Gate? Oh, Slash Gate. And then Petrova. Okay.
Looking good for Xboom now.
Yeah, you just play Petrova and you can even kill the Gonta. It doesn't really make a difference. But if he hits a Soul Swap, then you can block again with Balsa. So yes, attacking is correct. Oh, he said Soul Trooper. Okay. Yeah, that's heads up. That's heads up.
So, Yeah, this must mean there's the E-cards
Diamond,
in hand
yeah.
because he slashed the Quixotic.
Now, if X-Boom's cooking goes forward, will we see the dawn of Soul Swap in FN Rush as a removal? That is the question. Yeah, unfortunately, it does seem like X-Boom has access to the E-Cuts. And okay, this was an interesting moment where you have to... Oh. Okay, does X-Boom have the E-Cuts?
Yeah.
Oh, Dimension Gate, and he has it. Okay. So I think we're gonna see a scoop.
I think at this point he's playing a bit on, but
31 cards, and here's 23. X-Boom can just wait. Yeah, X-Boom wins.
oh.
GG. Hell yeah.
Yeah,
Oh my
so
god.
Modest, pretty bad hand. He had like a lot of speed, like 4 Magnus in hand, and yeah, his opening hand was 4 Magnus apparently.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Unfortunate.
like one more shield, like one drop, which
Mm.
he could have squeezed in when the volcanic arrows hit the Sky Sword, but yeah.
So yeah, the thing that happens here is Igat's, whenever it blocks, if it survives, it can untap a creature, or where after the battle, but usually you use it to untap itself. So Igats can block infinite attacks that are under 8,000 power when you have Petrova out, which gives one of the rays you choose 4,000 power. So when you have these two, you have Igats, which blocks infinite attacks that are 7,000 or less, and essentially in this matchup, the only removal the opposing deck has kills creatures that are 6,000 or less. So the only option is to have Quixotic Hero Swine Snout be out, and you pump it up, but the amount of mana and time you would need that is so impossible that your opponent can just play whatever creatures out and you're not able to win. So essentially this game will stall until your opponent runs out of cards before you do, and then the control player wins the game. Spicy. So 2-1 for X-Boom. Let's go. So X-Boom is our #1 finalist.
Yeah.
Do we have results on Weezing, Claude, and Solomon and Otto, or are the matches still ongoing?
No, the match is still being played. Yeah.
Which one should we watch?
I think we have seen like the Fortress against Survivor.
So let's
the game before, so Weezing against Claude.
Yeah. So we're hopping into Hydro Hurricane versus Fortress Burn. A fairly swingy matchup, depending on who gets to burn the other player first.
Yeah.
And it does seem like we have the answer for this specific case, which is that Fortress Burn has burnt first.
Yeah, looking pretty good, and Claude Alpha is on 10 cards left on deck, and Weezing is at 22, so this must mean there was some sort of Rias draw, and then Weezing answered with Mana Burn and possibly some Plagues. So, yeah, looking good for him.
Oh, first game. So the set was fast. So about those cosmic darts, is it time yet? Oh no, brain rot. I'm not ready. I'll grab some water. You can commentate while I'm going.
So Weezing bounced the opponent's Giga Balsa. So it gets played back and he discarded his file? What? Huh. Okay.
Okie dokie. I see mana being tapped, but apparently nothing else really happened.
Yeah, I think I'm not sure what this play was because Weezing played Aqua Surfer on Giga Balsa, and then Claude just played it back and Weezing discarded his file. So
Oh.
I don't know. Maybe it was like a misclick or something, and because when you play Aqua Surfer, I would expect you him to bounce his own file and then replay file, get back Soul Swap, and then swap for Fortress.
Yeah.
Not sure.
Was he at 2 or 1 card at the time? I was
At
like,
1 card.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, so it was like 100% this file. So yeah, must be some sort of misplay. Yeah. But maybe he just wanted to get rid of the opponent's attacker. So because Claude is at 8 cards and next turn on, yeah, 8, and then maybe the time was. But still, I think you had enough time to bounce your own file and.
Oh yeah, because Claude is so low on the cards in deck. Yeah. I mean, I could see if we know that there's like Gigasald still left. So you don't get. Let's see, you have Surfer. So if you bounce Fall, then you have 2 cards in hand, and then you're really open to Gigasald. So
yeah,
I don't know.
I mean, you could have just played Surfer and not used the effect and move on. But yeah.
True. X-Boom has now made 4 finals in CIDC out of 5 appearances. Man's absolutely cracked.
Yeah, he is.
Did you not have ways to find Ikats when you searched for Petrova, or were you just either doing mental psyops to scare away opponent to swing to your shields, or did you have like Sky Sword already, and if you happen to draw into Ikats, you can then play it safely, the Petrova? Or I guess the simpler way to put that question without intents is, what was your hand like when you tutored the Petrova? I assume Sky Sword and something. We need to nerf X-Boom. I agree. Oh, but the Soul Swap turn, let's go. Okay, yeah, makes sense.
I think it's even take back Holy Ore. And then kill the 2 attackers.
Yeah. And then there's no Gigatsald bait either.
Yeah.
I mean, alternatively, you can swap the Fortress and you can destroy the Dark Mana.
Yeah.
But still, like, I mean, I think I maybe like the mana more. Because take terror bit. The sabotage. Claude having to resort to all the tricks in the book. So yeah, Weezing has 0 cards in hand, so this has to be a meaningful play. And I think Soul Swap gives you, because then you have the 5k creature on board. And then your opponent can't top deck anything like a Petrova or a Gigatsald or... Like even, I mean, Claude has 3 cards in hand still, but I think cutting out the darkness mana is good.
Yeah, there's a reason for both. Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
Like, let's see, what's the worst that could happen if he...
Because even if there's a
Like, let's see, okay.
oh.
Worst case scenario, if you swap out Fortress Burn Darkness Mana is... we see a Darkness Mana being charged, and I guess, like...
Yeah,
bounce
just
spell.
another Chimera bait.
Yeah.
Or just a Chimera bait and then
you...
extra another charge and then Gigasalt. But
yeah, but then your attacking is so delayed anyway. Because you can't attack into the Belix. And if you get the Holio, you kill the attackers, but they're still... just darkness mana and go nuts. Because I don't think you care about the light mana.
no. Light is mostly just blockers, which you don't care at the moment. Yeah.
And yeah, if your opponent plays, like, it would have to be something like, you know, a Melnia or whatever that would be too scary as an attacker. Because you can still threaten the backswing, and now it's just gonna be like Chimera bait pass turn. And out of Weezing's deck, only Fortress Shell is unplayable currently, and all of the other cards are beneficial because he can play Belix and Holio, he can do Plague, he can use Faliga, a Soul Swap, he can play Surfer, he can play Spiral Gate, Logic Cube. Bronze Arm technically. I mean, yeah, Bronze Arm is the worst, but any other draw is good. Yep.
Yeah, and Claude has 7 turns to break 6 shields without shield triggers. Without interaction from the opponent.
Petrova on Chimera is maybe one of the better things.
Yeah, and he maybe the Giga Slug was his only darkness mana last turn, because I would have liked him to charge like a Gigasalt and play the Slug and hope for another Gigasalt.
Yeah.
Because now you could have had like the Gigasalt on top of the Giga Slug instead of the Giga Balsa, so one more attacker.
Yeah. Chat midway check, is stream free of lag, or how is it? On my end, the client is ever so slightly laggy, but interested to see if it's just my PC or like the software instead of the outgoing signal. So we do have Weezing thinking. Mysterious.
Card in hand must be like... Okay.
Okay. Oh yeah, so he was thinking whether he... like, yeah, this enables Fortress, but I think there's still some merit. I think that's why he thought about it, but just, you know, masking it in your hand and just holding it and seeing if Claude... Okay, this wouldn't have mattered, but like if Claude would base his decision to attack if there's a card in hand that he's scared of or not.
And Claude needs to get rid somehow of the Belix, which is blocking him at the moment.
Yeah.
Still, he needs to protect his Giga Balsa, so Fortress Shell attacks, he blocks with Laura, Fall attacks, blocks with, and there's like one blocker left. And Belix can even attack. No, Belix can't attack because Laura is at 4k.
Interesting. This is still 0-0, I believe.
Yep.
So turns are... bye bye, Aino. Take care. Have a good rest. So turns are... bye bye, Aino. Take care. Have a good rest. So we're running quite low on the turns, but let us see. Oh, Palaules is split. That's pretty good, though. Now Laura can block. Oh, some random targeting. Oh, discard. Okay. So Claude is taking the like slow, thoughtful approach. But we have to feel like we can't ignore the fact that Wheezing now, if he has like a removal for one Pala or even two, this game is in shambles. Like if you have one single plague, you just return the Palaulises and you kill both of the small creatures. Like you can just swing Belix first at the Balsa and then you can stop attacking if you want. Or like, I mean, you can just attack the fortress into the Gigatzald, but
I mean, with Plague, you can even bounce the 2 attackers and.
Yeah, true.
Or maybe just like the Gigazalt and one Pala, and then attack
swing
the Giga Balsa.
Yeah.
And yeah, as I said earlier, Weezing is like the slowest guy on our in our IDC tournaments, and even though we don't have like any time limit implemented, there's still like a debate about what do we do about slow players. And we have not figured out like a way to handle them properly.
Yeah, I think because they're like I think some sort of a limit is good to have. Like, yeah, round timer might not work because it might disencourage someone from playing, for example, a strategy that X-Boom brought. Like, an example would be X-Boom gets to assemble the Petrova and Ikats thing, but if the FN Rush is leading the set by one game currently, then the FN Rush obviously plays it out if they want to maximize their chance of getting points or winning the thing, because like if the match draws, then they would win. So then the other player would have to find a win con, chip at shields, whatever. Like that would be something to note, but then obviously the intent is there. Like if the player is like players are sportsmen like all around, okay, this looks pretty bad. So now you need to kill a Palaulisis first. Then you need to kill the other Palaulisis, and then you can just kill the Gigabalsa. Yep. I mean, Ice Vapor is an attacker, I guess. But it's not looking too good.
No. Yeah, and also TGN doesn't have like a round timer like a chess game, for example. If you play online
yes.
chess, you have like
Yeah.
every time you are on the turn, you're on the play, then a timer runs down, and if you are out of time, then you lose the match. And
Yeah.
yeah, we don't have that on OCTGN.
Yeah, same as Magic Online for Magic. For the most part, it's good, but in some formats, it causes some like issues where otherwise combos that are you can shortcut, like you can say I will do this action X amount of times. You can't do that on a manual client like that. So playing out, for example, say Extreme Loop in the context of Duel Masters, once you've shown the loop that I can do this now an X amount of times, I will do this 30 amount of times. Okay, let's shortcut that and just do the actions that happen meaningfully. You would instead have to tap your mana, click your creature, summon, use the ability, stuff like that, and then you would run out of time. So similar cases are, but for the major part, like it's a valuable skill, and especially if you play slower lists, you have to be able to play like at least somewhat fast and make good enough of decisions fast enough. Because technically, like in the context of Duel Masters, we could you could just fill in a hyper geometric calculator with, for example, some odds like, is it better if I attack now or next turn? What is the probability that my opponent has this? If you are able to formulate these formulas in your head, and you can just fill them into the calculator, if you don't have a time limit, you could calculate everything, and you could mathematically optimize stuff, but that's not a part of the game, essentially.
Yeah.
Alright, Wheezing 1-0. Let's see. So Claude unable to make the attacks for the win, so still easily play loop in the game times we have, since we have about an hour in regular IDC. Yeah, you could, and like
because we have written down the rule that you can shortcut in our tournaments.
Yeah.
But yeah, no one plays the deck anywhere anyways. So,
yeah. I mean, I have to give a shout out to Sasu, because he had brought my list and played it at least once, I think. And he thought about it before for... Was Sasu in a CIDC? Because I think...
Sasu was in CIDC, yeah, but he didn't play this deck.
Yeah, I think he was contemplating it, but like decided that it's... I think it was because like it takes just too much thinking resources compared that you can play a better deck and use your brains more efficiently.
Yeah.
Slow start from Claude. Clunky hand. 2 bits, Gigatsald. And just now charging Plague, so seems like he drew that Plague. Maybe he has a stream in hand. And like weird hand regardless.
Yeah. I expect like Ice Vapor coming down next turn, or Rias, one of them.
Right. Sky Sword? Or are we gonna see the first Lost Soul on curve? I mean, like, on the dream curve here. It's pretty bad, but it's not super horrible if it's Mistrias. Oh yeah. I mean, I would still slam the Lost Soul every single time.
Yeah, definitely.
But let's see. Turns out... Oh, Plague and GG. I mean, yeah, Plague is good as well. Maybe against Hydro Hurricane, Plague actually does more here, because then he can't play the Ice Vapor again, and then you're already so much ahead in mana. Yeah. But this is also assuming that he has access to Dark Mana and the Plague. Imagine if he has the Plague now in hand, but no Darkness Mana. Ugh. Painful. Goddamn.
Yeah. Or maybe he has like Lost Soul and Plague and was holding it to decide. No, then you charge Lost Soul and play Plague.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
You still have to have like a follow-up discard, so when Ice Vapor comes back, it's equally bad.
Yeah. But if it's the Plague, then it's gonna be 2 turns until Ice Vapor is back. So you should be able to do something.
I mean, it's only like 1 turn where you have time to play Lost Soul.
Yeah, Lost Soul, but you can do like something else. You can maybe develop and then swap Fortress, whatever.
Yeah.
Like you might not able to be doing, might not be able to do exactly the Lost Soul on the following turn, but you still get to see. You do 1 draw there. Yeah, I get to see a draw at least, but yeah, if the contemplation is whether we would charge the Lost Soul to play Plague this turn, if that's the only Darkness card, I think you would do it, because if you don't, then it can be like... Because then it's already at 6 mana, and then you can just play the 5 drops afterwards with no issue.
I mean, you can't... if you play Plague first, and you can't really follow up with Lost Soul because you lose the mana. Yeah.
Oh, it's not... So it was Lost Soul charge, but no... Huh.
Maybe he's
Logic Cube
swapping
and
Ice
Clan.
Vapor? No,
Okay. I would maybe put Faliga. Okay, Bronzer, yeah. Oh, nice. That's a very good play. Yeah, I thought it was gonna be like Clamp afterwards, but I didn't think about that. Was it the only snare? Or how many was he on? Wheezing is on 1 snare. Yeah, 1 snare. 1 snare, 2 clamps.
But still the trade was pretty good for Claude.
Yeah. Yeah, and Energy Stream follow-up, that's nice. Not charging mana? Oh. Oh yeah, it was the only card. Okay. Oh, nice. Oh, we have a game going on, guys. Damn. I mean, mana charge terror bit. Now both Ice Vapors already showed up in so early stages of the game.
No.
But now we're entering the territory where like Wheezing top decks and he can play every single card and the mana doesn't even matter. Giga Slug is whatever. Because now we're already at Fortress mana.
Yeah, at some point the Ice Vapor doesn't really do that much if you play like Fortress, for example.
Yeah. Obviously it's good, especially like if you draw these Logic Cube type of cards, Energy Streams.
Yeah. Or if you just charge mana and play Holy Ore, it's pretty nice.
Hmm.
Because you don't lose a card in hand.
Yeah. And then you don't quote unquote lose a mana either. Because you charge, then you burn those. And yeah, X-Boom, like, it does in the long run, but generally the cards that are meaningful enough to play, I feel like you play them regardless of the mana, and if you draw, say, a Spiral Gate, you don't use it. Okay, charge is oh, Plague. I guess you just keep 2 Terror Pits.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think you care about the pit.
And I need to go AFK for like a couple of minutes.
Yeah, of course, of course.
Back after.
No rush. What were the choices? Oh, Plague and Pala. Yeah, has to. When Plague was cast, Ice Vapor triggers. Personally, I think that play was a little weird. Let's see what Weezing drew. Oh, nice, we have the Fortress. Bronze Arm for Fortress, now you take the 2 colors off. And then you put the Bronze Arm that you put into mana away. Or actually, if you want to keep an untapped mana source for... Yeah, I think you swap Sky Sword. If you're not doing a follow-up play. If you're doing a follow-up play, then you put this Bronze Arm. And Weezing has to get rid of 1 mana. Okay. We did the exact play I said. Let's go. Oh yeah, obviously there's no follow-up play because that was the only card in hand. I mean, it's not super terrible. Like it still needs to get rid of the Ice Vapor because we didn't find any removal for it yet. Let's see, the deck out. Claude is at 24. Weezing is at 23. Yeah, has to be in Istreas, yep. And this current state is very, very unfavorable for Claude because the average card quality in Hydro Hurricane is way worse than the Fortress. The only normally bad draws in these kind of scenarios is Bronze Arm Tribe, but in the current state it's actually a decent draw and it's the worst draw in the deck. And for Claude, there's any number of draws like Laura Giga, Giga Slug, and stuff like that. Holio will kind of win the game on the spot. Beautiful plants, they look so fresh and healthy. Oh, let me show you some healthy plants. Oh, another surfer. Beat City soon. Look at this. Look at this. Oh, what a beautiful flower. Ermagerd. Ermagerd. Let me just switch the camera. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, they're beautiful, beautiful Lego flowers. Look how beautiful. Oh yes. Wonderful. Lego plants are the best. And real plants are the best as well. I have an olive tree actually. Like Yuli, most of the plants are Yulis, but I got an olive tree as a gift from a friend and it's doing very nice. It's growing new leaves on the top and the Legos, yeah, you have to water them every day. Somebody told me that and I've been doing it every day. But the olive tree, no. Olive tree is just like... I wasn't sure if you asked about the olive tree or the Legos, but the olive tree is like... You just have to make sure it gets like the occasional water, but it survives in pretty dry environments, so... It survived the winter. Asked about the Legos. Oh yeah, let's focus on the game again. Okay, so yeah, we have a Laura Giga draw from Claude. Not ideal. Wheezing thinking, so I think this sounds like... If we have to make thinking, it has to be like a plague or something. If it's a Fortress Shell, you just charge it. If it's a Soul Swap, you play it on the Fortress Shell. If it's a Terror Brit, you play it on the Ice Vapor. If it's a Holio, you play it and kill everything. If it's a Bronze Arm Tribe, you play it out. If it's a Lost Soul, you don't play it, you charge it. Okay, so it was Plague. Ding ding ding.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back, welcome back. We were discussing about plants and Lego plants, and then I was just rambling about Wheezing typing think, and I was running through the checklist on what would be the scenarios where he has to think, and I originally said that it's most probably Plague, because Plague could be seen as not worth the play, and everything else blah blah blah. Yeah, I'm not sure if playing it is even worth. Because next turn you can't even top deck any 7-drop, and...
Yeah, I think playing it is fine, getting rid of 2 cards completely, and not sure what he's thinking about here now, because just target Vapor and Paralysis, and Paralysis gets destroyed, Vapor to hand, and then... then you target maybe like the Snare and the Laura Giga.
Yeah. Because then he can't charge the Snare and play Ice Vapor.
Yeah, he basically needs to, put back the Laura Giga back to hand. Or maybe he has like another, I don't know, monocolor card
Yep.
in hand.
let's see. I could see the argument for just the terror pits because they're like the worst card. But I like the much better option is the light manas. But still, I think it's a worthwhile consideration to go through if like giving a terror pit which doesn't do anything, and then making future fortress better. Yeah, there's okay, chat. There is one single reason. There is one single reason why attacking now is a solid consideration. And what is that? What is the key thing to it? Place your ideas in the chat. There is one important like factor here. Xboom is correct. There's no light mana currently, so he can only play one blocker, so flooding your opponent's hand with light blockers doesn't really matter. There's only one blocker coming down. Then on the other layers, like, this is something to consider when you're playing against multicolor lists. For example, right now, Weezing has only one light mana. If this deck, well, Soul Swap does things, but if there were no Soul Swaps, and you see only one light mana, you can figure out how many blockers the opponent can play. And that way, if you're about to go close the game on any given turn, this kind of moments is one of the best to think about it. Whether it's correct or worth is another thing.
I think I would attack here now because next turn it prevents Cloud Alpha from playing back the Vapor immediately.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it doesn't affect like the board in any meaningful way.
Yeah.
And no.
And notably also Gigabalsas don't really do that much because they're not gonna discard, it's just gonna be 1k that can't trade back. So you just gotta hope you dodge like most of the terror pits and stuff like that. What is a trigger worth considering? Logic Cube? You would still play it if you... Because you could still just find a light card if you want. Ah, okay, okay. I mean, regardless if it's a removal, it's good to still stop and think for at least 1 second. Because more often than not, the mistakes we do are because we feel too confident in something, and I don't mean it as in, okay, I've thought about this properly, I'm confident this is the right play, and you do it. But rather, the things that seem obvious, you're like, oh yeah, of course I'm gonna bounce this, and say you had access to like Sky Sword and Spiral Gate, or, you know, that kind of stuff. There's no price to be paid aside from mental exhaustion, and that's...
And for Weezing, I think it would have been better to attack with the Sky Swords first and then
yes.
for Surfer, because now if he has like a Plague again, then he has a Sky Sword in hand, so he can't play the Plague.
One consideration is, I mean, well, he can't really get the Dual Fang back. I think that would have been the only solid basis on keeping the Beast Folks around. Yes, Slug is annoying. Alrighty. There is the added layer of bluffing, though. Like, if you attack with the Surfers first and give your opponent the feeling of like, if they manage to hit a bounce spell, then it's more unlikely that they have yet another surfer in hand. And then you just do a psyop maneuver that way. I don't think that is the case, but it's always fun to just theorize. Theorize? Speech is not my...
I would have liked the Skysword charge here from Weezing. So yeah.
Did he not charge anything?
7 mana. No.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I would charge. Like, yeah, arguably this turn, if it was a discard, but then you just attack. So... But I guess the idea is that you have an attacker that you can play. And I guess, like, the only way you are punished is that if you draw a plague. But if you draw a terror pit... Ooh! Ayo! Let's go. Was that 2-0? Or...
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, 2-0.
Nicely done by Weezing. There was the plague coming down. Ay. Alright. Do we have any ongoing matches still? So Weezing 2-0. I assume Otto and Solomon ended.
Yeah.
What was the score?
2-0 for Solomon.
Okay. Alright, Weezing and Solomon. Get your game on. It's time for the Fortress Burn Mirror. Let's go. And
Otto losing 2-0 against Fortress Burn, so yeah, maybe unlucky again, but yeah, the water switch up instead of fire didn't pay off, at least for him for this IDC.
Spectator. Alright guys, it is time for essentially round number 4, which is the second last round in the losers bracket. Weezing versus Solomon, figuring out who gets to go to the final match before the finals. So essentially the semifinals, if you so to speak. But let us go through the... Oh, I need to... Hold on. Let's show the bracket first. So we're here. Mirror match, Weezing Solomon. Then one of them faces against Modest on FN Rush. And then we go for the finals. Matchups wise, technically it should be Modest versus X-Boom in the finals. Because FN Rush is favored against the Fortress decks. But needless to say, Fortress is still capable of stabilizing, but it usually requires at least one trigger and you to be able to play on curve. So, but let's see. So, enjoy the cutscene, and we're going for Solomon versus Weezing. Alrighty, there we go. Time to get the game on. Notably, though, there were other outs as well. Obviously, it was one of the outs, but Soul Swap and the likes also would work. Weezing rolls a 10. And oh, Solomon rolled 8. Okay. Oh, yeah. There we go. So this matchup is very, very critical on how you play into potential cranium clamps and how you play your mana charge cards. Some things that you can do is not charge mana if you have access to like the Sky Sword on turn 4. Turn 4. You have to charge, but after that, if you want to maintain hand size against Clamp, you can do that. And you should pay attention to what your opponent charges. For example, we see a Logic Cube and Spiral Gate. So it's highly likely that we have another Logic Cube in hand or a Stream for turn 3. We could be sandbagging a green mana, but that means we don't have Sky Sword in hand. Unless it's precisely Fortress Shell and stuff like that. But generally this matchup loves to have Ghastly Drain in the deck, but there's none. And this is just mostly who gets to burn first, and usually that player is ahead.
Yeah. And usually when you are starting, and yeah, as you said, getting Blossom Tribe into Skysword leaves you open to the Cranium Clamp, but in this case, Solomon is only playing one. I will check. Yeah, Solomon is on one Cranium Clamp. Still, there are 2 Gigabalzers which can snipe like a Lost Soul, for example. So yeah, getting first to Lost Soul is huge. Also, there's an argument for playing Miraculous Plague if your opponent has like creatures on board. Yeah.
Yeah. Weezing took Soul Swap. Oh. Solomon had a fast Spiral Gate. I mean, Bronze Arm. And generally the Bronze Arm is where you want to be here.
Yeah, and it's pretty good because he went second, so 1 more card in hand, so not that vulnerable if he plays Skysword next turn, and also Weezing missing the turn 3 Skysword, so still winning the Lost Soul race while also having like 1 extra card in hand.
We do see the cute Spiral Gate deck. Let's go. Yeah. For max out Spiral Gates, guys, it's the better card. Oh, we're seeing... we're doing it. There we go. Everybody just returning their creatures. Wow. I thought you were supposed to attack with creatures. What do you mean? Notably no darkness mana yet for Weezing. Yeah, absolutely, Claude. Your opening hand looked really bricky. Like Spiral Gate, Aqua Surfer, Gigatsald, and something, I guess. We are thinking. So we do know that Weezing has a Soul Swap in hand. So does he change just the Fale Iga out and gets the Soul Swap back? Oh, okay. So he's looking to probably Fortress next turn. Or just wanted to guard, like, expend resources if it's Lost Soul or Miraculous Plague. Yeah, another way to, like, if you're not the first one to burn, the other thing is that you can put yourself the better, like, in a better position for top decks, like whatever card you top deck, you're able to play it. And that usually is already a good spot, so. Okay, so yeah, the stream was actually a correct call on my end, because I said it out loud, like, if you're charging Plague on that turn, likely it means that you have a water card you want to play, but didn't have access to blue, so unfortunate. So I wonder if this is a Plague for Solomon, and he's thinking about it.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, yeah, it's a pretty tricky spot. I like this. Weezing discards Plague. So now Fortress is the only card he can't play outright. Every single other card does something. Yeah, that's fine.
Turp it onto the swap target, yeah. It's reasonable, but...
Are we
Not
gonna
sure.
see the same from Solomon? No other 6 drops aside from Terror Pit and... Oh, okay. I mean, technically, yeah. A little short on the cost, they're okay, but he has the 7th mana. Let's not get stuck on details here, okay?
And Solomon didn't charge a mana, so still sitting at 7. And bouncing the opponent's fortress must mean there's some discard maybe in the hand from him.
Imagine if we see Fortress into mana, Bronze Arm, Tribe, and Soul Swap. Oh, good lord. That would work, right? We're at 6, then 7, 8, yeah, and swap. Yeah.
Blossom Tribe needs to charge another nature mana.
Yeah. Can we do it? Maybe. I wonder how these colored things, the dots, markers, are decided. Like, is it just completely random? Or can we base something on them? I think red means that it's scary, so I think this has to be a soul swap. Thoughts? This match might take a while. But we have to note that tournament endurance, it is one crucial talent, or rather one how would I say it? One area of expertise for players. Might, that's optimistic. Oh no. Alrighty. So what was it? Just Plague? Is he still choosing on what to do?
Yeah.
Yeah, another perk of FN Rush is faster games. Like, you usually can, you either win fast or you lose fast. Not necessarily like in between, unless you want to squeeze the last 1% chance in every matchup. But you get to rest between games. If you're playing these heavy controls, you might end up in scenarios where you're playing back-to-back rounds, and just like mental endurance is honestly key. Like, the less mistakes you make, the better you perform, and mistakes happen when you're tired or you know, just do a brain fart of sorts. Oh, the nature mana tapped. We had access to the... Is there still the soul swap in hand? Oh, and this is so good. You get rid of... Oh, you get rid of the fortress with this. This is so good for Solomon. Did we see the soul swap from Weezing yet? Yeah, we saw it on the Bronze Arm tribe. Yeah. Okay, so I think there's no known. Very good. Yeah, I mean these. I'm gonna have to grab some evening snacks like bread or something light to eat because I won't be able to go on until the end of stream without having something. So
yeah. I'm also eating some pretzels.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. But yeah, X-Boom actually, there's also the side of if you get too relaxed or like, you know, unfocused, it can be more hard to get into the focused mode. So technically the ideal thing would be like a solid span of time where you're able to just like unwind after the previous game but still stay focused and like not let other things really get in the way of thinking, because then when you're ending up okay, Fall Iga, so for probably Soul Swap. Xeno Swap playing Weezing on taps. Do you see a Soul Swap?
No, he charged Soul Swap.
Oh no, oh, it was in his hand. Oh.
Yeah, he
Weezing
charged Soul
targets
Swap and then...
plays Fall Iga.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, he... Yeah, okay, yeah. That just was a little off. Logic Q. Oh, this opens up to so many troubles though, like... But if... Yeah, I mean, it's discard. Solomon... Gigabalsa... Bam. 1 microwave burger in the morning, 3 eggs during the tournament, running on fumes. 3-hour drive back to Tampere from Vaasa, just... Oh, damn. Yeah, we drew back... Fortress Swap, damn. Yeah, we were at our friend's place last night. Had some fun Summer Olympic kind of stuff and just enjoyed the evening. Some barbecue, some light beverages, and just having a good time. I won actually. I have the trophy here. Our friend surprised us with a kiertopalkinto. So this trophy that you can then, when we have the next one, you can send it, like you return this and then this moves onward to the next person. And it says Baba Mestari because our gang is called the Babas. Oh. We had like some varying kind of activities like oven mittens on, and you need to separate M&Ms from each other, water gun to knock over some plastic cups, evaluate how long it takes for the toast to jump out of the toaster and stuff like that. Oh, stream is a nice draw. Stream is a very, very nice draw. Oh, Gigabowser, good lord. Yeah,
Yeah,
this is this is very much Solomon's game right now.
Yeah, he's ahead in the deck out race, ahead in mana, ahead on board. Looks pretty good.
Oh, the stream charge is so sad. Weezing is at 18, Solomon is at 20. Ooh.
Now you can even start attacking.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Nice.
The commentators thank Solomon for his glorious attacks.
Yeah. I mean, these are like they are playing the similar deck, but totally different playstyles. The one is
Yeah.
pretty fast, and the other one is pretty slow.
But on the other hand, one is more vulnerable to at least 2 hasty decisions. So there's the perfect line is somewhere in the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna... Was this 1-0 for Solomon or 1-1? No.
It's 1-0 for Solomon,
Okay.
yeah.
Oof. Unlucky Claude.
And in this matchup, you can charge your spells early on because you will never play Belix.
Belix, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Expoom, that is true. But that's why, like, the most important part, especially in TCGs by default, is building up the heuristics so that, like, you come to good enough of conclusions in a short enough of a time, and that only builds up by, like, gaining experience. Because if you're always taking the maximum amount of time to make your decisions, you don't build confidence in making the decisions, or you don't recognize patterns as well. Like, you don't build the feel for, okay, I encountered this thing before, I did this didn't work out, was it the correct decision? Yes, okay, then I will do the correct decision again, even though the outcome was wrong. But if you are thinking everything through, you won't develop the habit.
No. Yeah, nicely put, yeah.
Yeah, and what you're saying is a good point, and the best way to kind of put that into like what happens on the back of that is that when the game is at a later stage, usually the game isn't as predictable, and then you encounter more crossroads that are not as obvious. And on the other hand, also in the later stage, especially if you play a control kind of a list which has a lot of choices, it's your game to lose, so you're more prone to mistakes on those turns. Like the most crucial points are like early turns in the terms of charging mana, and then the later stages where like singular decisions can make a big impact.
Yeah, the faster your deck is, the earlier, of course, you need to think. Like with FN Rush, like even turn 1, what do you charge is pretty crucial.
Yeah, FN Rush, like the similar, like optimally playing FN Rush still takes a lot of experience and thinking. Playing FN Rush okay doesn't take as much because you're like, okay, I plop threats, okay, I see a blocker, I remove it. But when you look at, like, for example, FN Rush Mirrors, we played it with X-Boom and we tested a lot, and there's some interesting nuances, like almost always playing Deadly Fighter Braid Claw loses you the game if you play it on turn 1. Like if you're on the play and you play Deadly Fighter turn 1, I think every single game was lost that we tested, and we tested quite a lot. And even though that's not like substantial enough of a data set, still it gives you some incentive because you see how it plays out. Because it's just wonderful.
Yeah, the FN Rush Mirage is one of the more difficult mirror matches. Indeed, yeah. I basically think every like rush against control is pretty easy from both sides up to a certain point, and always the mirror matches will take a bit more of a thinking.
Yeah, but
basically every matchup where you roll is pretty clear. Like even mid-range against aggro, you know, you have to be the control player early on, or like mid-range against control, you have to be the aggro player. That's pretty easy. But if you are playing a mirror match where, or even both are playing control, both are playing aggro, that's not even clear which player is being the aggressor.
Yeah. And yeah, the Gigabalsa. Solomon is losing the mental battle against himself.
Yeah, like Darkness Mana into Lost Soul is pretty bad. Okay, going for the Plague. I'm not sure, because now he's
Weezing
losing...
has one card.
Yeah.
The card in hand is more valuable than the bronze arm, I think, because he can play every single card in his deck. Yeah, he can top deck, okay, but you playing able to charge 1 mana. Okay, he agrees.
Yeah.
And now it's Corpse Chargers. Yeah. So this gives 2 routes, like, you either take the Darkness route, and I think you take the Darkness route. Because if you draw a Fortress, you just charge it. If you draw a Sky Sword, you just charge it.
Yeah, it really depends if he has like another Nature Mana.
Yeah, or
another Darkness Mana.
Yeah. This is 1-0 for Solomon, or Weezing. Which way was it?
It's 1-0 for Solomon, yeah.
Yeah. Sky Sword out. Now let's see. Top deck quality is very good in the deck. Notably, Soul Swap isn't that good right now.
Hitting a Gigabyte, I'm not sure.
I understand the Soul Swap aspect, but I would have saved that card either to bait a discard or to just...
Yeah, because he's at 8 mana, so what if he top decks a Fortress Show? It's like, And the Terra Pit on the Gigabalder is
it's not meaningful.
Play,
one card that I think is underrated. It originally came from the darts deck I built, but even just playing Reap and Sow, offsetting curb is so good in DM, and offsetting it by 2, because it allows you to win Lost Soul races always. Most of the good decks that are slower are 4-color piles, and hitting a crucial mana, whether it was a swap target or a colored mana, it's so good. Like, originally I always, like, Reap and Sow was played in these like cheesy mana burn builds, like, you know, Essence Elves and Mana Crisis and stuff like that, and you're like, haha, gotcha, I'm gonna burn you, and then you just play bad cards. But when you actually play good cards that you can follow up with it, and you're like diminishing your opponent's resources, it has like what I'm trying to say is that it overperformed for me in quite literally every matchup. Like, yeah, FN Rush and fast matchups like that, you just charge it. But even in those matchups, you can just get them off of 2 speed attackers if you're stabilizing or whatever.
Yeah, I think Reap and Sow is definitely an underplayed card in the IDC metagame. And there's definitely an argument for playing something like Fortress Burn-esque list, but adding fire and then maybe kicking another color, not sure. Maybe you can kick either water or darkness, because the reason behind darkness is, yeah, you get to Lost Soul first, but if your opponent doesn't have mana anyway to play their spells and their creatures, then why would you need to discard? And the fire gives you like more chance to have a good matchup against fast aggro decks like FN Rush with your burst shots as well.
And the thing about, I mean, I can actually just take the photo of the burn list. Or did I already put it? I can't remember. But like,
and if you take out like water for fire, then I mean you lose like the energy stream, but the Spiral Gate and Surfer, they are just defensive triggers which you exchange for a burst shot. Of course, you don't have the synergy to bounce like your own Fortress Shell again. So yeah, maybe water is a bit too big of a value, but yeah, maybe just swapping darkness for fire.
Yeah, the list is not up to date. It has a 4th Lost Soul and a 3rd Bolmetheus. I can't remember what the cuts were. But base idea was like darts for value. It's over 50% for a meaningful hit. And then you just can like play regularly. And once you Logic Cube, you see your shields, so you know what you can get with Logic Cube. So you can sometimes just like skim on mana sources that way. But even how the deck plays normally, like if you cut your opponent from mana, or if you cut them from cards, which is Lost Soul, you can just plop down Bolmetheus usually, and it just wins the game over a couple turns.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks good, yeah. Yeah, when you play like some 5-color version, you pick like 2 colors where you only have like 7 mana drops, for example. Like in Darkness and Water, you only have like Plague and Lost Soul, and then you don't need that many cards of this color to be live on curve.
And Basat, Reap and Sow does feel bad as like a late game card, but a lot of other cards do as well. This is not finals yet. Yeah, we're not even close. We still have the lower bracket finals to decide who goes to the finals, but this is currently 1-0 for Solomon. Was it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if the argument for a card is it's bad late game, then why do you play Blossom Tribe? It's like...
Yeah. Precisely. But yeah, I've liked, actually, not just, this is probably the longest CIDC, yeah, absolutely. Finals are not gonna be, maybe, depends on the matchup, but on the probable matchup, it's not. because you're either gonna win fast, or if it's the FN rush, then you might lose fast.
No.
But obviously, if it's one of the fortress lists, then the games might take longer, or will take longer. But yeah, Eino popped into the chat. We played a fair bit of, like, I played with the darts deck against a lot of different stuff, and even though my darts hits were like absurdly bad, like overall, it still like functioned well. Like, yeah, darts was a bad top deck if I hadn't lost any shields, but you just charge mana, you're still playing a higher end deck where you're playing like heavy drops. Naturally, you could, like, if you wanted to, you could play fortress shells or something like that along there, but then that increases the creature count, and generally you just want to be ahead enough so you can play the ball medias and just attack. Longest yet is 7 hours 52 minutes. Ooh, so we would still have to be 3 hours. I hope it's not 3 hours. Ugh.
I mean, my PC is standing in our bedroom, and at some point my wife wants to sleep. So
Yeah.
yeah, we'll
Yeah.
see. We'll see.
We will see how it goes. Maybe we can just turn it into a ASMR stream and just whisper ever so quietly.
Yeah.
We'll see.
I mean, first step would be that Solomon is winning 2-0, because
Yeah.
like game 3 is pretty brutal.
Yeah, and I mean, Solomon is ahead in cards in deck, and Weezing is behind in mana, so they should be fairly done.
Yeah. And I think you are at the point where attacking doesn't accomplish that much anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, except there's like, okay.
Yeah, I was
there's
about
like
to
multiple,
say.
multiple fortress shells back to back, and then you can safely attack. But at the moment you are winning the deck out race, and there are still 7 shields. So
Yeah. I will throw a challenge to all the CIDC players. Next season, try and forcibly play a 40 card fortress burn list and see if it performs worse, neutral, or better than 50 cards. I would be really interested to see it.
I think Weezing was a player who played 40 card fortress a longer time ago in one of the IDCs, but then switched to the standard 50 card versions. And I'm still debating. I mean, every player is playing 50 card controls, and why? Like, there's like no way 50 cards is like the right amount. Maybe it's like 49 or 48, 47, 51, 52. It's like it's a 50 is like a number which everyone with their some people get like I don't know what the term is. Like, if you are playing 49 cards, there's like something missing. Like, it's not right. There needs to be another card, and then maybe they're adding a card which is not the best one or worse, but just for the purpose of playing 50 cards. So some of my decks are just like 47 cards or 48 because I think you don't need like to play 50.
Yeah, personally I appreciate like deck building in 40 cards because I think it's more challenging because you really have to make the cuts and decide what's good enough. But obviously there's nuances to this, and like toolbox decks scale with deck size. Like a rebirth becomes better when you can include a one-off insert card here and stuff like that.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, 40 cards solves not only like the challenge of like deck building, maybe not solves it, but it solves like the time thing, because you
Yes.
need to attack earlier. You need to.
Mm,
I mean, when we are looking at the decks now, it's like 6 and 4 cards, and this game could have ended like
mm,
yeah, 6 turns ago. So
mm,
this is definitely something which we could consider for future IDCs, because yeah, it's not that exciting when you are watching like the Fortress Mirrors for like 2 hours, and then the next game is also Fortress Mirror, or like Fortress against
mm.
Survivor, and
Right.
it's getting down to like the last cards, and just speeding this process up by 10 cards is I think pretty good.
Yeah. And one of the fun things like to consider is the original deck that pumped the deck count, as far as I know, to 50 was Phorboss control. And that was solely because you had to fit the one-offs in the deck, so you have enough cards to find with Phorboss. And then we're playing these playset decks that are already doing a plan A, and they're trying to maximize the plan A. So why would we dilute it is like an interesting point of thinking.
Yeah.
And by the way, if I played that in with unrestricted soul swaps, I would just try adding 2 if you want to try that. And then figure out the cuts later. Like, all right, so Solomon takes it 2-0.
Nice.
Fast, done deal. And now we have, let's hop over to the bracket. Modest duelist Solomon. This is the challenge of a lifetime. Modest, your deck was built to overcome these 50 card piles. Solomon, your deck was there to tear apart all the competition. Now we will figure out whether the consistency of FN Rush or whether the hearts and spirits of the crushing Fortress Burn will thrive victorious. With these words and images and words and images and words, let's hop over to the game, get the game going on so we can sleep one day. Let's go! Alrighty, I'm loading in. Spectator.
Yeah. And from what we've seen, Solomon, fast player, modest duelist, F1 Rush, I expect this game to be over in like 20 minutes. So
Yeah. Notably, Basat, I think the thing is that there's not enough, like, because that's what the environment became, so people just play it and default to it, and rather than try and test, it's hard to evaluate it because it's still very similar, and the wins you win, like the matches you win, still end up the same way for the most part, and it's harder to determine not a matter whether this deck won or not. Like, let me just change the OCT gen window quick so we see the game. But like how much better it is if it's better. I think that's the like key point. Because if you're bold and you believe that the 40 card version or 42 or whatever is better because it's more consistent, and that's your basis, then you should go with that. Because if it's just 2% better, then it's better. But if is it better enough, or will you emotionally let those deck out losses count more towards it, like, oh great, I'm behind? But honestly, I think that the game is decided way before you end up even near like the last 10 cards in your deck. If you're ahead, and miracle top decks happen, but by the same logic, the better top decks happen with a lesser card count than with a higher card count. If you top deck surfers or stuff, like, you could have topped, like, by this emotionally driven logic, you could have top decked the Soul Swap, you could have top decked the Fall Iga. You have more hits for better cards. Why would you lessen your average card quality and your aggro matchup? Is food for thought. Oh, we don't have two. We just had the Deadly Fighter, but let's see the Chicken's attack.
Yeah, so it's charging Torcon and no nature 2-drops, so yeah.
Oh no!
So this must mean there's quite a lot of fire cards in hand, some
Yeah.
removal, some speed attackers,
Yeah.
something like that.
We do see the comment, so... Alright, so now we lead with Pyro. Because we do have the hand... Okay, why? What are we playing? Surfer? So if you attack first, then Surfer, you bounce one, the other has...
Yeah, I'm not sure about this attack order, because either you attack with the 2 Deadly Fighters first, and if the last shield is like Surfer, then he bounces the Pyrofighter Magnus, which gets bounced back anyway. But if he attacked with the Deadly Fighter first and then with Magnus, so if Magnus hits the Surfer, it hits the Deadly Fighter, kills the other Deadly Fighter, and Magnus gets back to hand, so basically no board. Yeah, this attack order was quite, strange.
Oh, this is a losing play, though. I mean, it has to be done, but... if there was now a nature mana, the correct play is to play the Bronze Arm Tribe and just hope for a swap. Because this is the kind of game or the play where, yeah, it might seemingly win you, it buys you one turn, but what's your follow-up? You're still at 4 mana, you can't do anything.
Yeah.
So, long story short, mana, like, control versus aggro, you need mana. That's it.
And did you watch on the time on the clock when the game started?
No, I did not.
I think
That was fast, though.
yeah.
Yeah, but I'll happily discuss that. But I think then that's a deck building problem and not like deck building in the sense that which cards you choose to run and not the deck card count, because I didn't forego any burn cards like in my build aside from like forcibly being at 2 swaps. But I think diluting discards and logic cubes and surfers, that's like the main watering down. And Dual Fang, like, I understand Dual Fang, but in 40 cards, it, like, yeah, it ramps you forward, but, like, I don't know.
Yeah, it decks you out even more and even faster. So if you even play like 4 Sky Sword, 4 Bat, 4 Soul Swap, maybe 2 Soul Swap in your restriction, then I don't think you can afford another card which burns you another 2 mana mills you like two cards from your deck.
Like, I think it's a really interesting thing, and like, I can't really like because let's look at it this way. Most of the Fortress games, while we're still focusing on the game also, like
just one thing, the volcanic arrows onto Blossom Tribe was pretty huge because the Soul Sword was in the shields and he had Sky Sword and mana, so pretty huge for modders that he went for the volcanic arrows onto a Blossom Tribe play, even though it seemingly seems bad because Blossom Tribe already did his job by charging 1 more mana.
Yeah, this is the same as when you play like nature water aggro. Just using the bounce to just return your opponent's creatures is just correct. Okay, they play Bronzer Mouth again. Boohoo. Like debate 40 versus more for 2 hours. Would watch that. I mean, like when we look at most of the games, even today, and this is like, okay, this is a small sample size and whatever, almost every single one of the Fortress mirrors or the control mirrors came to the conclusion of top deck versus top deck, and yeah, they might have ended in deck out, but that's only because the other person was ahead. And that person who was playing for the deck out was already ahead, and like when we look, like they were the person who were drawing the better cards. If you're like, okay, we see the conclusion. GG's.
And the game would have been even faster if Solomon stopped writing in the chat all the time.
Alrighty, guys, we have our finalists. I believe we have 2 winners. I believe Modest has won a CIDC, I think.
Yeah.
Was it CIDC 4 or?
It was the last CIDC.
Oh,
CIDC
it was 5. Oh, back to back, maybe. God damn. Oh, we're running it back. All right, guys, the bracket. The man, the myth, the legend. Wait, hold up. Why can't I edit this? Oh, there we go. Quick 2-0. So, notable for viewers, Modest has to beat X-Boom twice, because this double elimination bracket format is structured around you having to lose twice to fall out of the tournament. So X-Boom has currently not lost a single best of 3, so they are essentially competing for who goes without losing 2 times. Modest has lost once, so Modest starts with a disadvantage, but the match is still started with a die roll and played completely normal. My fairest and bestest competitors and viewers and Spaulding and my hungry tummy, it is time for the best, the finals of the CIDC 6. So buckle up. Modest Duelist versus X-Boom, Canada versus Finland, Ice Hockey Yabba Dabba. Enjoy the show. Alrighty, we are connecting to the game room. We are spectating. So let's see. Our predictions were pretty good because Modest is here. I'm also happy because X-Boom is here because I thought the deck was spicy. We know that X-Boom won, but X-Boom won the die roll in the previous best of 3, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's a key. It's a good start if you get to go first.
Yeah, and he also had like the Billix turn 2 in 2 games, and then the third game where he didn't have the Billix turn 2.
Modest
missed on turn 1 play.
Modest rolled a 16, X-Boom rolled a 9. This is what Modest wants to see, and now we have to see if the starting hands are good or not. So X-Boom is looking at like Bellix turn 2 into Bronze Arm Tribe into potentially the Petrova Ikats follow-up turns, or just like Sky Sword. For Modest, it's probably in this matchup like Sniper Mosquito, Poisonous Mushroom plus 1 drop, and then go from there.
Yeah, and Modest Duelist, I think, missing out on 2 IDCs, or maybe just playing like some fun decks in IDC. Not quite remembering, but he was the 8th seed going into this, and X-Boom clearly the first seed. So I'm rooting for X-Boom for this one, even though I picked Modest Duelist to win this whole tournament, because I'm always excited when a new deck is winning an IDC or an CIDC, and yeah, that's why I'm rooting for X-Boom here. But also we both picked Modest Duelist to win this whole thing. Yeah.
there is a slight iffy part there, which was the Sniper Mosquito, but no follow-up Poisonous Mushroom. Notable though that the polygon was the mana charge, so he did choose to play the Sniper Mosquito over the polygon, and I think it's solid because it still draws you cards. You just have to hit the 3 mana breakpoint. Decides to get the removal. Balza from first shield, no way. Ain't no way. Okay.
Soul Swap is fine. Yeah.
Polygon for Deadly Fighter, so cut off the red mana, maybe. Even though there is Volcanic in hand. Another could just be the Rikabu for Hardy Cap, because that threat doesn't stick on the board.
Yeah.
And I think that buys you the most time.
Yeah, but maybe he's banking on Modest Duelers not having like maybe another fire mana in hand, so he needs a top tech one.
Yeah.
Yeah, but still, X-Boom charging a spell. Is good news for Modest Duelist. Yeah.
I think
because even Belix now is bad because it sets you back a mana.
Yeah, Bronze Arm Tribe is because Bronze Arm always sets you up for a potential soul swap for Sky Sword. If it's just an outright blocker,
Oh, and even soul swap for Ecas would be huge if it's in the shield.
But we will remove the Bronze Arm Tribe most likely if we have a fire mana. Oh, but this is a super interesting choice. If he has a speed attacker, do you close out the game now or do you go for 0 shields?
Yeah. I mean, one soul swap is gone, so 3 left. I think you should go for game if you have a speed attacker. But on the other hand, what is the worst thing that can happen now? It's like just a soul swap. Just a Sky Sword next turn or just the Ecas next turn. Yeah, and if it is in Ika's next turn and he holds the speed attack in hand, it's basically the same situation than if it is a soul swap from the shield.
Oh, terrorvid. So this has to be precisely Sky Sword into a trigger or Ikats here.
Yeah.
Or Bronze Arm Tribe and Soul Swap for Ikats. And I think when you're in this sort of a state, you have to go for the riskier play.
Yeah.
Notable is also that X-Boom has to lose 2 games.
It looks like a Belix,
Oh, double Belix. Damn. Oh, speed attacker. Okay, game 1. Let's go. Nice. Yeah. It's good to see like a really kind of fluent players where like they know that okay, now he's passing turn, I have the win in hand, so they can just like reveal and handshake and just carry on. Like they don't have to play it out.
Yeah. These are definitely some signs of experienced players.
So currently it is 1-0 for Modest in the first game. Not missing the 1-drop. Usually you have the probabilities on your side to hit it, but still. Oh, we have the Belix. Ideal case would be Poisonous Mushroom into the Comet Missile, but let's see. Okay, Gonta pass. I mean, Gonta is always solid against Belix, so...
Yeah.
Do we have the Bronze Armor Slash? Oh, Soul Swap Deadly Fighter.
Nice.
This is solid, but we still do have... If there's removal. But this does open up X-Boom for the fantastic block and then backswing on the following turn. Which is always like... Such a good play.
Yeah, if there's removal, then the soul swap was basically wasted, but if there's not removal, then it was pretty good.
Yeah. One of those make them have it moments. So let's see. cards in hand doesn't really matter, at least for X-Boom, because he's gonna be drawing cards from the shields. We do have the Volcanic Arrows. Do we? Oh no, ouch. So Deadly Fighter first, and X-Boom has to block this. Yes. Deadly Fighter in hand. Okay. Maybe he has like a removal or hedging to draw.
Yeah. If he has a removal, he would have played it, so
Yeah,
it's basically
true.
not sure.
No
Oh,
play.
no play.
Okay.
Hmm.
I mean, that's the slight iffy part of like having the blocker out and like kind of being forced to block the first attack is that you only get one shield in hand.
Yeah, true. Yeah, now if Modest has a speed attacker, 3 shields again,
Yeah.
Belix can only kill one of them next turn, and yeah, he needs like the Sky Sword then. Suddenly, yeah, it's not looking completely over at the moment. Still open.
Notably though, it's Hearticap, so Hearticap bounces the hand.
Ah, true, yeah.
But it's like it's not that awful. I like playing threats out. Is there another thing? No, it was the... Oh, but he returned Quicksaw and then played it, right? Do we have another soul swap? It seems. No. Holio. If it was soul swap, I personally wouldn't have hated swapping Mistrias out and just swing, and then you likely play a blocker from hand, but I don't know. Is it Petrova time? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. They're
Well, definitely not the
really
worst.
even.
Yeah, definitely not the worst for Modest.
But he needs like a speed attacker now. Okay. You attack with Gonta first. Maybe he's thinking about whether to kill the Belix or not.
Yeah, probably because of the case of Petrova. Like, Belix negates one shield regardless. You gave one draw, but yeah, just shields.
Yeah, but I've also gone for shields.
Because the thing,
Drulias can kill Rikabu anyway, and Belix can't kill Gonta at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see if X-Boom has an out. Modest is notably in top deck mode, so kind of it has to be Ikat or Sky Sword. And with Sky Sword you still need to hope.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's literally Ikat or Sky Sword or Bronze Arm into hope to bin some... Oh, but you can charge mana, so you can soul swap. So Bronze Arm and soul swap is still on. And yeah, obviously, I played light mana and played 2 Belixes, but... Yeah, we do have soul swap and Ikats. Oh, but it's not happening. There's no soul swap in hand. Unfortunate. But we have belly. Oh god. Oh, and soul swap. Oh. So removal isn't enough. X-Boom has the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, X-Boom has the game. No single card wins this. Removal doesn't win. But you can still remove the Ikat so you don't get Petrova locked.
Yeah.
Outright.
Yeah. It's basically removal now and then speed attacker next turn.
Yeah. Yeah, highest odds is remove the Ikats and
if there's no removal and he's attacking with Gonta, you just block with Belix.
yeah.
And not
Okay,
with
so
Ikas.
yeah. 1-1. It is 1-1, but Modest gets to go first, which is big. So pretty solid triggers for X-Boom. Good game 2 hand. Game 1 was a little iffier. We do have the chicken turn 1. Let's go. Oh, we have the creature mana. Oh no. Oh no.
And he charged the arrows for it, so he either has another removal or this was his only other fire mana.
Good start though. Like not.
First shield always the scariest one for effort rush.
Oh, do we see the Belix? No Belix. Oof. Although like Gonta is a solid. Do we have 2 1-drops? Oh, not charging even. Okay. Oh, attacked with Gonta first. Oh yeah, because of Balsa. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. And yeah, that's looking really quick game. Because I expect
yeah.
Modest to hold like a removal or a speed attacker in hand.
Yeah, the thing is, yeah, X-Boom actually, if there's a removal, X-Boom has to have triggers, but still the best odds are by playing Bronze Arm Tribe and hoping he doesn't have a removal, because removal against a blocker, if you play a blocker, it's worse than playing Bronze Arm, which puts you +1 mana. And if you play Bronze Arm and there's no removal, Soul Swap is good because you have Sky Sword access. Oh, X-Boom knows his shields. He's just about to say GG or... Nice, I got this. Oh, this is tense. X-Boom knows. Very soon, X-Boom knows. Oh, he just he just passes. Maybe maybe X-Boom just doesn't, because there's a chance his opponent misplays. Oh, not Deadly Fighter for wow.
Yeah.
Oh, there was, but Ikats isn't enough. Yeah, no single card. Can't play Sky Sword. Yeah, there's no card that wins, right? Yeah, because you can't play anything. Ikats doesn't win. Alright, so Modest takes first series. Yeah, best of 3 number 2 starting. Reroll die for Beo. X-Boom 17. Oh, Modest 15, damn. Alright, let's see how it goes. Come on. Okay. Guys, we are in the finals of the finals. The second best of 3. So both players have lost once in the whole tournament. And now we are at the finals.
They have only lost to themselves, basically.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. It like, I think it's undoubted that like these guys smashed this tournament. Oh, we have the Belix turn. But do we have, please, I would so love a Poisonous Mushroom, red mana into Comet Missile. The 2 of in the deck. We can hope. Channel your energy, chat. Or don't if you root for X-Boom. But I mean, I just want the spicy back and forth. Oh, removal? So just removal. Oh! Hold.
Oh
Yes!
Okay.
We did it. We did it, guys. Oh,
I
it
mean,
is so beautiful. It's so beautiful.
yeah.
Oh my god.
When both players having the perfect curve so far. Let's see if Xboom has like a Blossom type. No, but
Oh,
another
another
Belix.
Belix. Okay.
Wow.
Oh, he
Three
return.
Belix.
Oh, he didn't return the volcanic arrows. What did he take?
Yeah, true.
Pyro.
Magnus. Yeah.
Let's see if that
Yeah.
actually. No. Oh.
Does it? No. No. Wow.
Oh. Oh, holy lolly. Oh, blessed be you. Oh
Holy
my god.
shit.
F and Rush gods are on this. There's no way. This guy is just too good at the game. Holy fuck.
And he even took back the
Volcanic arrows.
arrows in case of the ECAS and not the speed attacker.
Good lord. Okay. This. I don't think.
To be fair, Xboom had 3 Belix in 50 cards in his first like 6
Yeah.
cards or something in hand, which is also quite highly
Yeah,
unlikely.
it is.
But yeah, the 2 common missile back to back with the mushroom.
Oh, but this
Brutal.
is. But this is the best kind of games. Like both players just absolutely, mashing
Yeah.
into each other. So now it's trigger or bust because we know the volcanic arrows is there.
Yeah.
Are we gonna be treated with a green 1-drop as well? Or was this the last card in hand? It was the last card. Okay, the fate. Pyro into hand, pyro, pop, 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 pop. Thank you. Balza? Huh? Sky Sword, dude. Sky Sword. Let's fucking go Sky Sword.
But why did he attack with the shroom and not with Quixotic? But because now if there's ECAS,
Oh no.
if there's another ECAS, then it's game
Modest
over.
is saying punished. Oh
yeah,
my god.
punished.
He would have won with
Yeah,
the
He
Quixotic.
would have won. Yeah. Yeah. And now he needs another removal. And he has played 1 arrows and 2 missiles, so only 3 arrows left. And if Petrova comes down next turn, it's game over. Oh,
That is so brutal, dude. Oh no.
yeah, he had this game.
Oh no.
It's like one of the first misplays I see from him. It's like,
Dude, Modest. The deck was going so fast. Modest was going so fast, and we see the Icarus effect here. He just flew too close to the sun, bro. Oh, blazing fast. Oh man. Modest just saying noob alert to himself. The misplay was to not swing with the Quixotic first, before the Poisonous Mushroom. He just went in order by habit. Oh god. But there's like 2 Petrovas, right? Not more. So even then it's...
yeah.
Oh, we have the Petrova, dude. Oh, that's so... Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. So yeah, Quixotic would have been 4000 power, so if Quixotic attacks first, he has to block. Oh, that's painful. We just gotta hope, though, for sake of Modest, he has to just, keep calm, carry on. The game is past. Just go.
And Modest take even the volcanic arrows.
Dang.
So without the Petrova, this would have been game over.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah, this is one of those scenarios when the game is yours to lose, If something feels obvious, double check. Let's see if we have the mushroom. Okay, we do. Even if there's no one drop, it's still very strong. Charging mosquito, okay. Picks up quixotic, okay.
I mean, I think his thought process was if last shield is like the Balsa, then he has like the quixotic untapped, and then I don't know, he can play.
Oh yeah, then X-Boom has to trade.
Yeah.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah. But still, Balsa.
Then you still lose to Ikats.
Yeah, yeah.
On the board at least.
Yeah, because Balsa can block the quixotic and Ikas can block the rest. Yeah, I think either way, yeah, the attack was wrong. Yeah.
I think it was mostly just out of habit because he started like from, you know, left to right kind of a thing. Okay, so X-Boom did in fact just charge mana and pass.
Yeah.
The ideal thing for Modest would either be Rikabu here or 2 static threats. And out of those 2, I think Quixotic. Okay, Rikabu, okay. Like if he had 2 things, then I liked Quixotic because of like the Ikats threat. But it also depends if he has removal. Okay, so X-Boom does now need Bronze Arm into Soul Swap Sky Sword. No other single card wins.
Yeah.
Unless it's we don't know of a speed attacker, so technically Balsa and no, removal doesn't exist at the moment. Yeah, it has to be.
You play like Felix, for example.
True. Yeah. Belix.
And Modest picking up
Sniper, right?
Sniper Mosquito, yeah, instead of the speed attacker. So he either has another speed attacker in hand or just like another green card, for example.
Yeah, so yeah, this is the winning line. You're at the mercy of the trigger, but
yeah, you need a soul swap here.
Yeah. Oh, and even with the soul swap, yeah, it has to be into the Ikats, yeah. Yeah, so soul swap for Ikats is the only thing. It's not enough, yeah, GG. Alright, so 1-1 for Modest and X-Boom. So this is the final game. The last game of CIDC 6, guys. The actual, factual last game. Thank heavens we didn't end up in a fortress mirror.
Yeah, yeah, thank God.
It's a wonderful deck, and it's great to play, and it's also amazing to play against because there's lots of nuances, but from a casting and viewership perspective, when there's no round timer, it can get a little long. First BO3 was it 1-1 or 2-0? Oh.
2-1.
Okay. Oh, X-Boom charged a Belix, so it's highly likely that he has a Sky Sword in hand, or like Light Spell he didn't want to play.
Yeah.
Either
or
a
maybe
slash.
a third Belix.
Yeah. Oh, Bronze Arm even. This is a very good start for X-Boom.
Yeah.
Because now X-Boom is really safe to just play a Petrova out next turn. Needs to have Oh, damn. Okay. We do have a lot of
Spam the
creatures.
board. Mhm.
I mean, you just have to... I mean, Gonta just has to attack, right?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you less, like... Oh,
I like
brain.
it.
I like it, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and it goes through. Oof.
I
Yikes.
think you still attack.
Yeah.
I think you you block it. Maybe not. If you have Patrol in hand, maybe you don't block it and you call, I don't know, Gladiator.
Mm.
And then okay.
And Handicap goes to hand. But this is such a tempo loss. It's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Is it Petrova and Soul Trooper? 2 cards in hand. Damn.
Ooh.
Mysterious, probably. Yeah. Yeah, Mysterious provides the most value, so if you're not losing outright, it will draw cards. Currently, it doesn't contest any creature on the board, though.
Yeah. And I think there was no errors from Modest, so I think he would have played it early on the Billix, so he is pretty safe. But if he top decks the Volcanic Arrows now, I would kill the Rias instead of the Billix.
Because you have 3 cards in hand currently, you could just play it slower.
Yeah.
Even though it's like mostly feels counterintuitive, but you can remove, play the 1-drop. Boom draws a card, he plays whatever, and then you go like
Speed attacker or something, yeah.
It would be really, really cool if he actually has the option to do it.
Yeah, maybe that's why he's thinking for so long. Because if he plays out like a 1-drop and then another card, then yeah, X-Boom gets to draw 2 cards, more cards from the shield, and it gets closer to like having Petrova, Ikas, and Solsop, for example. Getting it out on, yeah, with 6 mana even.
Yeah. Okay, so maybe it was just the contemplation on whether he wants to play creatures out.
And now he doesn't attack with Polygon first. Okay. Yeah, X-Boom really needs a meaningful play this turn.
Like Sky Sword and Belix would be very good. Or like probably the best.
I mean, the best would be Petrova charge and then play.
Oh yeah, you have.
swap
There's
on,
enough mana.
I don't
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
Belix and then Ikas.
Yeah. Okay, we didn't get there at least yet. It's tense.
Yeah. I mean, if X-Boom stabilizes like now, maybe even with a shield trigger, then he's basically winning the game with Rias.
Oh,
If
is
he
it?
doesn't,
Oh,
then-
bronze arm hedging and untapped mana for Ikats. Oh no, slash. Okay. Has to be just a removal spell, I guess.
Yeah.
Comet missile. Or a speed attacker if he doesn't have a follow-up. But both fulfill the same thing.
Yeah. And the common missile is cheaper, so
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
he
yeah.
would always take the removal.
Yeah, Modest might have been holding removal.
Yeah, I think the last card is unknown, yeah.
1-1. Score is 1-1. Okay, Volcanic Arrow, so there's no Comet Missile left in the deck. At least most probably. I don't think removing Mistrias would be the option anymore. I think there
So,
was
yeah.
the one window which was last turn, so we
So
might...
either both common missiles in the shield or the one is in the hand.
Do we have Ikats? We do. Although Ikats is frightening. Modest has 2 cards in hand. We need to ask him if he top decked this at some point, or if this was in his hand all the time.
And now does he have
Yeah.
like another follow up? This would boost like the Quixotic to get over the Belix.
This is so tense, dude.
And if he doesn't have a follow up, then he should have attacked with Polygon last turn first, and then with Gonta, just the way he did it before. So he could play like the Polygon at least now and use some of his mana and boost the Quixotic.
Okay, I think safe, like quote-unquote safe attack here is solid. And now you just stop attacking.
Yeah.
Because now X-Boom does need the Petrova charge plus Soulswap plus Ikats.
Yeah.
If he wants to lock the game out. I mean, you can get him to 0 shields, you lose a creature, but then you have 2 creatures out, he can just play a removal spell on Gonta and attack into Quixotic. Yes. Obviously, if he has a speed attacker in hand, yeah, then you could maybe do a bait like that, but...
But then he would, if he went all the way, then he should have attacked with like Polygon first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like, you give more cards to X-Boom that way. Okay, so there's no Petrova charge, but still there's a lot of cards we could play, like Sky Sword and...
Yeah, and he could have hardcasted Balza, so there must be another blocker in hand, or maybe Sky Sword plus something.
Do we know Modest's card? There has not been a Sniper Mosquito this game, right? No, it was Polygon turn 1. Yeah, so we don't know.
No, but it must be
it's
either
not a
a
true
fire card or a 3-mana card, so either speed attacker or
there's no
fighter,
actually there's
fighter.
Yeah, it's either Deadly Fighter, another removal, or speed attacker.
Yeah.
Unless
maybe Gonta even.
Dude, unless Modest is holding a creature to pump Quixotic for next turn. Holy fuck, big brain. Dude. I can't. Okay, yeah, probably not, because I think you should have probably played it, but
yeah,
you gotta have a bit of fun always.
And X-Boom taking some time, so this must mean there's clearly not like the best play, which is good news for Modest.
Dimension Gate for Ikats, it seems.
Yeah.
Or Sky Sword. Oh, he's figuring... Oh, yeah, this is so valuable. Yeah, I get what X-Boom is doing. He's checking the shields and bases his choice depending on that. If he sees a trigger, he can go for, or if he knows he survives from the shields, he can go for Petrova and play Petrova if he has Ikats in hand. If he sees, expects, because he can now do some, like you can backtrack this kind of reverse engineer. That's the word. Thank you. He can reverse engineer it and go like, if he can narrow down the possibilities that Modest can try and win with, which would be like removal or speed attacker. He can then figure out if getting a Sky Sword is more valuable or getting an Ikats is more valuable. Or if
Yeah.
he doesn't need either of those, then he goes for Petrova. Or even then, if he doesn't need those, he can still play like a Sky Sword, because it essentially draws you a card and ramps you, so this is an interesting spot.
I don't think he has time to search Petrova.
Yeah, so yeah,
So
Sky Sword, I'm pretty sure Sky Sword tells that there's no trigger. Oh, Petrova charge can be massive though. But there's no access to E-cuts currently in the... I mean, obviously it can still be bad, but... Okay,
I mean, yeah, removal or speed attacker.
This pass turn and this turn from Modest are likely going to be the most pivotal turns in this match. We have the removal. Did X-Boom see? Oh no, my headphones ran out of battery. Oh shit. Oh shit. Quick, put it to charge.
The most tense moment.
Oh no, oh no. It's happening.
Oh, please attack the right gray. Wow. Oh
no. Oh no.
Turpid.
Oh lordy. Wow. Okay, I'm back. I can hear.
Why did he attack with Polygon again? I'm not sure. Huh.
Oh my god, double triggers.
Wow.
Oh, Petrova Nikats from hand. Okay, there was no combo.
And now both polygons are getting bounced back. Huh. I'm really not sure why he did play attack with the polygons first again.
Oh, Petrova Ikats from hand. Soul Trooper. X-Boom draws a card. X-Boom has done it. At least, let's see, X-Boom 22. Modest 22. Still ahead in deck count though.
Yeah, but...
He's still ahead in deck count. He doesn't have to concede necessarily.
That's true, yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't have to. Okay, he decides not to play it out. Alright guys, GG's, we have our 2-time CIDC winner. Man's cracked, god damn.
Yeah, congratulations to X-Boom, and we have to create a new role for him, because we don't have like a CIDC winner 2, like 2-time CIDC winner. And yeah, pretty close game at the end. I'm not sure what Modest was holding in the hand.
Alrighty, I'll get X-Boom in the call so we can talk to him just a bit. So the bracket, we have crowned our champion. The winner... So X-Boom wins 2-1, right? No, wait, no, it was 1-1. How does this function?
So the first game was 2-1 for Modest, and then the last game, yeah, 2-1 for X-Boom.
Yeah, so 1-1 technically. I'm not sure if it marks as winner, but...
No, you have like 2 matches you can...
Oh yeah, the latter? What?
No, first you have to put in that Modest Duel list as
okay.
won the game.
So it was 2-1.
Yeah, basically the game from the left of this, not this one.
And then, yeah, okay. And here, X-Boom won.
No, the other way around.
What?
Yeah.
No, this is correct, yeah. And X-Boom won this 2-1.
Yeah.
Yes. So now we have... Yes. In the tournament, X-Boom has won. Jeez. Alright. Now we have the proper. So you can check the bracket if you want. Alright guys, let's hop over back to the casting disc for a short bit. Let's get X-Boom on the call. And alright, add. Let's do X-Boom here. I think it's gonna transfer us. Alrighty, hello, my fair gentlemen.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Chat, can you hear Xboom just fine? Alrighty, Xboom, you have done it yet again. Another CIDC victory, and with another deck. This was your homebrew. How are you feeling?
Very, very good right now because this has been a long grind for this deck because so many, like now 2 second places and 3rd place, and now finally winning with it, and at the best possible time. So.
Absolutely. What was the playfield as you expected, or was there like surprises?
Kind of like I expected. I thought there would be maybe one more aggro, but I was looking at the bottom 4, and I was thinking there's at least 2 aggros, and maybe Claude could be also playing Water Dark aggro. So it was looking very grim for me if I would have brought FN Rush, which was my other choice here, and this just felt right to pick into this field.
Awesome stuff. What were the most recent changes? Basat is wanting us to ask about removing the Palaulisis. Do you have any like nice summary on how did you end up this final build?
The Palaulisis was just cut because I felt it didn't add anything necessarily, because one Pala would only boost to 6k, which is still removable by the arrows and missile. And like you would need 2 of them, and that's taking so much space in the deck, which was better suited for, I think the Belixes were better suited because it comes in a turn earlier and can also trade with Pyro and other 3Ks. So I just felt that the Petrovas are enough for the power boost part, so the Palas are unnecessary.
Yeah, and personally, I agree with like the Belixes here, because the creature count is much higher than most like lists where Belix is played, where it's mostly done for the spell utility. But here it serves a double purpose, which is like turn 2 play more consistently than those other decks. And when you free up the 3 mana slot, which is like the best slot in DM kind of, you have these turns, and we saw it multiple times from you where you're going turn 2 Belix into turn 3 Bronze Arm Tribe, and then you're already threatening those Soul Swap Skysword things and stuff like that.
Against FN Rush especially, laying Pala on 3 is only good if you've already played Belix on 2. So you would need to have all of those, and playing Pala just on its own on 3 against FN Rush rarely wins you the game if that's all you got, because it's too late.
Did you get to play Photoside once, and did it matter?
Not once, because it was like the field wasn't. I didn't face the one deck that could have it could have been relevant against the Zalt deck here, and there was just I thought there might be also one Ilzonius, because there's sometimes one running around, so against that it would have been good, but not today. I didn't play it once, but it's just a fine card here.
Spaulding.
Yeah.
Do you have any questions for Expo?
Yeah, and also looking back at your lists earlier, and I also made a deck profile about your list when you finished second. You played Cranium Clamp in your earlier lists, and you also played like the 3 Rias, which was something I also said that I would have liked you to see, like playing the 4th Rias, because every time you hit like 5 mana, you basically wanted to see it in a control matchup. So how did you feel about like cutting Clamp and adding the 4th Rias?
The Rias wasn't really. The Rias was added like because I was playing 3 Charmelia and 3 Rias, and I just like the Charmelia was just moved to 1 Rias because it can win you more games more faster, because it's Charmelia is a bit slow in a lot of matchups. So that was the change, and the Clamps were just got because I added a second Lost Soul, and I just felt that clamps weren't doing enough against like a control list that a lot of players can play around it. They know if you have clamp, especially in this environment where you can know exactly the deck list. So if you can see the clamps, you will know to play around it. So it's hard to sometimes find a way to play it like in a perfect spot, especially when there's stuff to do on 4 like Charmilia and sometimes Mystrias on 4 when you have ramp to it. So it made more sense for me to add the second Lost Soul and just try to race for that, and then just discard their whole hand.
Yeah, and also Rias coming in huge in like your last game, which we saw like a couple of minutes ago, where it drew you like 5 cards or even more, even against FN Rush. Playing it with like a soul swap on turn 5 even. I think when you are in like any situation, of course against FN Rush it's much rarer, but there it helped you to dig deeper into your deck for Ikas and Petrova.
Yeah, and
So
there the Balsa helped a lot. Like the
Yeah.
Balsa allowed me to do a slow play like that and play the Rias and get the Rias engine going and find more cards to save me.
Yeah, I commented on that now that you're getting the intel of your shields when you play the Dimension Gate, and you can base your play. You can watch back on the VOD and you can listen to us talk, but like when you figure out your shields, you can then reverse engineer what you can, like what's the best outcome, and you can just figure based on that, like if you were to search a Petrova, we would quite surely figure out that you have an Igats in hand and you're able to play them like with the soul swap or something. And overall, just huge congrats. You proved that Duel Masters TCG is very much alive, and you can still cook your brews and you can make them absolutely work. So this is not your traditional deck, and you really showed it to everybody that creativity and smart plays win games. So any last remarks you want to say before we start wrapping up the stream? Or
maybe now someone else will try to pick it up too, since I won with it, because it's been only me grinding this 3-color control. Maybe now people will like pay attention more to it.
X-Boom, the trendsetter. You guys heard it here first. X-Boom, thanks for joining us, and huge congrats. It's been a long day and you played it well from start to finish, so go have a good rest as well, and maybe we'll see you win a 3rd CIDC next. I don't know. Oh, one more question. Do you think, will you continue this project, or will you move on to something else?
I might move on to something else for a bit, but I think I'm not quite finished with this yet, because I didn't test that much before the CIDC, because I didn't have that much time. I only really like played against like Rush and tested like that matchup and felt like it was winnable enough. I played like maybe 40 games of like F and Rush just against myself. But
the grind.
Yeah.
Awesome stuff.
Maybe there's still some more to this list, but I think it's coming in very nicely at the moment.
Yeah, I think we can say that pretty confidently that something good's cooking and has been cooked. All right, thanks so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you both for commentating the whole stream.
Of course.
Long for you too.
Yeah. Alrighty, Spaulding. It's been a long day for us as well, and I had fun. Thanks for joining. It was a long day, and I'm pretty tired, but I had a blast. Do you have anything you wanna say before we wrap things up here? Or?
Yeah, it's been like 6 hours or a bit more. Also quite tired, and we had some up and downs in the stream. Mostly like when we started talking about the Cosmic Darts decks, because the matchups weren't that exciting. But yeah, we will have to figure it out as like the tournament organizers on how to make the game a bit more enjoyable to watch for other players, or maybe just keep on the pace, put on the pace, and not like taking for too long, because At the end, we are playing this game for fun, and if it isn't fun to watch or play the game against like certain deck types, then maybe we have to do something else. But yeah, also tournament structure could be like something else, not sure. But yeah, we'll figure it out. Maybe we'll have a vote again for the next CIDC cycle, and yeah, but we will let you guys know in the announcement as we do usually on our server. And yeah, if you want to participate in our tournaments, join our Discord channel, join German Duel Masters on YouTube and write us there. And yeah, we are up to 40 people per month to participate. So yeah, quite a lot of Duel Masters to be played still.
And in just the span of, what, 2 weeks, whatever, I can't even count anymore, it's gonna be like an awesome blast, the Duel Masters Mega Meet, and I believe there's plans for streams from there, so I'm looking forward to that.
Will be happening.
Awesome
That's
stuff.
confirmed.
Okay, hell yeah. Thanks so much on the behalf of you both, and all of you viewers. Thank you for watching, sticking around. It's been awesome commentating and streaming yet again. Yeah, if you had fun, please join us the next time as well. I don't need you guys to do anything else than just enjoy Duel Masters, enjoy the company of others, be good humans all around, and yeah, that's about it for this time. So I'll see you guys next time. Take care. Bye bye.